Castlevania Symphony of the Night is widely considered a video game masterpiece. By emphasizing the series' demanding action, while also embracing non-linear exploration, it both reinvented a franchise and helped solidify what is now accepted as its own genre. But this is just on the surface. For all the elation of uncovering the next location of Dracula's massive castle and overcoming yet another giant boss monster, Symphony is a deeply layered game. Originally meant as a sort of farewell to the two-dimensional style that the series was known for, the designers of the game packed it with loving nods to Castlevanias of the past, both hallowed and obscure. On top of that, a dense, rich vein of references to religion, literature, history, and folklore are overflowing. From the monsters to the backgrounds to the weapons, it's almost too much to comprehend. Almost.
I'm interested in this.
This video series is meant to point to these callbacks, to dig into this minutia. It's hard to imagine a video game in the modern age as so much of a melting pot of its own culture, but that's exactly what Symphony is. It's a video game for people that love video games, and a goldmine of hidden secrets and obtuse knowledge. Over the course of this series, I'll play through a complete, unaltered run of the game. I'll map every room and uncover every secret. I'll dig into the etymologies, the mythical histories, and the literature and philosophies found in its DNA. You'll see a lot of footage from past games of the franchise, and ways to crush its challenges over your knee. And you'll hear about J.R.R. Tolkien, maybe a little too often. I'm going to be thorough, at least as much as I possibly can be. If you love video games, and you love the work that inspires them, then I hope you'll also love this series. It's been a labor of love for me to create it, and I'm honored to share it with you. Really, there's so much in Symphony that, like the best games, you always feel like there's just a little more underneath the surface. I hope I can show that to you. This is a torch song for one of the greatest video games of all time. This is the Annotated Symphony of the Night. Welcome to the Annotated Symphony of the Night. Not so different than a book or a film, important video games are worth studying, which is exactly why this video series exists. In this and in the following videos, I'll be playing through the game while making annotations as to what we find, and the influences that may have placed them there. As for the game itself, though, it was released in 1997 in North America by Konami, and developed in tandem with the 3D Castlevania for the Nintendo 64 as something of a farewell to the classic series, as the sister game was meant to be a franchise reboot. Koji Igarashi, the game's co-director, stated in an interview at GDC in 2014 that his team wasn't the, quote, franchise owners of the series, so they did what they wanted as long as they treated Symphony as a separate game from the 3D Castlevania, implying that it wasn't much of a priority for Konami. I'll sprinkle more development history as this series goes forward. For now, though, we've got a lot of ground to cover, so let's get started. As you can clearly see, the title screen has a subtle animation that plays after a few seconds, which can easily be missed for a player eager to hit the start button to get into the game itself. The choral arrangement you're hearing is called Prayer, which has overlapping Greek chanting by Symphony's composer, Michiru Yamane's younger sister. It roughly translates into "May your ascension into heaven be blissful." Into the menus, though, it's here that you'll start a new game and edit your save files if desired. Starting a new game prompts us to name the save file, a practice begun in Castlevania III Dracula's Curse for the NES, as players had to maintain a common name for any passwords they would input to skip levels or return to a playthrough. And like that game, it acts as a sort of input system for various secrets as well. In Symphony, having already cleared the game, a player can begin again with codes to alter the game's state. First, the entirety of the castle can be played as Richter Belmont from Rondo of Blood, albeit with some new special moves to help with traversal. Next, they can play the game as the Axe Armor enemy, also from Rondo, which is actually just an item equipped from the status screen. But this is more of a novelty than anything. Finally, a player can begin with the now famous Luck code, which dramatically curbs offense and defense, but spikes Alucard's luck stat to nearly its maximum. Though it has some early game limitations, it's become a staple for more experienced item farmers and speedrunners alike. These icons that flash on the screen that are attached to a save file are worth quickly mentioning too. In the Double Fine Devs Play video, series producer Igarashi mentioned that they had all of their designers make a few, and they all went a little overboard. The team couldn't decide on which one or two that they liked, so they decided to just include all 16 that were finished. For this playthrough, we'll be playing a regular new game. Let's begin. The game opens in a flashback, a narrative device not commonly used in video games even today. The year is significant as it takes place almost 100 years before the publication of Bram Stoker's Dracula novel, which much of the lore series is loosely based, both of which fit neatly within the timeline the franchise producers released shortly after this game. Though it was eventually released on other platforms, notably the Sega Saturn, Symphony was targeted specifically for the Sony PlayStation during its development, and the use of this video sequence is one of the more overt ways it takes advantage of what was then new and more powerful hardware. In the Devs Play video, Igarashi stated that a separate internal team at Konami made this and the 3D castle sequences. They basically delivered it to the Symphony team with more of a, well, here you go sort of attitude, and the team were disappointed with how flat the textures looked. The game is full of great small details, including the ability to manipulate the text of this loading screen. The game's original director, Toru Hagihara, programmed this little trick himself. Symphony is a direct sequel to Dracula X Rondo of Blood, a Castlevania game that, at the time of Symphony's release, had never made it outside of Japan. Hagihara also directed that game. It was released in 1993 for the PC Engine, known in the West as the TurboGrafx 16 CD add-on. As you'll see through the playthrough, many holdovers exist from Rondo of Blood, not the least of which are sprites for a large amount of the enemies in the game, as well as the overall plot. Keep this in mind going forward. What we're seeing is a recreation of the final showdown with series antagonist Dracula from Rondo of Blood. The title card reads Bloodlines, which is a deliberate localization change from the Japanese version, which simply called out the title of Rondo. There's never really been a clear reason for the alteration, though a 2016 episode of classic gaming podcast Retronauts speculated that since the most recent North America Castlevania game was Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis, then the translation team renamed this section for some sort of loose continuity, which doesn't actually exist. It's as good an excuse as any, I suppose. Here we are as Richter Belmont. At the top of the stairs, a hidden room above is also taken directly from Rondo, though the items inside are worthless to Richter. This entire sequence is reused in numerous games in the franchise, dating all the way back to the original Castlevania for the NES.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
Richter is altered from his appearance in Rondo for a wider moveset. With his screen-clearing item crash ability, which I'm using for the sake of brevity, came from the original game. This fight was actually meant to one-up Rondo. In that game, Richter fights death in the prologue. The designers thought that the only way to outdo that was to have you fight Dracula early on. This battle actually happens in two phases, which, while altered to be a little bit easier, is still a direct recreation of the Rondo final boss fight. Itself something of a duplication of the first Castlevania final boss fight. The battle is unlosable. If Richter takes too much damage, the young Maria Renard will interrupt the battle and cast an invincibility spell, though there are some consequences to letting it get to that point. While this opening crawl plays, it's worth pointing out a couple of important details. The game was partly translated by Jeremy Blaustein, a longtime collaborator with Konami, known for major releases like Snatcher for the Sega CD, and his project after this one, Metal Gear Solid. He and the other localizers injected much of the color into the weapons and enemy names found in the game, though a substantial amount existed in the original Japanese script. The dialogue between Richter and Dracula before the fight began was something of a boilerplate Japanese action game script before translation. Though history is fond of calling out Symphony for its hammy voice acting, the talent that went into the localization of the text is there right from the beginning. The most famous line of the game, "a miserable pile of secrets," was actually found by website Legends of Localization to be a quote from French writer André Malraux. Incidentally, there was originally supposed to be an English language narration over the text that we're seeing. The voice acting was so bad, though, that the North American PR for Konami requested that they just drop it. Igarashi mentions all this in the Devs Play video and notes that, sadly, the original terrible voice acting probably no longer exists. The actual text that we're seeing reiterates the franchise's central lore. Dracula will resurrect once every 100 years, and a lineage of vampire hunters named Belmont will rise to challenge him. We're seeing two games being called out specifically, the aforementioned Rondo of Blood, and closer to the bottom, Castlevania III Dracula's Curse, which Igarashi has mentioned over the years as a game he's very fond of amongst the overall series. Now that the flashback and setup are over, the proper game can begin. Here's our introduction to Alucard and a small cadre of owls whom we'll see as enemies later. Though it's hard to make them out without pausing the game, there's actually small bugs in the foliage here as he runs by. The actual entrance to the castle here has two fascinating pieces of trivia. The first is a bug that lets Richter slide out of the door and outside of the castle. Sadly, there really isn't much to see aside from where we just were, and there's no way to get back in from here, so the player would have to reset the game. This grate at Alucard's feet, though, was meant to be an entrance to what became the underground garden section that was finished for the Sega Saturn version, though without the oversight from Igarashi or the other producers. Chunks of it are still accessible with some game glitching, including a functioning save room. Alucard himself starts equipped with some fairly powerful gear, which, spoilers, won't last long. If you think the status screen looks bland, it's because it was actually just a placeholder that the developers put in. It stayed in the game because they didn't have time to make a new, more visually appealing one. Functionally, it can let you adjust his equipment in various game settings, and also provides valuable info on his current experience level, stats, playtime, and how many rooms he's uncovered in the castle. His starting statistics are based on Richter's performance in the flashback fight. Igarashi mentions in the Devs Play video that they did this intentionally so that the player would take the opening fight seriously after they figured out it's unlosable. There's a wide range of variables ranging from damage the Richter takes to the weapons he may or may not be using that can affect practically every parameter that Alucard can begin with. There are 1,890 total rooms in the game, each delineated by a blue square in the in-game map. More of the castle can be uncovered by glitching certain areas, which usually appears mapped as white squares. That was a warg, which is not only the first enemy we killed, but also the first of many, many, many references to J.R.R. Tolkien's various works. In fact, this monster is a Tolkien double whammy. His name in the Japanese version is Anfauglir, which is the name of, quote, the greatest wolf that ever lived in the Silmarillion. Wargs are less grandiose, though, and while somewhat intelligent, were often used as mounts for orcs and other stories. Tolkien actually took the warg from Norse mythology, though, as the mythological Fenrir and its offspring were wargs. One last thing about the warg is that it's one of 3 enemies in the game that are missable as far as the in-game bestiary is concerned. By not killing any wargs in this opening segment, you'll miss them completely. Alucard put the warg down using Alucard's sword, which is of note not because it shares his name, but is one of the piles of weapons in Symphony that has special attacks that are unique to it, like this teleport strike. Triggering these is either the classic Hadoken or Sonic Boom motions from various fighting games like the Street Fighter series, and don't come assigned to every weapon. I'll point them out in the side window as the game goes on. Often these cost a small amount of magic, which is the blue meter at the top of the screen. Finally, moving into the castle, this is a vague recreation of the first stage of the first Castlevania game, something that has become sort of a recurring motif of the series. This room here is a combination of the first large obstacle in the original game and the small underground waterway beneath it, complete with that scrumptious wall meat that we just found. This room also hides probably the most obscurely hidden chamber in the game, but we'll come back to that later on. Now, you won't frequently find me grinding for levels, but it's worth going through the motions to talk about experience a little bit. As GameFAQs users Y2Orty and Zkeen have found, hit points and maximum heart stocks gained at each successive level are set amounts, but all other stat boosts are randomized, ranging from +1 to 1 stat to +1 to all 4 of them. In practice, that means that with a lot of forethought, careful gear farming, and a certain monastic devotion, a player could effectively build Alucard to be melee focused based on strength, or more of a sorcerer based on his intelligence, though this isn't at all necessary to overwhelm the game. Leveling also comes with diminished returns. As Alucard kills enemies with similar levels, the amount of experience points rewarded will drop as he scales further away from them. Any enemy you kill above your level will have its experience multiplied by 1.25 times how many levels they're away from you up to 5, which is great. However, if you're above their level, you'll get the amount of experience divided by 1.5 per experience value. So if we're getting 9,999 experience for a certain level, the next level after that will be 6,666, and then 4,444, and so on down to 1 experience point. The math is courtesy of GameFAQs user Brian Kern. The Mermen are enemies from the first Castlevania game and have 2 entries into Symphony's bestiary. They're a reference to the 1954 Universal horror film The Creature from the Black Lagoon, which is given a shout-out in one of the bestiary logs. Here's another classic hidden item in the ancestral home of the first boss of the whole franchise.
Alucard, what is your business here?
I've come to put an end to this.
Still befriending mortals. I'll not ask you to return to our side, but I demand you cease your attack.
I will not.
You shall regret those words. We will meet again.
Lots to say about this encounter with death and its location. First, Igarashi has a funny anecdote about the death conversation, in that Alucard was originally supposed to say, "No," or "my stuff," when his gear was taken away, but he said it sounded lame. They just had a "what?" lying around, so they used that instead. Let's take a second to notice this background. The character of Stoker's Dracula novel is based very loosely on Wallachian warlord Vlad III, or Vlad Dracula. As was patronymic custom, he was named after his father Vlad II Dracul, whom was part of the chivalric Order of the Dragon, which Dracula derives its etymology. He's posthumously known, though, as Vlad Tepes, or Vlad the Impaler, because he would impale his enemies and leave their corpses posted around his castle grounds. This location in the game makes for something of an unsubtle historical reference. Getting back to the encounter with death, though, use of the luck code can save Alucard from losing his powerful starting equipment. Unequipping all of his items other than the Lapis Lazuli, an item that is freely given to the player doing a luck code run, will plummet his constitution stat enough that by intentionally hitting this final warg at the correct trajectory, blasts Alucard through the next several screens, skipping death and hoarding that precious equipment. This is a glitch though, and will cut out the music until the game is saved, something that's only really around the corner. Though only naked for a brief period, Alucard can obtain weapons and items found strewn about the castle or as rare drops from certain enemies. These 2 specific Bone Scimitar enemies will always drop the short sword and the red rust, though. The red Bone Scimitar is actually unique, and he's the only red-tinged one found in the game. The red rust is also unique in its way because it can sometimes misfire. Here's our first save room. Listen to the heart beating in the background. This represents Alucard's own health, and can be loudly heard when he's closer to full hit points or only faintly if he's nearer to death. The coffin spinning is one of those subtle PlayStation touches in that it's polygonal. Our first relic is also located here, and it's the Cube of Zoe. Called the Materialization Cube in the Japanese version, translator Jeremy Blaustein took the opportunity to name it after his daughter, which he recounted in an interview on Hardcore Gaming 101. It causes heart, money, and items to drop from the candles in the game, a Castlevania mainstay. Really quick, I'll usually mention anything interesting that drops from enemies, except the various food items that restore hit points, unless they're really important. This section, at least for now, doesn't have that much to note other than Monster Vial 1, which is dropped by the Mermen, and Monster Vial 2, which is dropped by Bats. Imagine these as one-time consumable summon spells. Lastly for this video, this is the first of the various loading rooms. The PlayStation hardware was notorious for its difficulty with two-dimensional games. The design team found a subtle way to circumvent the loading times, though, with these rooms, which would partially load both the previous castle location and the next one. We'll definitely be seeing them again. Welcome back to the Alchemy Laboratory. The last video had a lot of housekeeping to do, so this and the following video should move a little more fluidly. One nice detail I didn't mention last time that I'd like you to pay attention to going forward is that nearly all of the enemies in the game have their own unique death animation. Some of them are actually a little unsettling. Here's the hide cuirass, known as the hide breastplate in the Japanese version. Though this is the first set of armor a player is likely to get, it's actually not the weakest in the game. The zombie enemies drop the cloth tunic somewhat liberally, which has laughably low defense. Beside our new buddies, the bone scimitars, here are the classic blood skeletons, which are one of the few enemies in the game that are unkillable. We'll see them later in a variety of colors, each delineating the amount of time they're prone after being attacked. While a bit tricky to pull off, you can use the axe sub-weapon, which we'll talk more about in a bit, to hit a blood skeleton below us to trigger this elevator. This takes us up to a room that's blocked for now, so we'll come back to it. If you're lucky, you can actually acquire the axe as a rare drop from this axe armor, another classic enemy from near the end of the first Castlevania. They also drop the bronze cuirass too, which is nice, but not ultimately necessary upgrade for the hide cuirass. This is the knife sub-weapon, which is a common series item. It flies straight forward and does minimal damage. This is a spittlebone, which is a four-legged skeleton that drips poison on you, which is the first status effect Alucard can encounter. As opposed to other video games where a player can be poisoned, we don't lose life over time from it. Instead, Alucard's attack is halved for a brief period. This enemy is called Artibiterae in the Japanese version, which is a reference to the ancient Roman historian Pliny as a monster that walks on all fours and is, quote, prone as beasts. They're one of the only enemies in the game that do not drop anything of value. Adding to our slowly building defense is the cloth cape. Capes are used in this game to boost Constitution, which is a stat that governs how far back Alucard recoils after taking a hit. As we saw in the last video, a low value can really send him flying. Finally, here's the axe sub-weapon I mentioned a few times earlier. It's another old-timey Castlevania weapon, and it's useful for hitting enemies above you. It can also pass through walls and platforms, which is handy. Here's our first real boss fight of the game, Gaibon and Slogra, whom is known as Berrigan in the Japanese version. These enemies both first appeared in Super Castlevania 4 for the Super NES, as bosses fought just before recurring nemesis Death. They've gone on to be closely associated with the Grim Reaper in subsequent games. Given Death's presence only recently before this fight, this and a nice bit of visual storytelling we'll see much later adds credence to the two of them being his servants. Though there isn't any evidence of it, Berrigan may actually be a reference to two American brothers, both in fact priests, that were radical anti-war activists in the late 1960s until their deaths in 2002 and 2016 respectively. This is a blood zombie, whom we give a fairly gruesome death. They're interesting historical figures though. The bestiary description from the Long Library reads that they were Eastern Church soldiers dispatched 300 years ago, which lines up with what we know of our old pal Vlad Tepes, whom died in 1477, 300 years before this game takes place. The description is slightly misleading though, in that we don't know if dispatched means killed 300 years ago or if they were sent from the east 300 years ago. We do know that Vlad was a 3-time ruler of Wallachia during his lifetime, though, and that Wallachia was invaded by Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II in 1462. So these enemies would logically fall into the latter meaning. The description for the sunglasses that we just found simply reads cool looking sunglasses in-game. While they add a little defense, they drop intelligence by a point for some reason. Maybe that's supposed to imply that sunglasses make you look tough but dumb. I don't know. This is the Bossy-Yard, which is a quick stabbing motion, though a sonic boom input will let you swing it like a short sword. This is a good place to point out that many weapons have slower and faster attacks based on the weapon. While it's a little less powerful than the short sword, the fact that you can plant 3 or 4 strikes for every one of the short sword makes it useful this early on. The other side of this room is also where the elevator would have led us if we timed the toss with the axe sub-weapon against the blood zombie early on. Let's get back to the leather shield we picked up earlier, and shields in general. Not only do they add a passive boost to defense, shields are mainly used to block enemy projectiles and are in no way required equipment. A player can simply equip a weapon in each hand if they prefer. A little later we'll see how versatile shields can be when coupled with other gear. The real benefit to them, though, was found by the speedrunning community as a way to cancel the animation of Alucard's backslide. It doesn't sound like much by itself, but with the proper rhythm, the shield backslide dramatically reduces the time he spends moving on foot. You'll see me using this for the sake of brevity here and there, when there isn't a lot of explaining going on. Here we have the Rebound Stone sub-weapon, which first appeared in Castlevania II: Simon's Quest for the NES. It ricochets off of walls, which doesn't lend to a lot of practical application though, since much of the areas in the boss fights in the game are fairly wide open. This weapon is called the Vibhuti, which are sacred ashes of the dead in Hindu beliefs. It acts similarly to the Holy Water sub-weapon, but is slightly less versatile or powerful. Igarashi admits that this is his least favorite sub-weapon in the game, and notes in the Double Fine Devs Play video that the inspiration for its inclusion comes from a popular, if controversial, Hindu figure named Satya Sai Baba, who claimed to be a reincarnation of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He's known for supposedly materializing these ashes in his hands. This, my friends, is the Marble Gallery, and it starts off with a bang as it immediately bestows what is probably the most powerful sub-weapon in the game, the Holy Water. It does a fair amount of sustained holy damage over time, and most enemies can't clear the height of its flame unless they're able to fly. This doesn't necessarily break the game because there are plenty of enemies out there that can avoid it, but it's almost unfairly powerful against most monsters and bosses, so we're going to hold on to it for the most part. That actually brings up an interesting point. In previous games of the series, obtaining a new sub-weapon would immediately delete one that you might already be holding, which is frustrating if you accidentally grab one you didn't intend to. Rondo of Blood changed this though, in that the previous weapon would sort of pop out so you can recollect it, just like in Symphony. This enemy is the Ouija table, which are usually referred to as talking boards or spirit boards, as participants would use a small object called a planchette to supposedly let spirits move their hands around the board to spell out words or answer questions. While talking boards were first mentioned in China in the 1100s, what we consider a Ouija table was popularized in the late 19th century when sold as a parlor game. In fact, the word Ouija is actually a trademark of toy company Hasbro. It drops the morning set, which is basically a standard breakfast, and barley tea, which in the Japanese version is actually beer. The slinger here is called the skeleton rib in the Japanese version, and is meant to imply that it tears off its own rib and, well, slings it at you. The projectile is actually made of polygons. Igarashi stated in the Double Fine Devs Play video that it was easier to rotate them that way as opposed to redrawing them in pixels. They drop the leather shield and the knight shield, which is nice, but we can find one later. The marionette enemy could be a reference to several classic horror movies that use possessed dummies or insane ventriloquists as antagonists, like the 1929 silent film The Great Gabbo and 1945's Dead of Night. They drop items that increase intelligence, a state directly related to magic use, most likely due to the fact that the marionettes are magically animated. The Smart Potion will boost intelligence briefly, and the Circlet will add 5 points to it when equipped. Not much to say about the Spirit Orb relic other than that it shows the amount of damage inflicted on enemies. As an action RPG though, this information is useful for sussing out enemy weaknesses and resistances. While the North American version of the game renames this enemy the Plate Lore, the Japanese version refers to it as the Heavy Armor, which connects it to older games like Rondo of Blood and specifically Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis. It's a challenging foe this early on, but the Holy Water will make short work of it. It drops the Iron Ball, which is a one-time projectile, and the Neutron Bomb, which damages all enemies on screen. Skellerangs are some of my favorite enemies in the game. They're kind of standard stationary projectile attackers, but getting close to them makes them cower in fear. They drop boomerangs and fire boomerangs. These ghosts will spawn indefinitely for some low-level experience farming. They're from the first Castlevania game originally, and are made to be so weak that they bounce right off of your shield. They occasionally drop a $400 money bag and anti-venoms. Alright, we need to clear the air about this enemy, known as the Devil in the Japanese version, but Cthulhu here. He's kind of a standard demon with horns and wings, right? And is somewhat passive until provoked, but doesn't fit the description of H.P. Lovecraft's ancient eldritch evil. Another enemy that we'll meet later actually will, though, so it's possible that the translation team mixed them up somehow. It drops the Pentagram and Bat Pentagram, both damage all enemies on screen. Here we are back at the entrance. Notice how the Bone Scimitars are now replaced with bloody zombies. We'll see more changes on our return trip later. The subtitle of the game, Symphony of the Night, is known outside of North America as Nocturne in the Moonlight, and both are interesting names for their wordplay. Before we get to that though, it's worth noting that Castlevania games around this period use subtitles that mention terms generally associated with classical music. This practice began with Rondo of Blood, in that a rondo can refer to a musical form where themes or refrains would alternate between different themes, or as a musical character type, because a rondo type of music is fast and vivacious according to its entry on Wikipedia. This trend continued past Symphony and through most of the other Igarashi-owned games, like Harmony of Dissonance, Aria of Sorrow, and Lament of Innocence, all of which have symphonic or musical terms in the title. Symphony of the Night, then, is a little on the nose as far as this recurring motif is concerned, but is something of a reference to, you guessed it, the 1931 Bela Lugosi Dracula film. Early in the movie, when Renfield first meets the Count in the castle, he stops to listen to the howl of a wolf outside his walls.
Listen to them. Children of the night. What music they make.
Nocturnes are a musical composition that first became popular in the 18th century that are, according again to Wikipedia, evocative of the night and were normally played at evening parties. The term comes from its application from a very old Catholic tradition known as the Liturgy of the Hours, specifically when evening or night offices were prayed. Obviously, it's also where the term nocturnal is derived, which is a word that refers to animals that sleep during the day and wake at night. You know, like vampires. There are actually some items high above us that require some other relics to obtain, like a strength potion and a hammer. They wouldn't be that useful for Alucard right now anyway, so it's okay to pick them up later. These annoying little guys are Fleamen, which are so named because they jump like a flea, according to the bestiary. They're actually enemies from the first game, and are a reference to the character Fritz in the 1931 Universal version of Frankenstein. Popular culture eventually evolved the common name of the, quote, hunchback henchman to Igor over time. probably due to a confluence of movies like House of Frankenstein from 1944 and 1955's House of Wax. He drops cheese and the takemitsu, which is a two-handed bamboo sword that does blunt damage. It may be named after Japanese composer Toru Takemitsu, who once fashioned a record needle out of bamboo to listen to taboo classical Western music during his time in World War II.
You seem human, and yet, what do you here?
I've come to destroy this castle.
Then we have the same purpose. I'll trust you for now. I'm Maria. Who are you?
Alucard.
Not the talkative type, I can see. Well, perhaps we'll meet again, if you live that long. Farewell.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here, so let's start with Maria, who is a character from Rondo of Blood. In that game, she acted as a captive and then playable character after being freed by Richter, whom is her brother-in-law. In this game, she acts as something of a guide or even Greek chorus, and that running into her means that the story is progressing. In Rondo, she was a sprightly 12-year-old girl that commanded spirits of the Chinese zodiac as powerful weapons, which, again, we would have seen if Richter was losing in the flashback fight at the beginning of the game. In fact, she's far more powerful than Richter himself, as she represented something of an easy mode for that game, which belied her cute demeanor. Toru Hagihara, Rondo's director and Symphony's co-director, did this intentionally, according to an old magazine interview translated by Shmupulations.com. 5 years have passed since the events of Rondo, making her 17 in this game. Further versions of the game have added her presence more and more. She was a playable character right from the beginning of the Saturn version, and was added as a mid-game boss fight for Alucard in the Dracula X Chronicles, re-released for the PlayStation Portable in 2007. Incidentally, a different interview, also translated by Shmupulations, mentioned that there was originally going to be substantially more dialogue and story in Symphony, but much of it was scrapped because it lopsided the flow of the game. On to the room itself. This room is intentionally ominous and is supposed to infer a certain scope in the game. A player will notice a break in the center of the ceiling, which should imply that you can either fly up through it or maybe fall back down to this room. The angel statue on the upper left will always either open or close after the dialogue with Maria, though the jump height is just out of reach at this point, which should give the player incentive in how to acquire the necessary tools to reach it and double back later on. This statue opens every minute and closes on the next, and will obviously lead to another area of the castle. However, if the in-game clock hits its maximum, 99 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, it will remain shut permanently. The face of the clock reflects your in-game playtime, as also found on the subscreen. It also has panels that open every 20 minutes. The top one opens when the minute hand hits 2, and then closes in favor of the bottom one opening when the minute hand hits 6. They both close again at 10 to the hour. Lastly, this area can famously break the sequence of the game. By acquiring the Soul of Wolf relic, which we'll see in the next episode, a player can perform a jumping stomp move when jumping during wolf transformation, something that's not normally unlocked until after acquiring the Leapstone relic. By stomping on this sconce, a player can make it up to the left statue without going further into the game. Alright, let's move on. I somehow missed them in the last video, but the skeleton enemy is from the first game in this series and drop a shield potion and Monster Vial 3. This is the stopwatch sub-weapon, which will either freeze enemy in place for a short period or slow them considerably, though some monsters are immune. It opens another passage in the castle, but we'll circle back around to that later. This weapon is originally from the first Castlevania. The Bible sub-weapon that we just picked up flies around you like a sort of shield, which can kill low-level enemies and block projectiles. You can throw 2 of them at once, doubling the amount of damage and protection. It came from Rondo of Blood originally. As we head into this corridor, pay attention to a couple of things. First, there are several layers of parallax scrolling in every area of the game, but they're often obscured by pieces of the background. This section shows them off effortlessly. As you're enjoying them, keep a lookout for the giant peeping eye in the window following you. This is a recurring series enemy, but one content in this game to just keep an eye on. The grotesque monster that we've been killing is called Diplocephalus, which may be a misspelling of Dicephalus, which is a fetus born with two heads, or two conjoined twins with two heads. Diplo, though, means double, or in pairs, which I guess is still accurate for this enemy. It drops a pentagram and a tart, which is maybe a play on the back half of the enemy, as tart, in British slang, can be a derogatory word for prostitute. In the Japanese version, this enemy is called Amphisbaena, which is a reference to Greek mythology, as it was a snake or dragon with heads on both ends. It spawned from the dripping blood of Medusa's severed head. This is actually an enemy called Man-Eating Plant, which originated in Simon's Quest of the NES. In this version of the game, though, it's called the Stone Rose, which is both a reference to the fact that it can stone Alucard, a status effect that freezes him in place for a brief moment, and probably influential early 90s Manchester, UK band the Stone Roses. These guys drop the leather shield and a meal ticket, which I'll talk about more in depth in a future video. Before we go, let's take a look at the map to see the length of the area that we've just gone through. Igarashi mentions in the Double Fine Devs Play video that this section of the castle was meant to give the player a clue as to the size and scope of the game. We've just covered a long stretch that connects the west end of the castle all the way to the east. Welcome back. Much like the last episode that showed the length of the castle with the marble gallery, the outer wall here will give a player a clue to the possible height of the map, but it's still neither the tallest nor deepest section of the game. This area is important from a design perspective though, not just for the area that it covers. Up to this point, the locations in the game that Alucard has traveled have extra exits that I skipped, but only because Alucard couldn't access them without acquiring certain key items. The outer wall though leads out to zones that players may not be able to fully map, but will show them that the game is beginning to branch and become non-linear. Aesthetically, this area is the only one with multiple weather effects, which is a little odd considering we'll see other places in our travels that can look outside of the castle. Symphony's original co-director, Toru Hagihara, personally programmed fog and rain and made sure that they occurred randomly whenever you enter the area. This is according to the game's other co-director, Koji Igarashi, in the Double Fine Devs Play video. Okay, on with the game. Inside this space is a gem, which in this version of the game can only be sold to the librarian for some extra cash, though a player can equip them in Alucard's accessory slots if desired to no effect. They have various degrees of rarity, making them more or less valuable, and a handful of enemies drop them rarely. I'll bring them up again a little down the road. We have two choices, but let's go down the wall first. This is the Armor Lord, whom we may as well refer to as a sub-boss this early in the game because he's no joke. Sure, the Holy Water sub-weapon or even the Vibhuti would certainly make this fight easier, but since we gave him up a little bit earlier, we'll have to go toe-to-toe with it. It originally appeared in Rondo of Blood carrying a physical shield, but it can summon a reasonable facsimile here. It appears in future games in the series as the Great Armor, which is its name in Symphony's Japanese release. It drops the Rapier, which has a multi-stab attack with a fireball motion, and the Saber. Both of these would be nice upgrades at this point, but you'd have to be hilariously lucky to get them to drop, because this particular Armor Lord doesn't respawn upon leaving and re-entering the room after killed, making this encounter fairly unique in the game. Which begs the question of what it might be guarding. At first and even second glance, it feels anticlimactic to come into an empty room, or even get a chunk of hit point refilling meat hidden in a wall, but in just a little bit, Alucard will find the real reward. After about 25 seconds, we can obtain the Jewel Knuckles and the Miracuias quite early in the game. The Jewel Knuckles themselves greatly enhance Alucard's physical attack, and the Miracuias will give a nice little boost to his defense. The real prize is in the Miracuias' other ability, which renders Alucard immune to stone status. Honestly, while the purpose of this series is to show you everything that the game has to offer, it feels a little disingenuous to overpower ourselves this early on. So, while there's absolutely nothing, quote, wrong with using this stuff, it's mid-game gear, so let's just keep it that way. Normally, you wouldn't be able to access this room until much later after finding the Form of Mist relic, which this handy tooltip hints at. We'll have to go back the way we came, thankfully with no more Armor Lord to deal with. A little further down the road and we find ourselves besieged by blue Medusa heads. These are pests from all the way back to the first game in the franchise, and are worth briefly talking about. Video game critics like Jeremy Parish have often cited the early NES Castlevania games' design as instructive and important because they were built specifically around the limitations of the player protagonist. Since Simon and Trevor Belmont from the early games were very methodical with both their movement and attack speed, the levels of those games were expertly crafted around them, as well as their jumping heights and distances. The Medusa heads, then, were the perfect, most elegant foil for the Belmonts, in their clay feet nature. They fly in a movement pattern known as a sine wave, which repeats indefinitely until the enemy is off-screen. And like their appearances in other games, they have the novel ability to pass through all of the solid objects in the game until their journey to the other side of the screen concludes. Generally, they've all been weak one-hit kills in every game, but their physical strength wasn't so much their calling card as their abundant presence and knack for knocking protagonists off of ledges for quick, often cheap deaths. In fact, Igarashi mentioned in both the Old Strategy Guide interview recently translated by Shmupulations and his GDC talk in 2014 that they purposely removed falling into pits and dying from Symphony as something of a design tenet because the difficulty that came with them would intimidate new players. The byproduct of that change in design philosophy, at least in this encounter with the Medusa heads, might rob them of their terror or annoyance that they might induce from a player familiar with the older games, but they're just as irritating for their continued never-ending spawning, and for some of the more complicated things that we'll have to do around them in a future video. An article originally found on Kotaku Australia by game designer Hamish Todd goes into great depth about the subtly complex beauty of not only the sine wave, but also the Medusa heads' askew appearance and bloodlines for the Sega Genesis. It's worth further reading and linked below. For now, they drop the Resist Stone consumable and the Medusa Shield, which, for an enemy that indefinitely responds, is a super rare drop. Equipping it not only gives Alucard resistance to stone, but it can be used to ram into enemies, and if they're not immune to it, stone them in return. There's a lot to talk about in this curious room. First, Igarashi states in the Double Fine Devs Play video that this vase was originally going to have flowers that bloom and grow out of it as the game moves forward, but they dropped this idea. Next, you'll see a bird flying below us outside of the castle. This is actually a totally unique sprite and is not found anywhere else in the game. It'll lay eggs in the nest and will eventually hatch them. Finally, we have this telescope on the left side of the room that can look out onto the lake surrounding the castle. This early on in the game, we'll see the boatman making his way across it, which spawned a myth about the game for years that looking into the telescope was necessary to trigger Alucard's meeting with him later on. The Devs Play video put the kibosh on that though, when Igarashi himself debunked it. So, with no enemies in the room, no items to collect, and a few morsels of trivia that affects literally nothing other than the need to map it, this is probably the most fascinatingly useless room in the game. Time to go. These guys are the next level up from the Axe Knight we met earlier, but the shields they carry are really just for show. However, they drop the Axe Lord shield, which is a pretty good upgrade from the leather shield we're still packing. They also drop the Axe subweapon. There's a nice bit of visual storytelling happening in this room. From what we can see, both the door that we came in from and the bars partitioning off the next room have been blown open. And we have a hung person in a corner next to the only pieces of furniture found in this whole section of the castle. Now the question is if this person was attacked and hung, or if they've hung themselves. Were they watching over something in the next room, or did they create it? We don't really know. The Doppelganger is what the next room holds. He's an exact recreation of Alucard, but at experience level 10, as the name implies. He can unleash a few moves that we don't have this early in the game, though, and this is a design trick to make the player wonder how they might obtain them, or maybe just look forward to that point. Specifically, he can turn into a bat and use the Wing Smash move, or shift into the form of mist if he's really in trouble, but this seems to be sort of rare. Doppelganger boss enemies became an on-again, off-again motif in the series, and originally started as a late-game boss in Castlevania III Dracula's Curse for the NES. Our reward for killing him is the Gladius, which is a hiltless sword used by ancient Romans. It's also the name, albeit mistranslated, of another Konami franchise that we'll see referenced a few more times as the game goes on. Here's another old-time favorite enemy from Rondo of Blood named the Skeleton Ape. He's certainly the skeleton of a primate, maybe like a giant gorilla, and tosses flaming barrels at us. Sound familiar? He drops a bunch of bananas and a stick of dynamite. This Spear Guard, also from Rondo of Blood, is a pretty versatile attacker because he'll poke you if you're above him or below him. His in-game description reads that he attacks with a naginata, which is a Japanese halberd. It will drop a javelin used for throwing and an iron cuirass. This is the Bone Archer, which will shoot 2 arrows before reloading. It drops a magic missile, which is a standard single-use projectile originally from Dungeons & Dragons, and a $400 money bag, giving this enemy kind of a Robin Hood vibe. The Bone Musket enemies are really great. Igarashi mentions in the Devs Play video that they were programmed to attack specifically in a 3-man flintlock rifle rotation. One shoots, then backs away to reload as another steps up to fire. All of it happens in perfect synchronicity. This was inspired by the way that Japanese warlord Oda Nobunaga trained his rifle companies. They drop a magic missile and a talisman. The talisman is interesting because it can randomly absorb damage taken based on your luck stat. The higher the luck, the more likely it is to soak up the punishment. This is the only game in the series that names this enemy the Sword Lord, as it's called the Victory Armor in Rondo of Blood, and eventually Harmony of Dissonance. We'll actually find something of an evolved version of this guy in the Clock Tower, but that's jumping ahead a little bit. This is another instance of anticlimax though, because he's kind of a strong enemy, but not really defending anything other than a $100 money bag. Anyway, he drops a cutlass, which is commonly thought of as a naval weapon for close-quarter combat when ships were being boarded. It's still equipped to some sailors as a ceremonial thing even today. He also drops the Bikitoa, though it's better known as the Bakakwa, which is a small double-edged sword from Zimbabwe. Both of these are nice upgrades to what we have at the moment if you want to farm this guy to get them, but we can score them in other ways later on. I'm sure you couldn't miss our friends the Medusa heads as we head up. The yellow one will inflict you with stone status, making the Miracuias we picked up a little earlier look pretty attractive right about now. Other than stone, the yellow ones are practically identical to the blues. And here we have our first shape-shifting relic, the Soul of Wolf. With it, we can run through the castle at a higher speed than Alucard's slower, though certainly majestic walk. It further upgrades with other relics we'll find later too, which makes attacking and passing through enemies easier. Igarashi mentioned in the Devs Play video that the form of wolf was put into the game specifically to make castle navigation faster, not foreseeing that speedrunners would figure out the shield slide. This relic, along with its counterparts, the form of mist and soul of bat, are references to Bram Stoker's Dracula. In it, the Count shape-shifted into these 3 forms periodically, which is something that film versions usually cut down to transforming into a bat. This isn't the first time the series calls back to the book. Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis, for example, had a non-Belmont protagonist named Jonathan, whom was the son of Quincy Morris from the novel. Getting back to the actual form of Wolf, double tapping the controller will let him run, which bestows a farther jumping distance. It can also help you high jump by pressing down and up on the D-pad and hitting jump, not unlike the flash kick motion from the Street Fighter games. Lastly, it's the only form that can travel underwater, which will be useful closer to the end of the game. Now that we're at the top of the wall, it's time for our last bit of trivia for this video, and it's a fun one. In the Devs Play video, Igarashi mentions that since Alucard is Dracula's son, he must have lived in the castle at one point in his life, so they were going to put in a sort of Alucard bedroom into the outer wall. Inside would have been a skeleton butler that would help you decorate the room with objects that you would find strewn about the castle. It got pulled from the game and was replaced with this save room, which we may as well use, but no good idea gets tossed out for good. Igarashi circled back to the idea for Harmony of Dissonance for the Game Boy Advance, which is the next game in the series he helmed after Symphony. If you're a longtime player of the franchise, the Long Library might look familiar to you. A library level first appeared in Super Castlevania IV for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System in 1991, and its influence here in Symphony of the Night is apparent with some of its aesthetic choices and recurring enemies. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Historically, it was certainly common to have a library in a castle like this. In fact, many aristocrats of the period had libraries in their homes as the Renaissance moved forward. But close to the end of the 18th century, where this game takes place, the concept of public lending libraries was beginning to make traction in Europe. Before then, many parochial and monastic libraries operated by religious orders would actually chain books to the shelves and tables, which, as we move through it, obviously doesn't happen here. So moving inside, we find recurring series enemy Dullahan, renamed Duran here in the North American version of the game, probably due to mistranslation. He first appears in Castlevania III, Dracula's Curse for the NES, and it also appeared in Super Castlevania IV as a common sword-wielding foe. He was promoted to boss status in Rondo of Blood for the PC Engine, but returns to grunt level here. He drops the Hide Cuirass and Rapier, which the Armor Lord also dropped, but it's more logically farmed from this enemy if one is so inclined. A rapier is a thin sword used mostly for stabbing and quicker movements than something like a broadsword would provide. It was often used in civilian combat between the 15 and 1700s. Dullahan comes from Irish folklore as a horseman holding his own decapitated head that will take a life when its ride has concluded. Sometimes it's depicted using a carriage and wielding the spine of a dead man as a whip instead of a mounted horse and a sword. The headless rider myth and story is proliferated throughout the world from Germany to India, though perhaps the most famous iteration of it for American audiences was Washington Irving's famous short story, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Here's a funny room. Laid out on the floor for us to collect is a bronze cuirass, which is the next step up from the hide cuirass if that's what's still equipped. What's funny though is its placement underneath the tall, thin opening in the ceiling. For the sake of length, I won't revisit this room in a future video, so it's worth mentioning the use of this small chimney now. Above us is the Master Librarian, whom we'll meet in just a little bit, but it seems that he's a shopkeeper with loose pockets, as this bronze cuirass implies. By using the gravity boots in quick succession, Alucard can steal items from him as the game goes on, including a life vessel to add hit points, a ring of arcana, the Axe Lord armor, and the only place in the game where a player can find the Dracula's tunic armor. This enemy, the Ectoplasm, also originates from Super Castlevania IV. They're interesting for a few reasons. First, they're the first enemy in the game that we've encountered that can cause Alucard curse, which prevents him from attacking for a brief period. Luckily, they drop the uncursed consumable to counteract it. They also drop mana prisms, which will refill a magic meter. The other fun fact is that this enemy is strong against bladed weapons like what Alucard would logically have equipped at this early stage of the game, but not blunt ones like a mace or even his fist. If a player was experimenting with their weapons and attacks at this point, they'll find that monsters like the Ectoplasm imply that enemies have different affinities and defenses, which we'll also touch upon a little further down the road. The term ectoplasm comes from Nobel Prize-winning French physiologist Charles Richet. It's often described as the physical manifestation of the metaphysical, like the tactile feeling of a ghost, and was said to appear through mediums during seances in the 1800s. These instances were proven to be hoaxes, though, long before Egon could get a sample for study. Up here are the flying spellbooks, which, again, first showed up in the series in Super Castlevania 4. They're the counterpart to the ectoplasm in that they're weak to bladed weapons and strong versus blunt ones. They're a book of beginning spells, according to the librarian's bestiary, so they drop a pentagram. They also rarely drop a $1,000 money bag. This is significant because in the Double Fine Devs Play video, series producer and Symphony co-director Koji Igarashi mentions that this comes from a practice by Japanese people to hide cash in the pages of books. In that video, he also mentions a certain place that will make the money bag drop with more regularity if you kill 2 spell books simultaneously, but I could never get it to work. The Thornweed here can only be hit by dropping something on it or attacking downward, which normally isn't a problem, but makes certain weapons like the Bossillard useless against it. It drops strawberries and grapes. It is, of course, originally from Super Castlevania 4, and is the youngest in a family of enemies that we'll continue to see as the game goes forward. In the Japanese version of the game and all other entries in the franchise, it's known as the Uni. The Fairy Scroll relic's only use is to produce the names of enemies that are being fought in the lower part of the screen. But it makes thematic sense that it's found in a location like this, I suppose. It's being defended by 3 magic tomes known as Weapons Dictionary in Japan. Like their counterpart, the Spellbook, these enemies drop $2,000 money bags, as well as a saber.
It's been a long time, old one.
Oh, it's you, Master Alucard. What do you need?
I need your help.
Young Master, I cannot aid one who opposes the Master.
You won't go unrewarded.
Really? In that case, just tell me what you need.
Let's meet the Master Librarian finally, whom bears something of a resemblance to Italian polymath Leonardo da Vinci. As you can see, the primary purpose of this character is to purchase items, but he also offers a few other services.
I'm interested in this.
First, we can sell any gems that we find throughout the game to him.
Thank you.
You can purchase videos detailing ways to conquer the bosses, though there are several ways to overcome enemies in this game, so don't take them as gospel. Next, you can view a bestiary of enemies, but note that you have to attack them at least once to make the list. With a clear Game On file, you can also listen to a sound test, which includes a song called Silence that's only found here and nowhere else in the game. You may notice that the menus may animate differently every time they open up. He mentions in the Devs Play video that he couldn't decide on which animation he liked best, so like the save game icons from the first video, he just kept them all in the finished product. As far as items available for purchase, the list of goods grows as the game progresses, expanding the most once you hit the second major phase. Keep in mind that many of the items I'm going to mention are listed once you hit that second phase. The Jewel of Open is the only item that's absolutely necessary to buy, which is why the price is so low. It's a relic that will open the few blue-tinged doors in the castle, and is known as the Unlock Jewel in the Japanese version. As far as actual stuff on the shelves, most of the items listed below can be obtained as rare drops from enemies, but a few items are Librarian Store exclusives. Starting with weapons, the only 2 that are obtained here are the Thunderbrand and Harper. The Thunderbrand is a sword with thunder elemental properties, as the name implies, but aside from its boost in attack, it doesn't have a lot of practical application, as only 2 monsters in the whole game are weak to thunder, the Skyla and Hippogriff bosses. This makes the thunder affinity basically useless, as these monsters are in the first phase of the game, while this weapon can't be bought until the second. It has a thunderburst attack using a fireball motion at the cost of some of the magic meter. Its name in the Japanese version, as well as its in-game description here, is the Thunder Sword of Indra. Indra is a deity of rain, lightning, and thunderstorms in Hinduism. In later Hinduism, he's seen as something of a god of war. The Sword Harper is the most powerful sword from a raw stat perspective found in the first phase of the game, but it doesn't have a special attack, so it's just straight muscle. Harmony of Despair, a multiplayer Castlevania game released for the Xbox Live Arcade and PlayStation Network, clarifies the description of this weapon to state that it's the legendary sword that beheaded Medusa from Greek mythology, which would make it a harpy, which is a sword with a sort of sickle-like arc at the end. In the myth, Perseus was given one by his father Zeus to slay the Gorgon. As far as headgear is concerned, you can buy a velvet hat that looks like a stocking cap, or a leather hat that looks more like a ball cap. Also a silver crown, which gives the highest intelligence boost of any headpiece in the game. For body armor, we can buy the steel cuirass, which is just slightly stronger than the iron cuirass, and the diamond plate, which is one of the strongest armors in the game from a straight defense stat perspective. All of the cloaks that the librarians sell are unique. The first, the reverse cloak, gives a small boost to constitution, and the color of which can be reversed, hence the name, through the system's menu in the subscreen. Next, the elven cloak, or elf's robe in the Japanese version, is so named for its green color. Finally, there's Joseph's cloak, or made to order in the Japanese version. With the system's menu, you can change the colors of it as you see fit. Its name in the North American version is a biblical reference to Joseph, the youngest son of Jacob, whom was bestowed a coat of many colors, which drew much jealousy from his older brothers. As for accessories, Alucard can buy the Ring of Pails, known as the Pearl Ring in Japan. This is the first of several rings in the game that boost all of Alucard's stats, this one by +1. Next, we can buy the Duplicator accessory, which is the most expensive item in the game by far. It's only available after a cleared game appears on the memory card, as it clearly breaks the game by itself. Equipping it along with any consumable lets you use that item infinitely, making it a favorite of speedrunners using a Buffalo Star throwing weapon. It dramatically drops Alucard's stats when equipped, but the potential devastation it causes is a pretty small price to pay. We won't be using it for this run of the game, but I'll bring it up again in a future video. The librarian also sells a variety of spell scrolls that list the controller input for respective magic attacks. I'll talk about magic in a later video, so these aren't worth getting into now. Lastly, the librarian will sell you an incomplete castle map, which is cute, but totally worthless for our purposes. With that, there really isn't a lot to say at this point about the long library. While some luck run finagling can push Alucard farther above his normal jump height for a teensy bit of sequence breaking, the rest of this area can't be explored yet without the use of other relics we'll grab in later videos. Let's make our way outside the library and on to our next destination then. The placement of this, the first warp room, should be a hint to players that your next stop should be close to where this warp room takes you, which is right back to the castle entrance. Again, bone scimitars have been replaced with bloody zombies at this point. We'll see more differences down the road. As we make our way back through the marble gallery, we can clearly see that we're meant to backtrack through previously conquered areas, which is something of a tenet in this genre, which has come to be known in the common video game parlance as Metroidvania. The term was first coined by freelance games writer Scott Sharkey sometime in the late 90s after Symphony's release. Though it's a very direct portmanteau, it's certainly not incorrect. This particular Castlevania seemed obviously influenced by non-linear side-scrolling action games of the period, like Nintendo's Metroid franchise, specifically Super Metroid for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. According to Igarashi's 2014 GDC presentation on the genre, which he used to co-opt the name into Igavania, The main influence of the exploration-based gameplay was from a different famous Nintendo franchise, The Legend of Zelda, though he did mention that he and his team were fans of the Metroid games as well. In both the GDC talk and the strategy guide interview nearly 20 years earlier, just recently translated by Shmupulations, Igarashi pointed out that this genre shift from linear level-based gameplay to non-linear exploration-heavy design was meant to give the player more bang for their buck. I'm paraphrasing here, but he mentions that if someone were to pay $60 for a video game, they should get their money's worth.
So, we meet again, Alucard.
It seems so.
As friendly as ever, I see. It's strange. This castle is different than I remember it.
This castle is a creature of chaos. It may take many incarnations.
So I can't trust my memories, huh? Oh well, I'll do my best. Good luck.
Another encounter with Maria tells us that we're right on track for the critical path of the game. You may be wondering what we're doing in a place like a castle chapel. After all, this is a video game about a centuries-old vampire whom is constantly resurrected from the dead to fulfill a diabolical, satanic role as the ultimate evil, so your curiosity isn't unfounded. A castle in Europe like this one, though, commonly had chapels built into them long before the 18th century when this game takes place, making this a historically accurate location. That is, if this were actually Vlad III's castle. History has the Wallachian warlord connected to several separate Romanian castles, including Bran Castle between Transylvania and Wallachia, Poenari Castle in Mount Cetetia, and Corvin or Hunyadi Castle in Hunedoara. Of the three, only Bran and Hunyadi had chapels, as Poenari was more of a fortress or citadel, and Vlad was a prisoner in Hunyadi for a time, not an official owner. History has proven through his own writings that author Bram Stoker had no knowledge of any of these places, though, and envisioned Castle Dracula from the novel as what we commonly see in a Castlevania game's intro, on an empty, ominous mountaintop. Still, if we're connecting the character to the man, it still makes sense that Vlad III would have a chapel in this castle, as he and his bloodline were connected to the chivalric Order of the Dragon, which, again, is where Dracula derives. This order of knights was founded to fight the enemies of Christianity, often cited as specifically the Ottoman Empire, so Vlad was a Catholic God-fearing Wallachian. He would also have to be a wealthy one for a chapel of this size, as they weren't exactly cheap to have built indoors at the time. As we make our way through it, you'll actually see that it's a fairly faithful recreation of a large chapel of the time, right down to the holy water font right here in the narthex. It also makes sense that this is called the Royal Chapel from an architectural standpoint too. The nave of castle chapels, the central aisle where followers were seated, were often split in two. The common folk being seated underneath, while the royalty and castle lords would be raised above them, not unlike a balcony. The nave of the royal chapel here is also connected eventually to the castle keep where Dracula's throne is found, which we'll see in a later episode. While we make our way up this giant staircase, it's worth pointing out that this is one of the first games in the Castlevania series to famously drop the staircase mechanic that was found in practically every other game in the franchise up to this point, other than exceptions like the Castlevania Adventure for Game Boy. Above us is a nice collection of items, but we can't get them yet without some relics found later. This enemy is the Bone Pillar, which is a common series foe that was originally from the first game on the NES. Like in most games of the franchise, killing the lower Bone Pillar will drop the top stacked one downward. It will rarely drop an anti-venom consumable or a ballroom mask, which is a piece of headgear that grants +2 to defense. Up here is the corner guard, or slant guard in the Japanese version. Not a particularly challenging foe, and more of a nuisance really. It drops a cutlass and a Damascus sword. The latter is named after the capital Assyria, of course, but also refers to the method of folding Damascus steel for weapon forging, a technique that is believed to have been lost to time. Because of this, Damascus swords have something of a mythic status about them, that they can cut through solid rock and never shatter, which is just a little bit far-fetched. You may not believe it, but this spike ball can be killed. It has its own level, hit points, and rare drops, even though it's not listed in the Librarian's Bestiary, and is technically part of the Bone Pillar as far as this game is concerned. Obviously, killing the lower Bone Pillar will free it to roll down the stairs and kill anything in its path, but if you're diligent enough to whittle away all 500 of its hit points for rare drops, you'll find an Iron Ball and the Axe Lord armor, one of only 2 places of the latter of which can be found without using a code at the beginning of the game. The chancel here is defended by the first of 3 different kinds of spectral swords that we'll encounter. It originated in Rondo of Blood. Oddly, this is the middle child as far as their respective strength is concerned, and we'll see the weaker one in the next episode. It can still be a challenging encounter at this point in the game, though. The poltergeist swords it summons will grant some low-level experience when killed, and even drop a Takemitsu on occasion. The actual floating sword in the middle, though, will drop either a broadsword or a bastard sword. The broadsword is known as the Kotzbalger in the Japanese version. These swords are primarily sidearms for pikemen and archers for when enemies got too close, and its broad blade and round point made it ideal for cutting and not stabbing. It was the signature weapon of the Landsknecht, a formidable German mercenary force around the 16th century. The bastard sword is commonly referred to as a hand-and-a-half sword, but this is a modern term that was coined in the late 19th century. This is a standard European longsword often used in late medieval combat, and there's some contention as to the technique of its use. Some historians contend that it was a one-handed weapon, while others see it as a Beidenhander, or two-handed sword, also often used by the Landsknecht. Of these 2 swords in the game, the bastard is the strongest, but they're just still basic weapons with no special attacks. Above the pulpit here is a pair of goggles that raise defense by 1 and intelligence by 4, making them superior eyewear than the sunglasses that we found earlier. This room is a great little touch. It's a booth made for the Catholic rite of confession, where a person would lay out their sins to a priest and then observe reconciliation. As you may have already noticed from an earlier video, Alucard can have a seat in many of the chairs in the game, and by doing so here, he's subject to 4 randomly generated effects. First, on the confessor's side, a priest in either blue or purple garb will hear his confession. If it's a blue priest, it may randomly drop wine, which was censored to grape juice in the North American version of the game. This is a reference to the Last Supper, where Christ transfigured wine into his blood and shared it amongst his apostles, which is symbolically still used to this day in Christian prayer services, alongside breaking and sharing of bread to represent his body. If it's a purple priest, though, the curtains will close, and Alucard may be impaled if he isn't careful. The other side of the booth can let Alucard play act as a priest hearing confessions as well. From this angle, a sinister woman in pale green garb will again try to stab him, though a woman in red will continue dishing out her sorrows until Alucard gets up to move. A 2016 article on the AV Club about this room went so far as to speculate that this might actually be the ghost of Alucard's mother, Lisa, finding a way to come to terms with loving a homicidal vampire, but really, who knows? It's linked below. Lastly about this room, there was dialogue recorded for the priest that states the sign of the cross, which is still found in the code of the game disc, but was left unused. You can hear it at website The Cutting Room Floor, also linked below. We're now moving outside of the chapel proper to a series of interconnected bell towers. Above us is the Black Crow, a close relation to previous games' Crow and Raven enemies, placed to perturb in complicated platforming sections as far back as the first Castlevania. It drops an aquamarine and a red bean bun. We're also dealing with a never-ending torrent of winged guards or flying skeletons in the Japanese version. These monsters originated in Dracula's Curse for the NES and often fly in Medusa head-like wave patterns in other games. They're just minor annoyances here and drop the iron shield and javelins. This is our first encounter with the Hunting Girl, whose transparency effect is another product of the PlayStation hardware. The hitbox in this enemy is actually in the sword, not the spectral body that flashes on the screen, so that's what you should be attacking. This enemy in the Japanese version is called Nemesis, which is a goddess of retribution from Greek mythology that would exact revenge on mortals who succumb to hubris, or arrogance against the gods. The most famous story she's involved in was that of a hunter named Narcissus and his vanity. Upon observing his cruel behavior toward the people that loved him, Nemesis lured him to a pool where he fell in love with his own reflection and eventually died as he refused to look away at his own beauty. The term Hunting Girl is possibly a play on this story, as it also involved the invisible wood nymph Echo, whom also fell in love with him, was spurned, and was so distraught that she spent the rest of her days wandering the woods until only the echo of her voice remained. The enemy drops a piece of cheesecake, which may be because we're looking at a mostly naked contour of a woman, not unlike a cheesecake or pinup photo. She also drops the Werebane sword, which is strong against enemies like werewolves, whom we'll see in the next video actually. It has a rapier-like stabbing effect with a fireball motion. This Blue Raven has the exact same stats as the Black Crow, but drops a Zircon and Pork Bun. It's also less hostile than its counterpart. These narrow passageways are ideal spots for the bone halberd enemy and its long reach. Known as the skeleton spear in the Japanese version, the bestiary notes that it's also a naginata-wielding enemy, like the spear guard from the Outer Wall. It drops a javelin and ham and eggs, which, according to its in-game description, will not only restore hit points but also raise cholesterol. Better be careful. Here we have the boss of the area, the mythological hippogriff. These creatures have the bodies of horses, usually depicted as mares, and the head of an eagle. The earliest recorded mention of it was from classical Latin poet Virgil, but has been attributed to myths and stories as a steed for wandering knights and wizards, and has a close relation to the Greek god Apollo. It's something of a staple of modern fantasy literature.
Impressive. You're very strong.
What is it you want? You didn't come here to tell me that.
You're right. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Of the Belmont clan? Of course, but...
He disappeared about a year ago, and I'm sure he's here. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
Thank you. So, you do know how to be a gentleman.
Before we move on, we have to take a second to discuss this room and the mural behind us. Now, nothing is explicitly stated in the game about the painting and what it represents, so let's just use what we know to find some possible meaning here. First, we've seen that the Royal Chapel is a very close representation of an actual church's individual sections, except for the sacristy, the room where the priest robes and prepares for Mass. If this were to be it, was the hippogriff the priest? Following that thread, Dracula states in the prologue that religion enslaves humanity. Therefore, having a chapel like this one in his evil castle makes a little bit more sense. This painting in the background with 6 winged skeletons slaughtering humans takes that metaphor to a rather extreme conclusion. The number of skeletons is also symbolic. The number 6 was considered holy and perfect. The Hebrew Star of David has 6 points, God created world in 6 days with humanity on that day, and even the yearly Seder dinner at Passover has 6 foods on the plate. However, much like something else in the Bible that was holy and perfect and ultimately corrupted and perverted, The number 666 is closely associated with the beast from the Book of Revelation, which also, by extension, is associated with Satan. This comes up again here and there in the series. Dracula, as a final boss, for example, has 6,666 hit points in Harmony of Dissonance and Portrait of Ruin, and we'll see this number again ourselves in a few videos from now, denoting a hellish encounter in a somewhat more subtle way. Lastly, this painting may represent the opening of the sixth seal, also from the Book of Revelation. This refers to a vision by St. John of Patmos about the coming apocalypse, the second coming of Christ, and the book or scroll that was bound by 7 seals, the opening of which had profound effects on humanity. With the opening of the 5th seal, survivors of the first 4 previous openings were clad in white robes to note their faithfulness to God and the martyrs that were slain for him. The 6th seal was the big stuff, though, where the sky went as black as sackcloth, as is happening in the painting, and great calamities fell on humankind. Really dark stuff. While we could have farmed one of these from the Sword Lord in the Outer Wall or the Corner Guard earlier in the video, here's a free cutlass, which is a nice upgrade if we haven't already found something better. So here we have the Castle Keep, which houses the throne room seen earlier, but we won't be getting that far. In fact, this area has some nice teases to incentivize players to further explore the castle and come back to this location down the road, which is necessary to complete the game. The keep of any castle was usually a fortified tower for nobility that would be something of a last resort or final refuge if the castle would fall to an adversary. The keep of this and other games in the series share a recurring staircase leading to the throne room, which we saw in the first video and will again later. This weapon is the Tyrfing, and there's a lot to say about it. For the most part, it's a totally useless item for normal runs of the game. It actually drops Alucard's attack stat by 30 points, and is saddled with the Dark Elemental Affinity, which many enemies in the game are strong against, since it really doesn't do much of anything unless you have a fairly powerful Alucard to play with, which at that point would have outclassed this sword several times over. Its presence in the game at all is a bit of a mystery. Well, aside from acting as a handicap for high-level playthroughs, its location serves as a clue to what you'll be fighting with if you're about to finish the first part of the game, or maybe achieve the bad ending. The boss of the keep is one of only 2 enemies in the entire game that's weak to dark elemental attacks, which is basically this weapon's only use. It's slow to strike and has no special attack. It's also a cursed blade according to Norse mythology. It actually figures heavily into a myth known as the Tyrfing cycle that begins with a king, a grandson of Odin, forcing 2 dwarves to make him a blade that would never miss a stroke and that cuts through stone and iron as though it would through clothes. The dwarves, though, cursed the finished sword in revenge to both kill a man whenever it was drawn and bring about 3 unnamed evils. These evils involved other mythological figures that eventually became the king of the Goths and whom shaped Norse mythology and history in profound ways. These flying annoyances are called flea riders. They originally appeared in the first Castlevania for the NES as they dropped flea men from up above to ambush you, but are thankfully one conjoined pain in this game. They drop hit point refilling turkey and some ham and eggs. In Japan they're known as the Semler, which might be a reference to Johann Salomo Semler, a German church historian, biblical critic, and quote, father of German rationalism, whom died just a few years before this game takes place. Finally, here's the Leapstone relic, known in Japan as the Flightstone. No matter what you call it though, it dramatically opens the game up for further exploration since granting the ability to do a double jump. We can also stomp on enemies with a downward kick by pressing down at the D-pad and the attack button. It's a weak attack, but is useful for bouncing off enemies. With this, a player can backtrack to previously explored locations to open up new routes, which is exactly what we're going to do next. Other than the obvious practical use out of the Leapstone, it has 2 cool footnotes. One is the flash of wings as Alucard uses the second jump in midair, which is easily visible. The second occurs if he were to be inflicted with the stone status. Instead of a normal immovable half-vampire, on rare occasion he'll become a giant gargoyle. As Dracula can take multiple forms, this is probably a glimpse into what Alucard's vampiric true nature might be. Let's take a short break in this warp room. You may have noticed that the statue in these rooms is the same other than the central piece, which changes to denote the location that you've warped to. I'm not spoiling too much by saying that this is the closest warp to the end of the first part of the game, so the lion head may be significant for a few thematic reasons. First, the lion is often called the king of the jungle, and we're close to the master of this castle. Second, in getting back to the religious apocalypse we spoke about earlier, this might represent the Lion of Judah, the only being capable of opening the 7 seals, what would set up the lord of this castle as a false prophet. As the enemy that we'll find later winds up being a false final boss, it's a stretch, but it fits the symbolism. We have a little bit of time to kill, so let's talk about magic. From the outset of the game, Alucard can use various magic spells instead of simply wielding corporeal weapons. These use a chunk of the blue magic meter at the top of the screen, so they're very resource intensive early on, but can easily turn the tide of a difficult fight if properly used even once. They're activated using complex controller commands, not unlike playing a fighting game, and are easily stumbled upon through some experimentation, though we can purchase the moveset from the librarian. Even if you were to buy or fumble across them, though, they'll permanently be listed in the status screen for reference. Here's a quick breakdown of each spell. Dark Metamorphosis is a state that Alucard can go in that will heal him if he kills enemies that spill blood. Not all enemies do though, so a player needs to be cognizant of which monsters are useful prey. Summon Spirit conjures a sort of homing missile toward enemies for minimal magic cost. Hellfire is the famous 3 fireball attack used by Dracula in most games of the series, as well as Alucard in his appearance in Castlevania 3 for the NES. This is a very versatile spell in that will give him a brief period of invincibility with a teleport beforehand, and can be altered to cast Dark Inferno if a player holds up on the controller during the teleport. Dracula uses this as well in the prologue fight with Richter. Tetris Spirit is a more powerful version of Summon Spirit, as it sends 4 ghosts after foes instead of 1. Soul Steal swipes hit points from enemies within the area of effect. As well as magic, why don't we talk about elemental damage as well? If you remember when I brought up the Holy Water, I mentioned that it deals sustained holy damage, and that it's just one of the many different added attack bonuses that Alucard can both dish out and take. They range from fire to ice to dark to poison, and you can tell what sort of elemental attack is taking effect by the myriad colors that both an enemy and Alucard will flash when it's used on them. Keep an eye out for when I grab certain weapons later on and what part of the rainbow those beatings represent. Fun fact, the US manual of the game mentions that elemental damage exists, but is simply a blurb about bonus damage. According to Andrew Pemrich, a commenter in one of the previous episodes, this is brought up in some detail in the full-color Japanese manual. Here we are back at the clock room, and it's time to open up that alternate path with the stopwatch that I mentioned in an earlier video. Simply using it unlocks the right statue, which leads us to the Alucard gear, which are weak replicas of the endgame weapons that we had equipped before Death stole them at the beginning of the game. In a lot of situations, it's downright suicidal to use them at this point going forward, but equipping all 3 items jumps Alucard's luck stat up by 30 points, which is useful for item farming and critical attack chances. Taro Hagihara and Koji Igarashi, the game's co-directors, reminisce in a strategy guide interview translated by Schmuckulations that there was originally going to be a much better set of items in this room, with correspondingly more challenging ways to get in, like a difficult platforming sequence, or the stone statue only moving at a certain time of the day based on the PlayStation's internal clock. Once they decided on getting in with the double jump and the stopwatch, they, quote, quickly and lazily made up those crappy Alucard items. I hesitate to get too deep into the stories behind this location, but we start this video briefly making our way through Orlox's quarters. Alucard will be quickly stymied by his lack of ability to properly map it all, so we'll definitely see it again down the road when we can really open it up. Defending this somewhat open area is the weakest of the 3 spectral swords in the game. Like its tougher sibling, this one drops a broadsword, and the poltergeist weapons it summons can drop a waka knife projectile. It's a misrepresentation of a knife connected to the Mbaka ethnic tribe found in the Central African Republic. We'll grab a broadsword for ourselves in just a second. In Japan, and in other games in the franchise, this enemy is known as the Hammer Shaker, but just Hammer here in the North American version. He's one of the Giant Brothers according to the in-game bestiary, and we'll see another one in a second. The shaft of the hammer doesn't inflict any damage, and the enemy can be staggered with a consistent enough beating, so fighting up close is viable. It drops a hammer consumable, which Alucard cannot use on his own, and a gold plate, which is a decent enough upgrade to the silver plate we're still wearing. The blade here is called the Red Smasher in the Japanese version. He'll kick you if you get too close and may pursue you if you try to retreat from it. Like the hammer, it's a giant brother, the eldest in fact, and it drops a gold plate and a hunter's sword, or Jagdplatte. These are short sabers used to cut the sinew of the hind legs of deer after dogs would wear it down during hunting. It drops defense by 1 when equipped and are slightly stronger than the Damascus sword. Both of these enemies originate from bloodlines from the Sega Genesis. Nothing particularly noteworthy, but take notice of the goat's head in the facade of this room. If you notice throughout the game, this imagery is found on walls and statues here and there. In Christianity, goats tend to be associated with the devil for a couple of reasons. One is that the Greek god Pan bears a resemblance to a goat with his cloven hooves and horns, and as Christianity spread, these other gods were considered false. The second is a quote from the New Testament book of Matthew that mentions humankind in metaphorical terms as sheep versus goats that had seemed to evolve over time. Into the Colosseum proper, pay attention as we move through to the structure of the facility. As the backgrounds and layouts suggest, this top portion is an entranceway and even bleacher seats, and the lower reaches are the cells where whomever is fighting in here would be kept. Castles may have had places of entertainment in the 1700s, but a full fighting pit like this would have been somewhat barbaric by the time this game takes place, so an actual Colosseum on castle grounds isn't what we would call common. Exceptions probably occurred though. The famous Roman Colosseum was at one point fortified as a fortress for the Frangipani family when the empire was shifting from electoral leadership to warring factions. This is the Blade Soldier. It drops a $400 money bag and the Namakura sword, a two-handed katana that causes curse damage. It's in-game description that it's a blunt sword, and it's a reference to a 100-year-old Japanese animated short film called Namakura Katana about a samurai who foolishly buys a blunt sword. It shows up in later games under the name Blunt Sword. Converse to that is the Blade Master, or Skeleton Blade, also from Rondo. It's certainly no novice based on its energetic moveset. It will drop a cross shuriken projectile and a shotel, which is a curved sword from ancient Ethiopian descent. It can be thrown with a fireball motion. This sub-weapon that originates in this game is called the Agonea. It throws a small projectile into foes, and if the player holds down the attack button, it will constantly stream bolts of lightning into them until the button is depressed or they run out of hearts, making it a powerful, if resource-intensive weapon. It's a little hard to tell, but the sprite is that of a small gun or even taser. According to the Castlevania Wiki, a contributor found an entry on the Romanian Wikipedia page that places the name Agonea within Slavic myth. He was the youngest son of Svarog, a Slavic fire deity, and his role was to provide purification and protection from heaven. Here's a free Knight Shield, which makes the leap past the Iron Shield from the leather one we still have equipped in terms of defensive strength. You might be sad you skipped an iron shield though, but we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Look at this room full of enemies, and as Alucard plows his way through them, go ahead and wonder what they're defending at the end of this hallway. Here it is, perhaps the most versatile object in the game outside of the mighty duplicator, the shield rod. By itself, it's a fairly strong blunt weapon. It has a relatively slow swing speed, and the head of the rod is the hitbox that damages enemies, making point-blank attacks ineffective. But these are minor downsides to an otherwise grossly overpowered weapon in the right hands. First, a sonic boom motion will emit a floating shield that deflects enemy projectiles. These shield orbs are actually a reference to Konami's flagship shoot-'em-up franchise Gradius, as a player's ship can be upgraded to deploy these shields. Second, and much more important, for a small expenditure of magic, the shield rod can cast an item-specific spell if you have both the rod and a shield equipped by pressing both attack buttons simultaneously. These range from quick stat boosts to game-destroying super attacks. Let's take a quick survey of each shield spell we would have found up to this point. The leather shield boosts defense for a brief period by summoning maybe this shield's unfortunate ancestor. The knight shield we found a little bit ago boosts attack briefly. The iron shield summons a sword attack that hits every enemy in its path in multiple times, great for boss fights. The axe lord shield summons an axe lord straight out of Rondo of Blood for some berserker style attacking. The rare Medusa shield will fire a laser beam. The Alucard shield does nothing really. It still wastes magic though. We actually had another shield early in the game, but we're going to save that for now. You'll see why in a future video. As we find more shields going forward, I'll point out their spells in the side window. Funny enough, this weapon will eventually be outclassed by a better item later in the game, but through some easy early game trickery, the shield rod will handily break Symphony of the Night from this point going forward. For the purposes of this video series, I suppose you should get used to seeing it now. We're going to loop around the perimeter of the Colosseum and end with the boss fight in the middle. This is the Owl Knight, whose behavior changes depending on how you deal with his feathered friend. By killing the owl first, and yes, these are the same owls that we saw flying around Alucard in the intro to the game, the Owl Knight will kneel in shock over his dead ally for some free attacks. If he lives through it, he'll blindly attack you without letting up. If you were to kill him first, the owl will have the same reaction. According to series producer Koji Igarashi in the Double Fine Devs Play video, this enemy is actually a reference to the old man and his dog, found in a secret room in Castlevania IV for the Super NES, who had a similar reaction to the dog dying. It will drop a cutlass and a medal, which is an accessory that adds +1 to both attack and defense. The Gravekeeper enemy comes from Rondo of Blood and is a master of unarmed combat, according to the librarian. He drops some miso soup and natto, a Japanese soybean dish. In terms of the Colosseum layout, it looks like he's defending what might be the bathroom for gladiators to wash up after a fight. They probably needed a good stiff drink too, which is why he's babysitting this sake, which was censored to green tea in the North American version. These half-horse Valhalla Knights, or dead troopers in the Japanese version, eternally seek combat according to the bestiary, so they ride back and forth endlessly and will even hop up to hit you if you try to jump over them. They're named for the Norse myth of an otherworldly realm where fallen warriors and kings, called Einherjar, amass and await the coming Ragnarok, which is something of a cataclysmic final battle in the mythology. They drop an Estok, which is an extremely long sword made for stabbing through plate armor. Its in-game description reads that it's a German thrust sword, but Estok is actually a French word. We'll find one on our own later, and its attack animation briefly scoots Alucard forward, even if used in the air. They also drop a Claymore, which is a two-handed Scottish longsword. It's slow to swing, but has a charging attack with a sonic boom motion. Of the two, the Estok is the stronger weapon. I suppose no Colosseum would be complete without an armory, which is the first of a few that we'll see in our travels. Almost every sub-weapon in the game is found here, with one exception that we'll uncover a little bit later. The Paranthropus enemy is called the giant skeleton in the Japanese version. The term comes from a genus of extinct hominins that descended to gorillas and probably humans over time, as noted in its slightly prehistoric nature and giant femur swinging. In this series, this enemy hails from Rondo of Blood. It's also unique in this game in that it drops 3 rare items instead of 2. Normally, it will drop a turquoise to sell to the librarian, and a gauntlet, which is an accessory that raises attack by +5. However, if you already have a cleared save file present on the memory card, it has an even more rare chance to drop the Ring of Varda, one of the multi-stat boosting accessories in the game. In fact, this one is the most powerful, in that it jumps attack by 10, strength by 30, intelligence by 30, defense by 10, constitution by 10, and luck by 5. In Japan, this item is called the Skull Ring, and it appears in later games as equally powerful but cursed. Here, it's named after a character from Tolkien's Silmarillion that was part of the pantheon of gods and is associated with the concept of light as opposed to darkness. As characters and concepts tend to repeat over the cycles of time in Tolkien's Legendarium, the casual fan might think of Varda as a godlike predecessor to the elven Galadriel. Before we move on, take a peek at this background. That's the corpse of the giant behemoth that chases Richter in Rondo of Blood and Dracula X for the Super NES. The bloody room we saw a second ago must have been either the torture chamber from when gladiators got out of line, or wherever the castle meat cutters got rid of their spare body parts. Whatever, the blood cloak we found there must have been the garment they wore for this gruesome duty. It boosts Constitution by +4 and will bestow hearts to Alucard if he were to take damage. It's called the Bloody Mantle in the Japanese version. This handy little item will transport Alucard to the entrance of the librarian's shop in the Long Library from anywhere in the game, including the middle of a boss fight. Its presence here is actually a clue to our next stop after exploring the rest of the Colosseum, so let's get to that.
Who are you? Open Hell's Gate. Come forth, my servants. The scent of your blood. You're a Belmont. Crush this flea who invades my castle.
So if we're paying attention to the plot, that's Rondo of Blood protagonist Richter Belmont stating that he's running this place. The two enemies that we're fighting are both bosses from Rondo of Blood 2. Werewolves are common antagonist figures in various world folklores. The concept of men turning into wolves, though, stretches as far back as antiquity, as the Roman poet Ovid mentions an instance where the god Zeus punishes the child-murdering Lycaon by transforming him into a wolf. The Minotaur is another monster from Greek myth that was found at the center of King Minos of Crete's labyrinth. It was famously killed by the hero Theseus.
I'm certain that was a Belmont, so he says he's the lord of this castle.
One of the rewards for finishing this section of the castle is this large elevator, which helps with traversal, and is probably the only way Dracula's minions got that behemoth corpse down to the bottom floor. The other is our second shape-shifting relic, the Form of Mist. Like the others, this form is a reference to Bram Stoker's Dracula novel, and can be powered up by other relics that we'll find over the course of the game. Its primary purpose is to fly through the grates that block various pathways, but has a couple more subtle uses. For one, it gives Alucard a brief moment of invincibility if he's in trouble. As for another, it can give him just enough extra height on a jump if necessary. Since our next item on the itinerary is to circumvent our jumping problems, though, this fringe benefit won't go widely used. Speaking of which, Hello again, and welcome back to the Long Library. One of the design hallmarks for what we now commonly refer to as a Metroidvania is returning to previous areas after obtaining new ways to explore them. In the Metroid series, this was generally done with the use of new weapons like missiles for red doors and the ice beam to hop up on enemies. The Castlevania franchise, though, uses new abilities for their protagonists as keys to move forward. For this area to be completely mapped, we were required to find two: the double jump by way of the leap stone, which we'll see used very quickly, and the form of mist, which will come in handy in a few minutes. Future videos in this series will see some backtracking to previous areas, which we're going to see a little bit later, but the route that we're taking going forward is meant to limit that as much as possible. This is the corpse weed, which is known as the human faceplant in the very on-the-nose Japanese version. It's a step up from the une that we found the last time we were here. There's actually a slight hit point difference between the base of the plant and the face that it grows at the top. Not that it matters to Alucard and his might. It will drop a potion and an anti-venom. I'm sure you may have been wondering what could possibly be more annoying than the Flea Man. Lucky for us, the game has an answer in the form of the Flea Armor. It's exactly what you think it is and drops a high potion and an iron cuirass. This is a neat room. First, these chairs only appear in this one spot in the game, and can be sat upon like other large chairs. Next, the candle on the table drops a stone mask, which is a piece of armor that boosts defense by 2 and intelligence by 4. Its in-game description states that it's an ancient ceremonial stone mask, and further games in the series where it recurs call it a creepy mask used in rituals where the heart of the victim is offered to a dark god. This is all a reference to long-running Japanese manga JoJo's Bizarre Adventure by Hirohiko Araki, where the stone mask would change humans into vampires. In classic creepy castle style, we also have a secret room behind the bookcase if we keep pressing against it. Its rotating effects complemented the PlayStation's polygons. Here we find a topaz circlet that boosts intelligence by +10, and has the bonus effect of healing Alucard whenever he's inflicted with poison damage. We also have the very useful Holy Rod, which is a blunt weapon with a super fast strike speed. There's something of an extra holy blast by using a sonic boom motion. Here's the boss of the area, the Lesser Demon, whom is interesting for a few somewhat inconsequential reasons. First, it has the ability to summon other enemies to aid it. The Mudman that it can conjure, though, is only found here and nowhere else in the game, and must be killed during this fight to find its entry in the Librarian's Bestiary. I'm not spoiling too much by telling you that the Lesser Demon will be found again later, and will cease to summon these enemies at this point. Also, a user on the cutting room floor found that there was a listing for a greater demon for this fight in the game's files, but no such monster exists in the game. It's possible then that this boss fight was meant to play out with a different enemy sprite that was either never finished or cut at some point. When we find the Lesser Demon again later, it will have a chance to drop an Obsidian Sword, which is a great sword with a dashing thrust activated by a sonic boom motion, and a Holbein Dagger. The latter is called a Swift Dagger in the Japanese version because of its quick strikes that Alucard can make even while walking. A Holbein knife, though, is actually a tool used for painting with its flat, dull tip. It's named after two German painters named, appropriately, Hans Holbein the Elder and Hans Holbein the Younger, whom lived between the 1400s and the mid-1500s. I call this a clever localization as the attacks from the dagger are an array of colors. Notice the placement of this stopwatch sub-weapon. We're about to pick up another important relic, and this item is actually a clue to our next stop after leaving the library. We'll need to head back through the clock room to get to Orlox's quarters. Lucky for us, though, we already mapped a quicker route. And here we have Alucard's final transformation, the form of Bat. As I said in a previous video, the various forms that Alucard can take are references to Bram Stoker's Dracula novel, and changing into a bat has easily remained the most famous due to its appearance in an ocean of vampire films and other various popular culture. With this, we now have the ability to properly map the vast majority of the game and access some out-of-the-way locations. In addition to its obvious gifts of flight, the form of bat can be powered up in a few ways that we'll find down the road, and has a wing smash ability that counts as a magic spell in the spell list. Here we have the first of the many familiars in the game, the fairy. We have a lot to say about these little helpers actually. First, and perhaps the most widely known, is that there was 7 familiars in the Japanese version of the game, but 2 were cut for international releases, the Sprite and Nose Devil. The Sprite is actually the same as the fairy here, with the added ability to sing to you after finding an additional item. The Nose Devil is the same as the Devil familiar we'll find a little later, but is in fact a joke character. Famous Japanese voice actor and comedian Joji Yanami recorded comedic dialogue for it. The cutting room floor found that all of these, from the familiars to the Sprite's song to Yanami's dialogue, are actually still on the North American Symphony of the Night disc though, and can be accessed via Game Shark codes. Familiars also come fairly overpowered. Co-directors Toru Hagihara and Koji Igarashi mentioned in a strategy guide interview translated by Schmupulations that they barely made the cut due to scheduling, and they didn't have time to balance the game around them. This can show in some of the more overt uses, like how our new flying friend can bail us out of most sticky situations, but also in how they can shatter the fabric of the game. We'll see later how some of them can help us hustle the librarian for infinite cash and act as an accomplice to bust out of the castle, all by simply letting their dialogue play out. In fact, most speedruns of the game are based on the fairy's dialogue glitching the librarian to ultimately buy a duplicator in Buffalo Star very early in the game, a combination that does a stupid amount of damage. The fairy's primary use is as a healer. She'll pull items such as food and potions from your inventory when your hit points fall beneath a certain percentage, and will use anti-venoms and uncurses on you if you were to be so afflicted. There are also 2 special consumables that she can only use. The hammer, which will break Alucard of petrification, and a life apple, which instantly restores him to life if his health hits 0. Now that we're heading back into Orlox's quarters, it's time to discuss its namesake and maybe get into why certain pieces of media are considered classics. Certainly there are books, films, television shows, and video games that do things first, innovators and visionaries that take nascent media and define its methods, like Robinson Crusoe or Pong. These are followed down the line by works that can codify a media's vocabulary going forward, like maybe Citizen Kane or Super Mario Bros. We can look back at these artifacts and clearly articulate their place amongst their peers for being dramatic paradigm shifts. Sometimes, such as in the case of The Birth of a Nation, one has to separate appalling subject matter to identify profound technical skill that was years ahead of its time. But there's a gulf thereafter. Certainly further work is innovated and forward thinking, and these have stood the test of time to be considered masterpieces. Others have scaffolded so many great ideas into a larger mosaic that their greatest achievement, for lack of a better way of putting it, is by simply being good. They stand above their contemporaries and continue to enlighten and entertain well after their time in the sun by not doing anything new, but by simply doing what they do better than anyone else. Symphony of the Night's place in history is very much defined by the context around its release, the last hurrah for two-dimensional games that was inspired by previous masterpieces to become something greater than the sum of its parts. A video game that was good at a time when its kin were supposedly fading away. F.W. Murnau's Nosferatu is a similar masterwork. Certainly it was not the first silent film, nor the first horror movie ever to be made, or even the first film to bear Dracula as a character. A 1921 silent Hungarian film titled Dracula's Death, now considered a lost film, holds that honor. It was, however, the first time the Dracula narrative was put to film, though with many of the names changed due to the Stoker estate's hold on the novel's rights at the time. Though not a clearly defined piece of the German expressionist film movement, of which other works of Murnau had been, Nosferatu is a piece of singular horror film vision. Its stark visuals and dramatic use of contrast are only part of why we consider it a work of genius to this day. Like Symphony, it was something of a film out of time, being released in 1922, only a few short years before the jazz singer revolutionized movie sound and the silent era would come to a close. In fact, the Stoker estate sued the film's producers and ordered all prints of the film destroyed, but enough of them had survived that it finally made its way to the United States in 1929, the same year the jazz singer was released. Evidently, significant changes to names and locations weren't enough to keep it from being nearly completely lost forever, thank goodness, including replacing the name of Count Dracula with Count Orlok, for whom this area of the castle is named. Incidentally, the subtitle for the film's German release was Eine Symphonie des Grauens, which roughly translates into a symphony of horror. The jars we open on the way up here contain a mana prism which restores drained magic, a resist fire which of course boosts fire defense, and a luck potion that spikes Alucard's luck stat briefly. Remember way back in the first video when Alucard's dialogue with death replaces no with because they just had it lying around? It comes from this situation where he changes back into his human form in a situation where he can't move. And here he is, Count Orlox himself. Notice how he at least retains the bald head that actor Max Schreck affected in the original film. The librarian notes that he's a magic-wielding vampire that rules the upper part of the castle, which is significant for the series because it's the first time that other vampires are mentioned in the Castlevania universe outside of Dracula and Alucard. He takes multiple forms after his first is killed, much like Dracula 2, and for what it's worth, the first is 666 hit points. Our prize for overcoming Orlox is the Echo of Bat Relic. By itself, it's fairly useless, but has a significant use in a later part of the castle, which we'll see in a video down the road. This is the sword familiar, and it's perhaps the most widely used by Symphony players based on its potential damage output alone. In this early stage, it will fly roughly close to an enemy's placement in a room and perform a spinning attack, but will fly in and out of the screen to snipe foes once it hits level 50 and above. At that point, it will also become a weapon that can be equipped like a normal sword. Out of the gate, Alucard and the sword familiar can perform a magic spell called Sword Brother that attacks all enemies on screen, which has a much more fascinating secondary use. It glitches the hell out of the game. First, we can perform this in various spaces of the castle and fly outside of the walls, which appears on the in-game map as white squares and not blue. Clever glitch hunting players have found places all over the game that use this for a little extra exploring, but there isn't anything significant to be found on the other side of the castle walls. Another game-destroying use for the Sword Brother spell is how it mangles the game's integer values to duplicate jewels. This means making piles of copies of any of the jewels in the game to make piles of money off of the librarian. To do this, Alucard casts the spell just before speaking to the shopkeeper. If the weapon is spinning, he can access the pause menu, something not normally permitted during conversations with an NPC, and equip a jewel into his accessory slots. As long as it's the last of any particular jewel in his inventory, he can exit the pause menu and still sell this one item, which has the handy effect of creating 255 copies now found in his inventory. As the water in this fountain changes to blood, let's wonder together if this is a reference to the Versailles stage in Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis, or one of the plagues of Egypt from the biblical book of Exodus, when Moses similarly transfigured the Nile. If this room feels like an anticlimactic letdown, it's because it's a byproduct of removing the sprite and nose devil familiars from the game. The North American localization team had to reshuffle where a few of the familiars were found, and this is actually where the sword familiar was originally. With that, we'll quickly map the rest of this open space, and then say goodbye to Orlox's quarters and head to our next destination. Last thing about the Sword Familiar is that there's a nice bit of cut content that Igarashi makes a mention of in the Double Fine Devs play video. There was originally going to be an ability or spell called Darkness Edge that would be performed by both the Familiar and Alucard. Dialogue was recorded for it in the Japanese version, and would start by the sword yelling, "Be sliced to pieces," with Alucard following screaming, "And die." The attack would then begin with both saying, "Darkness Edge." It was ultimately cut because they couldn't figure out what the ability actually would be, and the best way to implement it. We begin again in the clock room, which is a perfect place to take a quick detour upward now that we have the ability to fly. It won't take long. Here's a smattering of items that the Fairy Familiar would use. The game assumes at this point that you found her, which, if you follow the path that we have, is exactly what happened. The real prize up here are these gravity boots, which give us the ability to super jump upward at the cost of a little magic. This is an inessential item, actually. You can do everything in the game without them, but it will certainly make things like mapping large areas faster and easier. Remember also that this is the item used in stealing items from the librarian, which we saw in an earlier video. We're heading toward another blue door that can only be accessed by the Jewel of Open. In fact, we're going to be taking a trip through an area that we could have mostly mapped just after the library, but couldn't have completely explored. Our trip through the castle in this video series is partly meant to minimize unnecessary backtracking though, so we're going to see it all in one fell swoop. This jar above us with a jewel inside is actually a good clue that we'd have to come back with further abilities if we wanted to see all that this area, the underground caverns, has to offer. The early going is populated by enemies that we've seen defending the outer wall, so they're not going to trouble us heading downward. This whole area is something of a recreation of the 4th level of the first Castlevania for the NES, complete with this trench we dropped down that started it all off. With our abilities, though, we're going to actually head right back up. There's a free claymore here for our trouble. This room full of jars should probably be a clue that a boss fight is right around the corner, since most of them are full of meal tickets. I'll get back to those in a second. The bottom jar holds the very useful Moonstone. It's an accessory that boosts all of Alucard's stats by +5, quote, after sunset, according to its in-game description. This is based on the total playtime. The game assumes that you began at midnight on the play clock, so you'll have this boost until you hit 6 hours of game time, which it then thinks it's morning. The stat boost will resume 12 hours later when the game clock strikes 18 hours, and continues on like this in regular intervals from dusk till dawn. In the Saturn version of the game, the stat boosts were changed to be based on the system's internal clock. Here we are in the confined nightmare sequence that was almost cut from the game because they could barely finish it on time.
Mother!
That voice! Alucard, it's you!
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
No, Alucard! Don't come here!
But Mother!
It's all right. If my death can save others, I gladly surrender my life.
Mother, no! Please, no!
Yes, Alucard. Watch me die, and remember always my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
You must despise humans. They are to be your prey.
What?
Better for them to die than to let them compound their sins. Begin by slaying that one over there.
No, it wasn't like this.
What's wrong? Alucard.
My mother never said such a thing.
What do you mean? Kill them and bring them happiness.
No, you're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
You broke free of my spell. I like that.
Demon, death is too good for you.
Come here, little boy, and show me what you've got.
The dialogue here adds a new wrinkle to the Castlevania mythos, in that Dracula had once loved a human woman whom bore him a half-vampire son, which we'll touch upon again in another video. Co-director Koji Igarashi mentions in the Double Fine Devs Play video that this fight was meant to be intentionally easy, which is only one of the reasons we're not having much trouble with it, and that the succubus enemy here was originally going to be topless to match the promotional art by Ayami Kojima that was used outside of the US. For the North American press, they cropped the art just under the collarbone. The sprite in the game is a bit of self-censoring though. Igarashi thought that the half-nude enemy might bring trouble down the road. A succubus is a female demon of various folklores that seduce men during your dreams. The reasons for doing so vary from story to story, often ranging from slowly killing men that have repeated nocturnal encounters with them, or to stealing their sperm to help an incubus, which is their male counterpart, impregnate mortal women. In Western culture, the succubus is often seen originating via stories of Lilith. It was the first wife of Adam before God made Eve in the biblical book of Genesis, according to some Jewish folklore. However, similar seductress-like demons appear in Middle Eastern Arabic and pre-Arabic beliefs, as well as in some Western Asian regions. These days, we tend to think of people as, quote, encountering a succubus to explain away wet dreams and nocturnal emissions, as the loss of one's precious bodily fluids outside of procreation with their spouse was seen as sinful.
Darkling, I smell your blood. desire? Could it be that strength, that beauty? You're the son of Lord Dracula.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
Wait, I beg of you.
For my money, this is also the worst voice acting in the game. Our prize isn't a hit point boosting life vessel, but the gold ring, an accessory used in a puzzle that we'll see a few videos from now. Getting back to the meal ticket, finally, it's an item that randomly generates hit point refilling food. A few items that appear are exclusive to the meal ticket. These include a Chinese bun or dim sum in the Japanese version, curry rice, a hamburger, a plate of gyros, which is aladoria in Japan, the lunch B set, a meat omelet, a mandarin orange, some parfait, a pineapple, a bowl of pudding, and a plate of spaghetti. The Stone Rose enemy from the Marble Gallery dropped the meal ticket randomly, and we'll find them again elsewhere later. The bandana we found earlier raises defense by +2 and intelligence by +1. Here's the only other pushable box outside of the alchemy laboratory. Blocking off the small spout of water on the wall will cause these spear guards to drown, stopping them from harassing us as we pass by. Sadly, Alucard doesn't gain any experience for the kills though. It's also a clue as to what would happen if Alucard here would go underwater himself. The shiitake mushroom that we grabbed is one of 2 different kinds of mushrooms we'll find. It's called the delicious mushroom in the Japanese version. Not an intimidating monster, but the frogs and larger toads here originated in Dracula's Curse for the NES. They also make appearances in various games in the series. The former drops pizza and a knuckle duster, which is the weakest of the fist weapons, while the latter drops also a pizza and blue knuckles. This is a unique fist weapon that uses an uppercut attack motion and can be activated while walking. As you might expect by my avoidance of water so far, the Earth's most abundant resource drains hit points from Alucard, so we need to be careful of it for now. This is actually another reference to Bram Stoker's Dracula novel, and that the evil Count couldn't move over water, which is why he needed to travel from Transylvania to London by ship. The frozen shade enemies here use attacks that are generated using the PlayStation's polygons, and are cold enough that they seem to freeze the background around them, which is a nice visual touch. They drop some ice cream and ice mail, which is a chest armor that boosts defense by +8 and is strong against elemental ice attacks.
I'll take you to a place which might be interesting for you.
Here's our friend the Boatman, known in this game as the Oarsman. The character first appeared in Simon's Quest for the NES, helping Simon cross a merman-infested lake. In Greek myth, the character of Charon performed a similar function by ferrying the dead across the unpassable river Styx to the underworld. Our shrill-voiced friend will essentially do the same for us soon enough. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to hop in the water and map this location at the expense of my hit points, but it isn't what I'd call the preferred method of exploring this area. We're not coming back through this way though, and mapping this section of the castle can be a bit tedious, so we'll take the hit to our health intentionally just this once. Inside the water here is a giant killer fish that appropriately drops an aquamarine and some sushi. Here we are back at the entrance, just east of where the hordes of mermen attacked us at the beginning of our journey. This isn't the route we're going to take, though. If we headed through this area first instead of skipping it with the warp back to the entrance after obtaining the Jewel of Open, this waterfall would have been the point of no return, forcing us to go back through the passage to the entrance that we just saw. Lucky for us, we have enough abilities that heading back up won't be a problem. Completely mapping this area is tricky though, because none of Alucard's other forms can breathe underwater at this point, including the form of Bat, making the gravity boots the preferred mode of travel. The toadstool mushroom that we found on the way up here has no use other than to poison Alucard, and the silly secret boots accessory does nothing but add 1 pixel to Alucard's height. If anything, it's a handicap because he's a slightly larger target when they're equipped. The real reason to head back up the waterfall is to get into this room, which frees our old friend the skeleton aim to break the board underneath us. The Herald shield below will add 1 heart for every projectile blocked. Its shield spell gives Alucard an extra boost to fire and thunder defense. Heralds are generally officers of arms that are dispatched to bring news and read royal proclamations, usually wearing a tabard with the coat of arms of its master emblazoned upon it. The shield we have looks enough like a coat of arms to make the naming fit. The toadstool mushroom we just found poisons Alucard normally, but if you have the topaz circlet equipped, which we found in the last video, it actually heals him for 1 whole hit point. Here's another interesting thing that the fairy does.
There is something funny about this wall.
She points out breakable walls. The merman statue we picked up earlier has 1 use in the game, and it's to make the oarsmen appear in this area and open up another chamber further ahead. It's called the mermaid statue in the Japanese version, and was probably changed during the translation because you find it so close to the infinitely spawning mermen in the entrance. This whole room is another callback to the original Castlevania for the NES, as it's a rough recreation of the beginning section of level 4. Now that we have the Holy Symbol relic, which looks conspicuously like a snorkel, Alucard will no longer sustain damage while underwater, and we can safely map the rest of this area. The elixir that we picked up is called the X Potion in the Japanese version, and will restore all of Alucard's hit points. We can also buy them from the librarian later if we want. At this stage of the game, the Skyla Worm enemy isn't much of a threat, and is one of the few boss fights that don't reward Alucard after being killed. We'll see why in a moment. Here's the full Skyla, which is the actual boss of the underground cavern. She's a monster from Greek myth that first appeared in Homer's Odyssey and was encountered by Odysseus and his men. Other myths give her several origins depending on the writer, as a water nymph changed to a grotesque monster by a jealous Circe, or a naiad whom later mutated via poison by a jealous Nefertiti. Her worms can be killed in this fight, making it a bit easier if encountered in the early game, but she won't pose enough of a challenge to us at this point. You can also worm your way behind her by taking a few well-placed hits yourself, which give you plenty of opportunity to torture with holy water relatively safely. The prize for beating her is the Crystal Cloak, known as the Invisible Cloak in Japan. It boosts Constitution by +6, it makes Alucard semi-transparent, which also affects the appearance of his bat form, as all capes do. The scimitar we found earlier is only a few small steps up from the short sword we had at the beginning of the game, so we're pretty far beyond it at this point. These swords are of Middle East, Central, and Western Asian descent, and are lightweight curved sabers used for slashing on horseback. Its in-game icon and attack motion strangely make it a straight sword, though. The fish heads are a nice touch in that they're essentially bone pillars found underwater. They attack by either spewing flame or shooting a missile-like projectile. They'll drop a Resist Dark consumable and the Ice Brand sword. Known as the Ice Sword of Rahab in the Japanese release, it's a strong mid-game sword that deals ice elemental damage, and has an elemental attack burst that deals double damage with a fireball motion. Rahab is a term found from the biblical Psalms as being another name for Egypt as the Hebrews fled it, as well as the name of a primordial water dragon in the books of Psalms and Isaiah, and further Jewish folklore. Incidentally, the Bible and Hebrew texts have a character named Rahab, which is often mistranslated to share the same spelling as Rahab, but is a prostitute that saved 2 Hebrew spies in the book of Joshua and the New Testament book of Matthew, whom in return spared her and her families when the Hebrews sacked the city of Jericho. The sword's probably named after the water dragon, though. The in-game description actually reads that this is the Ice Sword of Mim. Mim is a petty dwarf of the First Age of Tolkien's Silmarillion, whom was famous for both his secret treasury and the fact that he betrayed Turin and his outlaw band to Morgoth and the orcs. These nunchaku aren't actually chucks at all, they're tonfas, wielded as one in each hand for quick successive strikes. Nunchaku, or nunchucks to American audience, is a martial arts weapon of Okinawan descent, and has arguably little practical use according to historians. Odds are high that you've probably seen them in popular culture before, but they're actually illegal to own in many countries, including Canada. The tonfa, on the other hand, is a weapon also attributed to Okinawan martial arts, but may have origins much earlier than that. Its combat uses are wide and varied according to the placement of the grip, and are commonly carried as nightsticks by police officers in the United States. It's time to move on to our next location. By pressing the switch near the waterfall earlier, another skeleton ape will spawn on this lengthy bridge, but must be lured back to the wooden plank. He won't automatically find his way there though, so we need to keep him on screen but at arm's length so the flaming barrel isn't tossed too early. Welcome to the Abandoned Mine, which is one of the shortest confined areas of the game. In the Japanese version, this area is known as the Abandoned Pit to the Catacomb, which makes a bit more sense because the background doesn't suggest that this location is very mine-like. Regardless, it leads us downward into the lowest reach of the castle. While perhaps not a direct reference, this entranceway is reminiscent of the entrance to the final level of the first Castlevania for the NES. It's appropriately ominous for what we'll encounter next. This level is unique in that it front-loads us with a boss battle before granting us the opportunity to explore the rest of it. The Cerberus here, misspelled Cerberus in the North American version, isn't much of a threat though. It's weak to ice attacks and has a problem withstanding the onslaught of holy water from up above. It's a recurring series boss that first appeared in Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis, but snuck its way into Dracula X for the Super NES shortly thereafter. It's one of the more famous monsters derived from Greek myth, and is often depicted as a dog with multiple heads and a serpent tail, but its exact appearance changes depending on the writer. Cerberus served as the watchdog for the Greek underworld, but also appeared in other avenues such as Dante's Inferno, or Virgil encountered it within the Third Circle of Hell. It was also one of the labors of Heracles, as the Greek hero needed to capture it to prove his godhood. This enemy is known as the Salem Witch here, but Aluremnes in other territories. These are recurring characters in Norse mythology, otherwise known as the Volva. They were female shamans and seers to ancient Germanic tribes, with the goddess Freya being perhaps the most famous of them. A Salem witch, however, is a reference to a spate of wrongful executions that had taken place in Massachusetts in the late 1600s, where 20 people were accused of witchcraft and later killed, either by hanging or in prison, including 2 infant children. Over time, it's come to be known as a substantial cautionary tale in American politics and its legal system as the primary example of theocratic mass hysteria overtaking due process to terrible effect. The witches here drop shortcake in a gold circlet that raises intelligence by +6 and will heal Alucard of holy damage if inflicted. This annoying little enemy is the gremlin known as the Ukobak in both the Japanese version and further games in which it appears. It floats around and does nothing but leave small fires, which figures into its history as a lesser demon that keeps the fires of hell lit, according to Jacques-Colin de Plancy's Dictionnaire Infernal. In fact, its design in the game is based primarily on an illustration of the little creep in the 1863 edition of the book by Louis Le Breton. It's also a servant of the greater demon Beelzebub, which will come up again much later. A gremlin is a relatively new term for a small mischievous creature from various folklores like sprites and brownies. They became popularized in the early 20th century when British pilots claimed that their planes were being sabotaged by them, and the idea of little green men breaking down machines proliferated. Famous author Roald Dahl, himself part of the RAF, originally wrote a children's book depicting them that made its way to the Disney studios, but various projects to adapt it never materialized. The most famous gremlin of Western audiences, then, are the ones that you don't feed after midnight. Anyway, they drop a resist fire consumable and the fire mail armor that boosts defense by +4 and is strong against fire-based attacks. Here's our third familiar, the demon, or devil. It flies on its own and stabs enemies with various elemental attacks that become more robust as it gains experience levels. It also becomes more aggressive as it becomes stronger as well, and players that use the demon familiar often need to significantly train it with levels for it to become a worthwhile companion. The demon familiar's one unique attribute outside of combat happens to be its curiosity.
A switch. Why don't I press it and see?
This monster is the Venus Weed, so named because a naked woman blooms from within, similarly to depictions of the goddess Venus. Her name in the Japanese version, though, is Allura Une, which makes her the older sibling of the smaller Une, or thornweed enemies that we found earlier in the game and in this same cave. The name, though, is a clever and complex play on words. Allura Une is derived from the word Alrauna, which is the German term for mandrake. Mandrakes, or mandragora, are actual plants that have both toxic and hallucinogenic properties, and the roots have oddly humanoid shapes to them, which many believe to have led to their use in a variety of superstitions over the centuries. A myth about them that sprang in the Middle Ages about their origins, and that the semen or blood of hanged men crept into the soil beneath their dead bodies and formed mandrake plants. A German novel published in 1911 called Alrauna revised the legend as something of a cautionary tale against the prospect of artificial insemination when a genetics professor impregnates a prostitute in a laboratory. The products of both a witch that, quote, makes love with a mandrake plant from the legend and the prostitute in the book is a child with neither a soul nor the emotion or feelings of love, which are totally counter to a plant named after Venus, whom is the embodiment of love and sexuality in Greco-Roman myth. That's a little Byzantine, but there's a lot in a name, I suppose. The actual enemy only has 100 hit points and be killed from a distance before it blooms, but is repellent to blunt damage until it flowers. It then strengthens to 500 hit points, and its petals grow redder as Alucard inflicts slashing damage. It will drop a coral circlet that boosts intelligence by +7, and will render Alucard immune to curse status. It also drops the very interesting Heart Refresh item. This will instantly replenish 500 hearts for sub-weapon use, but has the spectacular side effect of totally destroying the fabric of the game. Along with the duplicator accessory, glitch-hunting players often use the Heart Refresh to pass through walls and access unused and unfinished content, as we saw in the first videos of this series when Alucard entered the beginning of the never-completed underground garden. Fitting in its way that this item dropped by a powerful plant is the one that would have led us there. And speaking of Venus, or rather her original Greek incarnation as Aphrodite, we have an item named after her man on the side, Ares, whom is the Greek god of war. The Japanese version, though, names this the Lauren's Ring, which bears a thematic connection to the enemies that we fought through to get here. Lauren is a treacherous king of dwarves that resided within a crystal palace inside of a mountain range. The entrance to the kingdom was a spectacular rose garden that Lauren, though, was very protective of. Versions of the story differ, but epic poems that depict the fantastical adventures of Dietrich of Bern display Lauren as having the ability to turn invisible in order to protect his kingdom, the princess that he had abducted and then married, and the rose garden. The item in Symphony has the curious effect of boosting offense by +24, which is evidently the strength of 24 men, according to its in-game description, at the cost of dropping defense by the same amount. These peanuts are an odd little touch within the game. The in-game description notes that they're difficult to eat, which is true actually. When used, the peanuts are tossed in the air, and the player must hold up on the control pad to catch them in Alucard's mouth. Kind of a lot of effort for 50 hit points. This is the Power of Sire, or Power of Father in the Japanese version. This is the most powerful bomb weapon in the game, which makes sense given its rarity. It's only found here and in one other location later on. The small icon seen in the inventory screen depicts Count Dracula as he's shown in the game, with his glowing red eye and long gray mane of hair. Upon using it, though, we see a flash of Vlad Tepes on screen. Its strength is in its multiple hits as it continuously attacks during the flashing animation. Contrary to the Power of Sire, the Karma Coin is the least reliable bomb found in Symphony. It's literally a coin toss, as landing on one side will cause a soul steal on all enemies on screen, while another will make a bolt of lightning strike the coin for brief, on-the-spot damage. The combat knife here is one of the stronger knife weapons in the game in that it attacks in 2 successive strikes. A sonic boom motion will affect a basic slash. These are the catacombs, the lowest reach of the castle and one of the most densely packed areas for its items and themes. A catacomb is any subterranean location where one would bury the dead, but are largely used in religious locations like the lowest area of a church basilica. Ancient Romans employed them, however, possibly dating their use to before the Christian age. As you'll see as we make our way through it, Dracula has made particular use out of this one over time, but one can't help but wonder who might be buried down here. There are an awful lot of dead bodies encased in these walls, as these underground cemeteries tend to have, but what could centuries-old vampires like this one have kept in this place? We'll find the answer soon enough. Right from the beginning, we're grave robbing 2 nice pieces of equipment, the Bloodstone and Cat-Eyed Circlet. The former is a pendant accessory that boosts recovery of various blood healing techniques, such as the Dark Metamorphosis spell. The circlet is named for a hard gemstone called cymophane, which is a type of chrysoberyl, normally referred to as a cat's eye due to its translucent yellow-green hue. In the game, it raises intelligence by +8 and has the highly situational effect of healing Alucard when he's hit by a cat, something that's not even possible until several videos from now. These were-skeleton enemies originate from Rondo of Blood. The Japanese name for them is the were-panther skeleton, which is actually pointed out in their in-game bestiary description. Like in Rondo, they actually take two forms, one bipedal and one quad, like an actual panther. They drop a strength potion and a garnet to sell to the librarian. This bone arc enemy is oddly very versatile. Called the high mobility bone pillar in the Japanese version, it can actually shoot projectiles at you from a variety of angles, and is a sort of electronic burst attack as well. The skeleton priests that carry it don't have an entry in the librarian's bestiary, but can be dealt with before killing the bone arc itself. Killing one will drop one end of the litter, while the other struggles to continue its journey. Killing both will drop the litter to the ground, but the bone arc will still be able to swivel itself and attack you. Killing the arc before either of the priests will cause them to run away from you in fear. All of them drop Monster Vial 3, but the Bone Arc alone drops a Skull Shield, which raises Alucard's defense by +4. Its Shield Rod spell is a callback to one of Dracula's alternate forms in Castlevania III Dracula's Curse for the NES. You wouldn't be alone if you passed through this room and thought it was just an empty space, since these coffins blend into the background. Cutting through them will either yield a Monster Vial 3 or a Blood Skeleton, though. Appropriate, I suppose, that there are Gravekeeper enemies here, but the Hellfire Beast is certainly more interesting. It can summon pillars of fire from below Alucard and shoot bolts of lightning from its fingers, which factors into its mythological namesake of Amduskius, which is its name in the Japanese version. Amduskius was a great king of hell according to the Lesser Key of Solomon and Johann Weyer's Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, that had a humanoid form at the head of a unicorn and claws for hands and feet. It could give concerts when summoned and would appear to the sound of trumpets. The Wikipedia entry for this being says it's in charge of the cacophonous music that plays in the underworld, which connects to its in-game description that says it's the musician from hell. It can drop the Lightning Mail, which raises defense by +8 and is strong against lightning attacks, and some Fire Mail. Take note of this background and the fire at our feet. It's guarded over by Losoth, known as Bifron in the Japanese version. Bifron is a demon of hell, one of the Earls, that transports corpses from their original graves to new places and will leave magic lights that appear not unlike candles upon them. It's said in the Lesser Key of Solomon that Bifron will appear as a monster but changes into a humanoid form when summoned. Losoth, however, is the name of a subset of men from Tolkien's Book of Unfinished Tales that lived in the snowy northern waste of Forod Waith. No, the reference doesn't make a lot of sense, but regardless it will drop a sirloin and the Firebrand sword. The Japanese version of the game calls this Agni's Flame. Like the Thunderbrand's reference to Indra, Agni is the Hindu god of fire. In Sanskrit, Agni literally translates into fire, so the word will occasionally be used interchangeably. The in-game description, however, names it as the Fire Sword of Oberon. This is a curious reference, as Oberon was the king of fairies in various Renaissance literature over the centuries, including perhaps his most famous appearance as sort of an antagonist in William Shakespeare's comedy A Midsummer Night's Dream. He does, in his way, appear in Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's Faust in an interlude, but there's very little connection to demonology within that to justify his name being dropped here in the game. Either way, the sword will attack with a fire burst using a fireball motion. It's one of the more useful elemental swords in the game, as more enemies tend to be weak to fire as opposed to ice and thunder. Okay, we're going to stay put for a while to talk about the Discus Lord, or Disc Armor in the Japanese version, and further games it appears in. When it dies, not only does it have a cool animation of its individual pieces getting pulled into the void, but the disc it throws will either drop at its feet and can still hurt Alucard, or be flung away from it depending on its position during the death blow. It drops a Chakram, which is one of the unique throwing weapons in the game for a couple of reasons. First, 2 can be tossed at a time if the attack button is hit repeatedly, and if another is equipped in the offhand, a few can be tossed in succession. Second, a sonic boom motion will make for an extended throw. Finally, the Chakram can be thrown actually while running, which is unique amongst most weapons in the game. Chakrams are circular weapons that originated in India and are used for both throwing and hand-to-hand combat. Early writings say that it was the weapon choice of the Hindu god Vishnu, but was used extensively by Sikh Nihang fighters in northern India in the 1700s, which is even referenced in its in-game description. The Discus Lord also drops the very interesting Jewel Sword. Though it has relatively low attack power for this stage of the game, this weapon makes enemies drop sellable gems with various frequency based on the gem's rarity. A fireball motion will also spawn a handful of coins out of thin air. The Saturn version of the game, though, gives this weapon the extra ability to add to its stats if Alucard equips gems into the accessory slots alongside the Jewel Sword. The more rare the gem, the more substantial the attack boost given to the weapon. Sadly, this didn't make it into the PlayStation version. Here's a free ballroom mask that's also dropped by Bone Pillars. This item is the Walk Armor, or Walk Master in Japan. It boosts defense by +1 for about every 60 rooms that Alucard uncovers as he makes his way through the game. Again, each, quote, room is one blue square on the map. That means that if we were to map the entirety of the game, all 1,890 rooms, the Walk Armor's final defensive boost should be +32, rounded up from 31.5. It also drops intelligence by -5. Even with its raw stat boosts, we'll find stronger stuff by the end of the game. Meet the boss of the area, the Grand Falloon. You don't have to look too closely to see its grotesque shape formed by human corpses which it showers upon you. Of course, this is simply the shell of an inner parasite which represents the real boss. We have to cut our way through the bodies to find it. Its name is a reference to a concept coined by author Kurt Vonnegut in his seminal 1963 novel Cat's Cradle. It is a word that means a proud and meaningless association of human beings. It's generally used cynically, as no association of human beings is really meaningful outside of base survival. So groups like a basketball team, or your work friends, or the people you would politely force to watch this video series are all ultimately Grand Falloons. The United States is a Grand Falloon, then, as are Catholics, Jews, and any other religion according to this concept, in that it's a group with a shared purpose within meaningless actual connection. What's more important to us in the here and now is this enemy's other name, Legion, which it was called in the Japanese version and all future appearances in the Castlevania universe. It's a biblical horde of demons cast out of a man in Gerasene by Jesus of Nazareth as one of his many miracles witnessed during his ministry. The encounter between Jesus and the demons is accounted for in 3 of the 4 Gospels and tells of a man whom lived in tombs that was too strong to be bound by the locals by ropes or chains. He was confronted by Jesus by falling to his knees while the demons inside him pleaded not to be cast out of the man. When Jesus asked the demon's name, which is a common move in exorcisms, it simply replied, "I am Legion, for we are many." He then gave Legion permission to possess a drove of pigs, whom promptly drowned themselves. Now, let's reflect on the past few events that have taken place on Alucard's path to this point. We let a boatman, not unlike in Greek myth, bear us across the water to an underworld filled with the dead, defended by a mythological watchdog before entry. In this lowest point on the map, we've passed over the fire and fought both a great king and earl of hell, and have finally met one of the few demons mentioned by name in the Christian Bible. All of this represents Alucard's own descent into the abyss. As in many stories about a hero that descends into the underworld, not unlike the Greek Orpheus, though, we're here to retrieve something precious. We'll find that in a little bit. This is the Mormagil, a sword akin to the other elemental brand weapons with a dark affinity that's strong against holy enemies. Like the Tyrfing we found in the Keep, it doesn't have the opportunity to take advantage of this property, as there are only 2 holy enemies in the whole game. It's a substantially stronger weapon than that one, though, and in line with the other elemental swords as far as strength, though it doesn't contain a magical burst attack like they do. Let's take a look at the map. The Mormagil is actually another subtle nudge by the designers to follow a designed path through the game, but it diverges a bit here. These catacombs are split down the middle so that one side holds the tool used to completely map the castle, while the other side contains a weapon meant to specifically kill its final boss. Since we're following the optimal path to this point, it's no big deal to us. A new player, though, will likely kill the Grand Falloon first and take this weapon further up to that boss before doubling back with the necessary items needed to complete the catacombs. It's a subtle way for the designers to keep the players curious about filling in the blanks and then ultimately rewarding themselves for that curiosity. Let's go see what's over the other side. Thus far, the slime enemy is the only one in the game that originated in the MSX version of the original Castlevania. They would pop out of candles as booby traps. They and their larger reddish counterpart are immune to cut damage, but they're also some of the only enemies in the game that do not drop any items. Like other portions of the castle that require multiple abilities to map, this room would be many first-time players' stopping point. It requires the form of Bat, which we wouldn't have been able to get here without, but also the sonar-like echo of Bat relic that we obtained from defeating Orlocks. While it's possible to fly through this spiked room without it in what would be an extreme game of memory testing, the echo of Bat certainly makes it easier. The cross shuriken that we just found is one step up from the regular shuriken projectile that's commonly dropped from a few enemies that we'll run into a little bit later. It's a powerful consumable also dropped from the Blade Master that we saw in the Colosseum. There's a curiously random pork bun in the corner. The Spike Breaker armor that we've now found is the real reason to dive into the catacombs. The strong armor by itself, with a boost of defense by plus 12, it also has the handy ability to permanently destroy spikes on the ground, which is an ability necessary for mapping the castle. This completes our time in Hell, so let's make our way out of it. We've only got one major area in the castle left to map before doing some cleanup. And funny enough, we could have begun making our way through it from the beginning of the game, though we couldn't have gotten very far. Welcome to the Clock Tower, a recurring Castlevania level dating back to the second stage of the first game for the NES. In this series, it was the first to introduce many of the mechanical hazards that we'll find deeper into the area, as well as the ancestral home to a few of the monsters that Alucard will do battle with. From a historical perspective, clock towers were an evolution of bell towers. Since personal timepieces weren't commonly carried until closer to the 1800s, bell towers in towns and castles would ring to denote the hour of the day, as well as alerting people to important events or summoning citizens to mass. Large structures that bore the faces of clocks and sundials, though, were found in Greece and China before the 11th century, according to Wikipedia. What we consider a clock tower today came into vogue in Europe around the 1200s, making this clock tower somewhat common by the time the game takes place. This area could have been started very early on, in fact. Through the marble gallery and into the outer wall, the clock tower, typically an early level in previous Castlevania games, represents a logical next location if a player was making their way through the game on a more linear path. However, as the crumbling bridges show, this area is merely meant to be tasted by the player, not completed. With his base abilities, Alucard cannot jump the gaps formed on the bridge and will require the Leap Stone to successfully make the journey into the clock tower proper, which is the only item necessary to complete the area and kill the boss. However, the form of bat is compulsory to completely map it, so a first-time player would probably come back through this way a third time to see everything it has to offer. Of course, we're taking an optimal path though, so this doesn't really matter to us. A couple of things to note about the clock tower though. First, there are no relics found here that are required to finish the game. While it's absolutely necessary to map the area for 100% completion and therefore the best ending, in the grand scheme of this game, the clock tower is an entirely optional location. Second, it's the only area in the game without any save rooms, making a run through earlier with perhaps only the Leap Stone to be a real gauntlet challenge. Finally, depending on the route you have taken to map this game, the clock tower has the unique distinction of being the only area that can be started from the ending and completed in reverse. It connects to the castle keep, which we mapped quite a while ago, and that's where we'll end up at the end of this video. So let's get to it then. We've already seen three interesting enemies. The small Phantom Skull and Large Skull Lord, called the Flying Skull and Big Ghost in the Japanese version respectively, are both a sort of evolution to the normal ghost enemy that we encountered in the Marble Gallery, itself a resident of the clock tower from the NES original. The Phantom Skull drops a resist dark consumable and a felt hat, which raises defense and intelligence by +1. While the Skull Lord drops a scimitar and skull shield. The games have used large skulls and giant skulls as bosses over time, starting with Death's second phase in Castlevania 3 for the NES and Rondo of Blood for the PC Engine, but it's a normal foe here. Incidentally, this enemy depicts one of the key technical differences between the PlayStation and Sega Saturn versions of the game, as the latter system had trouble with transparent effects like the Skull Lord's death animation. The flail guards on the bridge are known as the Skeleton Morningstar in the Japanese version, and originated in Rondo of Blood. They drop some pot roast and, of course, a Morningstar weapon. In the scope of this game series, the Morningstar is an item with a lot to unpack. In practical terms, it's a club with a spiked ball in the end, like the one this enemy would drop, which in this game is a blunt weapon with a +11 to attack. The more ball and chain type, though, is considered a flail weapon, which came in 1- and 2-handed types, and is what the flail guard was packing before we killed it. Traditionally, this franchise has used flails to represent upgrades to the Vampire Killer Whip carried by early series protagonists, until Rondo of Blood, where the leather whip was ditched entirely in favor of it. While the Morningstar Club with Spike's weapon has been used since antiquity, the flail was considered a commoner's weapon, or it surfaced in the late Middle Ages. Morningstar translates into Morgenstern in German, which is a name given to many club-like weapons in video games, but its nomenclature in Latin is the most interesting in terms of this game series' themes and allusions, where the word translates into Lucifer. The pillars on the bridge would bring us free ice mail and a Bekatoa gear if we didn't farm them from previous enemies, as well as the Shaman Shield. Its description in-game reads that it's a shield used in magical rituals and boosts defense by +4. Its Shield Rod spell will bump up intelligence by +20 for a brief period for a stronger magical attack, while summoning an image of Baphomet. Otherwise known as the Sabbatic Goat, Baphomet was a false idol that the Knights Templar were accused of worshipping during their fall from grace in the 1300s. Though the exact etymology of Baphomet and what it represents has been disputed over the centuries, the image has been adopted by occultists over time, with French writer and mystic Eliphas Levi first incorporating it into Western demonology in the 1800s. In the late 1800s, the Church of Satan adopted the image and its association with the image of a pentagram, further cementing Baphomet's later reputation as a demonic representation. Here's the final sub-weapon we'll find, the Cross. Normally a boomerang-type weapon in every other game in the franchise, Alucard's use of the Cross will act as a screen-clearing bomb at the cost of about 100 hearts. In fact, this would be Richter's item crash with the Cross if we were playing either Rondo of Blood or Richter mode here. With a proper accessory, Alucard can even boost the strength of the Cross weapon, but we'll find out much later. Its placement in a video game series that originated from classic horror movies makes a lot of sense, as Christian symbolism like crosses are frequently used to repel vampires. This is the Fire Bat Relic, which grants Alucard's bat form the ability to, well, shoot fire. It costs a slight amount of magic to use and will cause him to recoil a bit after discharging it, making its use something of a gamble to employ if he were to be attacked in an open space by multiple enemies. There's a roundabout way of strengthening it, though, but we're going to find that down the road in due time. Into the clock tower proper, you may notice that its architecture is reminiscent of the same stage in Castlevania 3 for the NES, and Rondo of Blood for the PC Engine, complete with the irritating flying Medusa heads, an enemy practically obligatory for Castlevania clock towers. Let's stop here for a second. The next room has a harpy enemy, but it's a little busy in there, so let's try to get things out of the way right now. While this sprite is taken directly from Rondo of Blood, this is one of the only enemies in the game that originally appeared in the 1988 arcade game Haunted Castle. Harpies traditionally appear as birds with the heads of women that steal food. Jason and his Argonauts ran into them during their adventures, and harpies proliferated in myth and folklore from then on. The ones in this game will drop the apple and a life apple. The gears on the walls will deliver a subtle click after they've been attacked a requisite number of times to open a hidden door in the next room. Alucard needs to be careful about attacking them though. Familiars that get too close can attack and cause the gears to move, and the backswing of a weapon, usually a welcome side effect of missing an opponent, will also knock a gear out of position, so be cautious. Inside the room are 3 handy pieces of equipment. The steel helm boosts defense by +3 and intelligence by +1. The gold plate is something that we could have farmed from the blade or hammer giants. The real prize is the star flail, which is perhaps the fastest blunt weapon in the game. It's a subtle animation to notice, but a sonic boom motion will cause an energy burst as well.
This wall.
This more obviously hidden room is where the actual clock of the clock tower is located, as well as our annoying old friends, the flea armor. Defending these stat-boosting items is the Cloaked Knight, known in Japan, and further entries in the series is the Flying Armor. It wields a flamberge sword, which it also drops on occasion. These are swords with a sort of wavy design at the blade that were largely decorative, which led to their nicknames as flame-bladed swords, but also had the added effect of causing strange vibrations in attacking weapons when struck, which could cause an assailant to be put slightly off balance. In the game, it's a two-handed sword with an added thrust using a sonic boom motion. These enemies also drop the unique Heaven Sword. Like the Chakram found in the last video, these are thrown weapons with a sonic boom motion extending the length of the toss. If Alucard were to equip one in each hand and press both attack buttons simultaneously though, the 2 swords will fly out of his hands for a horizontal special attack. Here again are the Sword Lords that we encountered in the Outer Wall, but with one significant difference, a ghostly afterimage that will continue to fight after their demise. These are separate enemies in the Librarian's Bestiary that go by Vandal Sword in the North American version and Alastor in the Japanese version. Its transparency is courtesy of the PlayStation's hardware like many other enemies in the game, and it floats around the room to attack unless killed immediately after leaving the Sword Lord's corpse. The name Alastor comes from several different uses in Greek myth that share a common trait that they were all spirits of vengeance akin to Nemesis. In demonology, an Alastor may refer to a nefarious spirit that will possess people. It drops 2 weapons of some note. First, the Holy Sword is perhaps the most useful of the elemental brand one-handed swords in the game due to many enemies' inherent dark affinity. It will cause a holy burst attack with a fireball motion. We'll actually get one of these for free during our exploration of our previous areas soon. The second is the very interesting Muramasa sword. The name from the weapon comes from a school of sword crafting founded by Muramasa Sengo in Japan during the Muromachi period. A genius swordmaker but an angry, unbalanced man, myths started to surround the weapon, and that the smith's own madness were forged into the blades, and a common folk legend is that they must draw blood before returning to their scabbard, be it from the wielder's enemies or themselves. This is one of the few weapons in the game that can be used to heal Alucard, this one having a permanent state of the Dark Metamorphosis spell so it will heal while absorbing enemy blood. It's ostensibly useless though, with its slow attack speed and stats that will initially weaken the player. However, the Muramasa gains strength with each blood heal acting as a sort of experience system for the weapon. The Castlevania wiki from fandom.com lists that it will gain an attack level for the amount of blood heals according to the mathematical equation found on the right. While this means that the higher the attack levels climb, the gulf of blood needed gets exponentially wider, but it also has the highest potential damage in the game if properly built, with a cap of plus 999 attack. Even better, the swing of the weapon gets faster as it gets stronger, and a multiple blade attack appears after it crosses a certain threshold. Great, right? Sure, but the amount of time needed to farm the blood is on the more preposterous side of things, even under the best circumstances. There are 2 methods for fastest use, though be warned they're still going to kill hours. First is to head back to the entrance and plop yourself into the water with the infinitely spawning mermen. With an auto-fire controller, you can tape the button down and simply walk away from your PlayStation. If you're emulating the game, this process can be sped up with frame skipping and other special tools, but either way, this method will likely max out the in-game clock, which, remember, will permanently close the entrance to Orlox's quarters, so hope you map the warp room. The second way to do this is a room further into the game infested by dark octopus enemies, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Here's the Healing Mail, which restores 1 hit point for about every 3 seconds of continuous walking. It only boosts defense by plus 4, so it's about equal to the Iron Cuirass that we found a little earlier, making it a subpar defensive option going forward. If you need a free hit point refill though, you can probably equip it and walk around an empty room in circles for an hour. These pendulums are a series mainstay that started in the clock tower level of Dracula's Curse for the NES. A little later will happen upon other classic traps from previous clock tower levels. This is Karasamon, the boss of the area. Known as Malphus in the Japanese version, Karasamon is a sort of reference to the Karasu Tengu, or Crow Demon, in Japanese folklore. Tengu can take many shapes, but are often depicted as a sort of birdman, or with a red human face and long noses. Malphus in demonology is one of the great kings of hell, according to the Pseudo-Menarca Daemonum and the Lesser Key of Solomon. It's a demon known for building towers and strongholds, so it makes sense that it would be in here in a high clock tower. Not to spoil too much, but this will become a regularly occurring enemy later in the game that will drop a Resist Dark consumable and the Ring of Feanor. The ring is one of 3 in the game that boost multiple stats: Strength by plus 7, Attack by plus 1, Constitution by plus 7, Defense by plus 1, Intelligence by plus 7, and Luck by plus 2. What's interesting is that this item is another Tolkien twofer. In Japan, it's known as the Master Ring, which, yes, is meant to infer that it's the one ring to rule them all as forged by the Dark Lord Sauron. Feanor, though, is a character from the First Age who featured prominently in the Silmarillion. He was a great craftsman, linguist, and warrior responsible for forging the Palantiri orbs and the Silmaril gems, which figure heavily into the early epochs of Tolkien's Legendarium. You might not recognize it yet, but welcome back to the Keep. We're not sticking around, though, because we have a lot to clean up, so let's get moving. Since I'm heading back into several previous territories, I'll use this time to drop in further information on the background of the game and some development minutiae. Symphony certainly wasn't the game originally planned after the release of Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis and Rondo of Blood for the PC Engine. In the very early stages of the 32X add-on for the Genesis, several developers were testing the technology and had begun planning games, Konami among them. After rumors appeared in contemporary magazines such as Die Hard Game Fan and Game Players in the mid-90s, a patent in the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office surfaced for a game called Castlevania The Bloodletting in 1995, and a small advertisement for the game was found in a brochure for that year's Consumer Electronics Expo. Sadly, it didn't go any further than the early planning, as series producer Koji Igarashi mentions that the game and the team dissolved quickly, with many of them winding up on the Symphony project. Over the years, 3 character sprites have surfaced that give a little indication about the direction of the game. A reworked Richter Belmont, and a slightly older Maria Renard from Rondo of Blood, and a, quote, rival character that Igarashi had mentioned in an interview with EGM that was meant to be a new playable character to appeal to international audiences. The rival was a retooled sprite of Richter from Rondo of Blood, while the new Richter sprite was actually recycled for Symphony, but it won't be something we see for several more videos. This one corridor is where all our hard work pays off, as we need the Spikebreaker armor, the Form of Mist, and the Jewel of Open to access yet another conversation with our friend Maria.
So, did you find Richter?
I don't know if he's the one you're looking for, but I found a Belmont.
Really? So he is here?
But the one I saw was the enemy. He was the lord of this castle.
That can't be true. You're wrong. I must go now.
Behold the Silver Ring, which is used as the final part of a puzzle to properly complete the first castle. Its in-game description is a clue to where it should be used, and when combined with its counterpart, the Gold Ring, which we found in the underground caverns, cobbled together reads, "Where in Clock Tower?" Of course, we know that this is actually misleading, since we'll use them in the clock room of the Marble Gallery in just a little bit, and not anywhere inside the Clock Tower area that we mapped in the last video. A couple of further drop content notes from the old strategy guide interview. Originally, Igarashi mentions that Symphony was planning to have an alignment system for Alucard that would shift based on the weapons he would be using. As the sub-weapons were used by Belmonts and were considered holy, employing them in the game would shift Alucard in one direction, while the use of dark magic would move his alignment the other way. Multiple endings were planned around this system, as well as a working title for the game, The Trill of Light and Darkness. A trill being a musical ornament where 2 adjacent notes alternate rapidly. If you ever wonder how candles reappear in these games as one leaves and re-enters a room, a sort of skeleton candle crew was at one point bandied around to explain this. If you were to see them, they would immediately flee in terror, but speaking in hypotheticals, Igarashi and Hagihara wondered if Alucard would catch up and kill them, the candles may no longer be lit, so they ditched the idea. Here's a free holy sword, which we'll use ourselves when the time is right. This location is where the Nose Devil familiar is found in the Japanese version, which, again, was shuffled around in the North American releases of the game. We couldn't get these previously, but there are quite a few free items atop this staircase, starting with a free Morningstar weapon. The Ankh of Life, or Blessed Ankh, is an accessory that boosts the amount of hit points Alucard gains when ingesting healing items. An Ankh is an Egyptian hieroglyph that means life, and is commonly found in ancient art and artifacts dating back to the region's antiquity. We actually found a shuriken in the last video, but these are small consumable throwing weapons and some of the weakest in the game. Contrary to popular belief that these are tools used primarily by ninja in Japan's feudal period, they were more often used by samurai as expendable throwing items to distract or surprise foes, or to be coated in poison and tossed into the open parts of an opponent's armor. They come in a variety of shapes, not necessarily just the throwing star that we commonly see in popular culture. The Mystic Pendant that we found increases Alucard's magic restoration speed, which is handy if the player plans on using magic spells more often. Here we have the versatile Bat Familiar. Not unlike the Devil Familiar found in the Abandoned Mine, it will hang back and zero in on an enemy and then ram them. As it gains levels, it will boost its attack speed and the damage it deals. More of interest is its use in Alucard's bat form. as it acts as something of an option from the Gradius series. The more levels it gains, the more bats come to aid Alucard when he shapeshifts, and the sadder they become when he reverts back to his human form. Lastly, the Bat Familiar is the easiest way to auto-level Alucard. If he stands on a platform away from the infinitely spawning zombie enemies in the entrance, the Bat will quickly do his dirty work for him. But at the point you're at when acquiring this sidekick, the enemies will only give 1 experience point per kill, which can make it an hours-long process to get even 1 level. Here's another one of the weapons rooms in the game, but notice how it curiously lacks the stopwatch sub-weapon. No matter, the skill of Wolf is found here, which is an item that allows the Wolf form to instantly charge with the fireball motion, which will then be noted in the spell list as the Wolf Charge. This item also allows the Wolf form to swim with a button press, which will come in handy a few videos from now. Returning to the scene of the crime when Death stole all of Alucard's starting gear, the first bosses of the game, Slogra and Gaibon, can be found skulking around here if you were to immediately double back after entering the Alchemy Laboratory. It's a challenging fight between the 3 of them in this confined space, and after dealing enough damage, you make a run for it for the boss room where you can eventually kill them for good. It can be read as a neat little bit of visual storytelling actually, since these are often seen as Death's chief's lieutenants in other games, and he must have sent them after you when you first ran into him. This is the final giant brother, the Gurkha, whom drops the combat knife, and like all giant brothers, the gold plate. Its name refers to soldiers of primarily Nepalese but also Indian origin, sometimes associated with the use of the Kukuri knife weapon. A sort of sanctioned mercenary force, Gurkha forces began activity in the early 1800s and were recruited into the British Army during its occupation of the region, and had significant showings of valor in every major world conflict since. The Holy Mail armor is the strongest of the elemental breastplates in the game at plus 11 defense, but its resistance to holy damage is highly situational, making it less valuable than other options we've already found. We'll definitely make use of it later in this video, though. In the first video I mentioned that the most obscurely hidden chamber in the game is found here, and I wasn't kidding. By flying through this giant rock as a bat and then walking back through as a wolf, the wall at the bottom left corner will open for us to find a life apple and a jewel sword. How people found this without mining through the game's code is totally beyond me. Here we are back at the start of Alucard's journey through the castle, now guarded by an owl knight, which sort of makes sense given the owls that we saw flying around us as we jumped through the drawbridge. Above us are a handful of useful items within the candles, like a cross sub-weapon and a nice chunk of change, as well as the Power of Wolf relic, which grants the wolf form invincibility and the ability to damage enemies as it runs through them at high speeds. Let's talk about Alucard. At least in this series, he first appeared in Castlevania III Dracula's Curse for the NES. Much like the early games, his name is a reference to the wide stable of Universal Studios horror movies from the 1930s and 40s, specifically the 1943 film Son of Dracula starring Lonnie Chaney Jr. Alucard, of course, is Dracula spelled backwards, and in the case of this game series is an alias. The credits for Dracula's Curse name him Adrian Fahrenheit Sepesh, linking him to the famous 15th century Wallachian warlord. Igarashi stated in both the old strategy guide interviews translated by Schmuckulations and his GDC talk in 2014 that the development team wanted to change the protagonist of the game for a few reasons. First, since they were adding to the pixel dimensions of the game, a whip-wielding Belmont would be able to attack through about 2/3 of the screen, which is a little unfair to the player's benefit. They also wanted to get away from the beefy, macho barbarian look of the past games. After deciding that they wanted a character that could use a variety of weapons, grow as the game went on, and could use magical special attacks, Igarashi recalled that they already had Alucard, and that he fit neatly into the series' backstory, as well as checked all the previously mentioned boxes. From a design standpoint, the developers were already way past the early game's complete reliance on kitschy horror movie references, so they decided to move Alucard away from his past appearance as a sort of Bela Lugosi figure. For the sake of this game, they also needed to give him something of a personality, which wasn't exactly evident in Dracula's Curse. Since the story of Symphony involves a half-human side due to a mortal mother, his famous vampire father, and a rather stoic, aloof demeanor, he shares many similarities to Hideyuki Kikuchi's Vampire Hunter D, a character famous from novels, manga, and anime. This isn't a coincidence. In the 2014 GDC talk, Igarashi slyly mentions that he's a fan of Hunter D when describing Alucard's design. The specter of Kikuchi's half-breed vampire hunter had been hanging over the series before Symphony, though. A 1994 interview with the development staff of the Sega Genesis game Bloodlines from Beat Magazine, recently translated by Shmuckulations 2, name drops him as an influence as well. Now to solve the great mystery. By equipping both the gold and silver rings, we open up a passage into the center of the castle. Notice that the bells tolled 13 times though, and not 12, as is the most for a traditional working clock. There are several explanations for this, I suppose. First, on a basic level, 13 is often regarded as an unlucky number in Western culture, and we are in a most unlucky place. The proverbial 13 strokes of the clock is a term used to note that if a lie is said, then all previous statements leading up to it must also be called into question. 13 tolls on a clock is often cited in literature and culture as well, from a British legend that saved a soldier from court-martial to the famous opening sentence in George Orwell's 1984.
Alucard?
That voice, Maria?
I'm sorry. You were right. He has joined forces with the enemy.
So it was a Belmont after all.
But someone must be controlling him. Whatever we do, we can't harm Richter.
But he must be stopped.
I know. Well, here. Take these with you.
What are these?
If you wear these, you can see beyond evil illusions.
Thank you. 'Tis best then if you pray for the soul of your friend.
This is our final conversation with Maria before the end, and she bestows on us the final piece to solving the first castle and keeping Richter alive. The PSP version of the game, included as an unlockable in the Dracula X Chronicles, alter this encounter so that you fight with Maria. Well, there's no way to tell if this battle was originally planned for this version of the game that we're playing. Conflict with Maria was definitely in the cards from the beginning. Through data mining the sound files, intrepid internet users found dialogue for a potential boss battle with Maria that was never completed for the actual game. I'll play that audio now.
Wait! Don't hurt Richter anymore!
Maria?
Richter!
You saved me. If not for you, I would have lost to this fool.
For demons, I hold you to your oath. Defend your master who commands you. Such power in such a little girl. It won't end like this. You should be destroyed along with this castle.
It's over, but the sacrifice was great. Maria, Richter, I did not wish for you to die. Such is the fate of mortals. I'm certain that some dark force was behind Maria's transformation, but it doesn't matter now.
Back in the keep again, this room is a reference to the final approach to Dracula from Castlevania 4 for the Super NES. Like the Warp Room, also notice the lion motifs. The falchion here is one of the last standard swords we'll find and has a plus 10 attack. We've certainly lapped it at this point power-wise though. Falchions are single-bladed swords used in Europe between the 13th and 16th centuries. They had wider blades that often curved at the end, not unlike a modern-day machete. They're exceedingly rare these days though, with only a handful of them known to still exist from their original use. After going through the hassle of flying around these enemies, we find ourselves the Power of Mist, which grants Alucard's Mist form infinite flight at the cost of a substantial amount of magic per second. It's basically the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card though, so if you're in a sticky situation, you can now simply mist your way out of it. Found in a strategy guide interview recently translated by Schmopulations, the very early stages of the scenario writing had a few attempts to make Symphony a sequel to Bloodlines for the Genesis and not Rondo of Blood. Having painted themselves into a corner somewhat with Bloodlines change away from a Belmont protagonist, an early plan was to have the main character be either John Morris or his descendant, with the last living Belmont as the final boss, whom would officially pass the Vampire Hunter whip to him upon their defeat. This same interview mentions how further historical figures were also planned for either this unused plot or what became Symphony: Giles Dorais and Elizabeth Bathory. Dorais was a leader of the French army born in 1405 and a soldier at arms with Joan of Arc. He's most famous for being a confessed pedophile and ritualistic killer of children before being executed in 1440, though further research calls into questions the validity of these claims and that his public trial was a political killing. Bathory is a more interesting character in the context of the Castlevania series, though. A Hungarian countess born in 1560, Bathory was one of the most prolific serial killers in history, having supposedly murdered more than 600 young women over a 20-year period. Along with her accomplices, she was eventually brought to trial and died in brutal solitary confinement in 1614. Due to her innumerable killings in an ancestral home close to Transylvania, though, Bathory's life inspired numerous legends and folklore that she bathed in her victims' blood to stay young, or was an outright vampire, further inspiring other characters in popular culture, like Elizabeth Bartley from Bloodlines. This is our last familiar, the Ghost. Something of a slow, methodical attacker, the Ghost will target and fly into an enemy for magical damage. As it gains levels, it will absorb enemy hit points and heal Alucard with them, as well as become slightly more aggressive. Inverse to the Bat familiar though, Alucard turning into a bat himself will confuse the Ghost and make it wander off. Remember this stairwell from Richter's fight with Dracula? Inside this time are some defensive and life refilling consumables, as well as the Platinum Mail, which boosts defense by plus 10. This makes it just a bit less powerful than the Spike Breaker that we're wearing. Into the next room is our final battle with Richter Belmont, and there are optimal equipment loadouts for both killing him and keeping him alive. Either way, the Holy Armor we found earlier in this episode is the defensive option of choice, as this is the only place in the game where Alucard is under constant barrage of holy attacks. Offensively, the Mormagil will make short work of Richter with its powerful Dark Affinity. We're going to equip the Holy Glasses and Holy Sword though, and you'll see why momentarily.
I've been waiting for you.
Answer me. Why is a Belmont planning the resurrection of Count Dracula?
Count Dracula rises but once every century, and my role is over. If I can resurrect him, then the battle will last for eternity.
If those are your true feelings, then so be it.
With the Holy Glasses equipped, we can perceive the floating orb above us and attack it, which will cause the game to move into its next phase. The Holy Sword we're using will ensure that we don't accidentally damage and potentially kill Richter too, which would push us into one of the bad endings of the game. Richter is also a missable character for the Librarian's Bestiary, as you can get through this fight without actually hitting him if you only attack the orb, so be sure to attack him at least once.
You've defeated me, But all is not yet lost. The resurrection of Count Dracula is at hand. No. What have I done?
Thank you, Alucard, for saving Richter.
Alucard? The same Alucard who fought alongside my ancestor, Trevor Belmont? That was over 300 years ago.
No time for small talk. Is the person who controlled you in that castle over there?
Yes, I think so.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
All right. Good luck.
Here we are inside what many consider the greatest video game Easter egg of all time. As you can clearly see, the environment that we're in is completely flipped upside down, yet it's still the same area as the previous castle. In fact, subtle visual clues from the last castle give away this big secret, as we'll see for ourselves as we dig back through the environment again on our way to completing the game. However, as opposed to the meticulous scouring of the previous locations to chart an optimal path to completion, this inverted castle contains none of the barriers that we encountered previously, as we have all of the keys to open the doors and the means to fly where we please. This will make Alucard's march to the end of the game slightly faster going forward. From a presentation standpoint, actually having certain locations overturned entirely and with slightly recolored backgrounds gives us interesting things to discuss about them. On the more technical side of the game, though, you'll find quickly that area names are no longer presented to you as they're discovered, so I'll be sure to mention them when we encounter a new area. And finally, from the production standpoint for these videos, we can go in any direction that we'd like to complete the game based entirely on personal preference, so the route you may take to completion can be very different but nonetheless valid. But that doesn't make things easy for cataloging what we'll see, so this series will continue to map each location in its entirety before moving on to the next. Before we actually get moving through this, the reverse keep, one thing to keep in mind is how disturbing this would seem to a normal person. Alucard mentions in an early conversation with Maria that the castle is a, quote, creature of chaos, which is a handy way of explaining how the castle's layout is different for every game in the series. But imagine if your home, or at your job, or even at your local supermarket was altered in such a way and with different, more aggressive beings inhabiting it. It's the difference between thinking that maybe hell isn't a physical place, but something that alters your perception of reality, throwing it into actual chaos. It's dimensional maybe, a world you thought you knew but can't possibly. By literally turning things upside down, it can take us to something terrifyingly upside down. You'll notice that the hidden staircase is open for us, which, if you didn't open it in the other castle, is a nice clue to double back to see what was inside there. Here, we find a bevy of stat-boosting items, a clue to some of the challenges that lay ahead, as well as the bastard sword and a royal cloak. The former we could have farmed earlier from a spectral sword, but the latter is known as the Blue Mantle in the Japanese version, and boosts constitution by +8 and defense by +3. Royal Blue is a color made specifically for a garment worn by Queen Charlotte Mecklenburg-Strelitz, wife of George III and Queen of Britain from their marriage in 1761 until her death in 1818. Cool references aside, we're going to find a superior outer garment further into this video. Down this way is maybe my favorite literary reference in the game, the enemy Yorick. The Japanese version calls this character Soccer Boy, which is fitting based on its habit for kicking its own skull around. The localization, though, cleverly connected him to a character from William Shakespeare's Hamlet, who doesn't actually appear on stage. The deceased royal court jester Yorick was a friend to the title character of the famous play, and made famous himself when Hamlet and Horatio happen upon a gravedigger in Act 5, whom is exhuming him. "Alas, poor Yorick," laments Hamlet. "I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest of most excellent fancy." The head and the body, while collectively a single entry in the librarian's bestiary, have different rare drops assigned to them. The body will drop a skull shield in Monster Vial 3, while the head will drop an iron ball and a turquoise. Here is the fascinating Sword of Dawn. By itself, it's a substandard two-handed sword that's slightly weaker than the Zweihander and lacks the sonic boom thrusting attack that most other great swords have. However, a fireball motion will summon one of 4 random allies to aid you, or all 4 at the same time, and of varying levels of strength. An archer firing 3 arrows straight ahead, a knight that will continuously move forward to attack, a woman firing a single shot of the Hellfire spell, and a hooded figure that will attack with arrows that home in on the target. They can be either green, blue, or red, which is their order of power from weakest to strongest. The sword itself is a reference to author Michael Moorcock's Eternal Champions book series and is the title of the 3rd volume published in 1968. It's described as having a red blade and, when properly used, summoned the Legion of Dawn to help protagonist Dorian Hawkmoon overcome pirates in the novel. These tombstones, known as simply graves in the Japanese version, originated in Rondo of Blood. Their defense against cut damage is very high and are immune to petrification. They'll drop some green tea as well as a katana. These are single-bladed swords originating from Japan and are usually but not always curved. While swords were generally used in the region since before the year 900, the use of the word katana or gatana to refer to long swords didn't begin until the Kamakura period, which began around 1185. In the game, this weapon is listed as an unsigned katana, which takes into account the Japanese folk legends connecting the strengths of swords to whomever forged them. It's a two-handed sword with plus 32 attack and will deliver a multi-slash attack with fireball motion. We'll actually find one for ourselves a little bit later. Into the Anti-Chapel now, we finally get a sense of why there would be a place of Christian worship inside the castle of a being that's essentially Satan. Notice that now that the castle is inverted, so too is the iconography in the backgrounds, which extends to many of the crosses found here. Originally, an upside-down cross was a reference to the apostle Simon Peter, whom, when crucified for his faith, supposedly requested to be martyred this way as he felt unworthy to die in the same manner as Jesus of Nazareth. However, over time, the inverted cross has been adopted as a Satanist and anti-Christian symbol, and often, by extension, appears as such in popular culture. This whole place, then, should be seen as blasphemous against a Christian god, right down to its name, which is a clever play on the word antechapel, which is a room outside of the nave of any run-of-the-mill church. While this enemy is named Black Panther, it seems that it's actually being made of liquid that just chooses this shape. The holy water does short work of it, though. The Castlevania wiki on fandom.com speculates that this is a reference to the character of Lodum from Mitsutaro Yokoyama's manga Babel II, about a boy that's the reincarnation of an alien being and his companion, whom shared the same shape-shifting qualities, though preferred the form of a panther. It drops a meal ticket, but also the Masamune. Named after what history considers Japan's greatest swordsmith, Goro no Yodo Masamune's exact birth and death have been debated for many years, but he operated around the end of the 13th century and into the 14th whenever he died. He trained a number of famous sword makers in his time, including the famously unhinged Muramasa, and his status as legendary only grows over time, which is why many Japanese video games have his name on some of their most powerful weapons. Here, it's a two-handed sword that boosts attack by plus 55, while dropping defense by minus 30. Its special attack is a teleport strike similar to what Alucard's sword would deliver way back from the first video, but to an almost destructive excess. Not a common drop from this foe, but typically worth the work involved. Here we have our first boss of the inverted castle, Medusa the Gorgon. Perhaps the most famous monster of Greek myth, Medusa's story changes slightly depending on the storyteller. The poet Ovid's tale is the most common, though. as she was once a beautiful woman that was raped by the god Poseidon in the temple of Athena. Athena, enraged, then changed her head to a swarm of snakes that could change a person to stone at a glance. She was killed by the hero Perseus, whom weaponized her severed head in his adventures. Her appearance here signifies two things. First, she's the second boss of the original Castlevania game. As we'll see in the future of this video series, Alucard will encounter each of these 5 ancestral enemies throughout the inverted castle, though out of the original order. The second important fact about her is what she guards, the Heart of Vlad. Not only is it a handy relic that makes Alucard immune to curse status going forward, it's also a reference to the MacGuffins found in Castlevania II Simon's Quest for the NES. And now our mission through this upside-down world is set. We need to hunt down the original 5 bosses to recover the 5 pieces of Dracula, which, like Simon before him, will lead Alucard to the final showdown. More of an environmental hazard than anything, these balloon pods actually first appeared in Castlevania III Dracula's Curse for the NES, where they were known as spook spores. They don't drop anything when attacked, but will break into small floating spores that poison Alucard. The Talwar is a standard sword with no special attack that comes at a plus 22 to attack. Its in-game description notes that it's a curved Indian sword, which is true in that it originated in that region of the world sometime around 1300. Its name in Hindi is a variation of Sanskrit word Taravari, which translates into one-edged sword. Here we have the Twilight Cloak, or Midnight Mantle. Not only is it the most powerful cape in the game with a plus 10 to Constitution, it's also the first piece of equipment that we recover after having them stolen from Alucard during his encounter with Death in the first video. During the Double Fine Devs Play video series, producer Koji Igarashi mentions that the team intentionally placed them in the second castle as a design decision. Knowing that the vast majority of players would get the bad ending on their first playthrough, thinking back to the early game equipment was a means of enticing players to explore the further reaches of the castle. The Sniper of Goth enemy is known as the Amalaric Sniper in the Japanese version, and its in-game description mentions that it slew Amalaric. This is a reference to a young 6th century king of the Visigoths that was assassinated by his own men. Further games in the series mention this enemy as a fallen angel, referring to angels that sided with Lucifer during his rebellion against God, which fits a little more neatly into its appearance here in the inverted castle. As one might expect then, it's one of the few wholly elemental enemies in the game, and is weak to dark weapons. It will unsurprisingly drop a magic missile, and a brilliant mail or shining breastplate. This armor adds plus 12 to defense and plus 1 to intelligence, and adds plus 10 to attack for sub-weapons. There's a counterpart dark armor we'll find later that gives similar boosts to magical attacks, both of which harken back to what I mentioned in the last video about the designer's original divide between holy sub-weapons and unholy magic. This is the Imp, a small irritation that will possess Alucard for a brief moment to attack blindly. Imps are something of a lesser goblin from Germanic folklore and are known for playing mischievous, though not necessarily evil pranks. Our demon familiar is actually one of them, in fact. It will drop a luck potion consumable and the King's Stone accessory, which raises strength by plus 10. This item is a reference to the Japanese television series Kamen Rider Black, which, when used, would change the series hero Kotaro Minami into his heroic alter ego. This enemy is fairly common in the inverted castle, so we'll definitely see it again soon. This is the strongest of the 3 spectral sword enemies in the game, which has evolved into a more phalanx-like defensive posture. It drops 2 very interesting weapons. First is the Moblong Sword, which has a plus 39 to attack and plus 2 to defense. It's notable for being not only one of the stronger one-handed swords in the game, but also that it acts as a replacement for the mighty shield rod weapon found in the Colosseum. Though at the loss of the Gradius-like projectile shields that the rod could spawn, the Mablung can summon magical shield abilities and offers much more powerful base attack. Its name is a reference to, surprise, J.R.R. Tolkien's Legendarium, as he was a Sindarin elf and a contemporary of the famous human Beren, whom hunted the Great Wolf and eventually married the elfin Luthien. It was also the name of one of Faramir's rangers that appeared in The Lord of the Rings. In Japan, this weapon is known as Lemuria, which is both a reference to an ancient Roman festival where people would perform rites to exorcise malevolent spirits, and a hypothetical lost continent that sunk into the Indian and Pacific Oceans millennia ago, not unlike Atlantis. While scientists have come to conclude that no such sunken continent exists in that region, it's become a favorite location for occult and science fiction writers over the years, like those of the works of Conan the Barbarian creator Robert E. Howard. The second notable weapon drop in this enemy is the Gurthang, known as the Dainsleff in the Japanese version. Its normal use as a basic one-handed weapon grants plus 25 to attack and plus 1 to defense. However, a quarter-circle fireball motion is a special attack that has a flash of the Dark Metamorphosis spell, which will heal Alucard slightly when attacking an enemy that emits blood, and will nearly double the attack to plus 40 in this case. The Bloodstone item that we found in the Catacomb will double the healing gain if they are both equipped for this secret move, but actually casting Dark Metamorphosis will also double the attack power of the normal strike, making it a fairly useful weapon for the magically inclined. Its name in the North American version is a reference to a Tolkien weapon of the First Age named Anglakel that was reforged into Gurthang and ultimately used by the hero of men, Turin, though the weapon eventually took on not only a perceived malice unto itself, but also something of a personality as it conversed with Turin upon his death. In Japan, the Dainsleff, or Dainsleff, was a sword from Norse mythology wielded by King Hogni, and forged by dwarves to always take a man's life once removed from its scabbard, causing wounds that will never heal, a story similar to that of the Muramasa. Notable also is that the shields and spears that attack and defend for this and all spectral swords not only drop items, the Knight Shield and Javelin respectively here, but also grant 1 experience point per kill. This makes this spot ideal for leveling up Alucard's helpful familiars. It takes substantial setup to do it right and debatably unnecessary for even getting to this point, but with the duplicator accessory and Power of Sire, your sidekicks can hit their level max in a matter of minutes. The final new enemy we'll encounter here is the Archer above us. Its attacks will track Alucard to a certain extent, but are still easily avoided unless swarmed with other foes. It drops the Heart Refresh item and the Vorpal Blade. Known as the Sonic Blade in Japan, this weapon grants plus 25 to attack and will strike while Alucard is moving without any sort of recoil, essentially turning this Castlevania game into a Strider clone. The name refers to a weapon found in the Lewis Carroll poem Jabberwocky, as the sword that beheaded the indescribable beast. It's often used in popular culture and fiction thereafter as an extremely sharp weapon that can quickly dispatch foes, which makes sense given its use here. We'll find something similar but far more powerful later on in our travels. Welcome back. This episode is going to start by breaking a little bit of sequence to backtrack. Remember that we're going to catalog individual sections in their entirety from here on, so we'll need to head back into the Anti-Chapel for a brief moment. Alright, let's finally get this episode started now that we're in Deathwing's lair, the inverse of Olrox's quarters. The name of this location is actually a little bit of a mystery since no such enemy named Deathwing appears in the game. There is, however, a boss named the Darkwing Bat that we'll encounter later, and the accepted reasoning behind this area's nomenclature is that this boss was originally supposed to be found here and was moved at later moments in development. That doesn't explain the difference between Deathwing and Darkwing, but we have to play the hand that we're dealt sometimes. The flying zombie enemies don't swoop around the room like an imp might, but when cut in half will still float toward you at a zombie's trademark slow pace. Both halves must be killed for it to be entered into the librarian's bestiary, and it drops a shuriken and a frankfurter. Neither of which I suppose make a lot of sense, but maybe we're getting a hot dog because we're seeing an enemy's entrails, which is some pretty gross speculation on my part. The Alucard mail is the second piece of the starting equipment that was stolen from us at the beginning of the game by Death. With the defense of plus 20, it isn't the strongest armor in the game from a stat perspective, but with baked-in stat resistances to ice, thunder, and fire, it's still perhaps the best. Sadly, not a whole lot of new enemies to uncover in this area, but the Karasamon is the first boss that we'll run into as a regular foe in the inverted castle. We'll see a few more as the episode moves forward. Here's the next classic boss we'll face, Akmodon II, also known as Mummy Man in the Japanese version. In terms of the Castlevania series, this is one half of the boss found at the end of level 3 in the first game, but with a few added abilities here. It also guards the Rib of Vlad key item that boosts Constitution by 10 and would grant Simon Belmont a shield in its appearance in Castlevania II Simon's Quest for the NES. A mummy is any deceased living thing that is carefully preserved, including both humans and animals. Most mummification processes include removing the organs of the subject before completing the process, and preserving these to the best extent possible. Most would attribute this procedure to the ancient Egyptians with their famously bandaged mummies entombed in sarcophagi for centuries, but preserved mummified bodies have been found everywhere from northern Africa to South America to even the United States, where the oldest known mummy was found in Nevada with an age dated as over 9,000 years old. Akmodon II, itself a name that was created for this enemy's appearance in Super Castlevania IV for the Super NES and isn't exactly an accurate Egyptian name, is described as an ancient Egyptian mummy, though, in its entry into the bestiary. It implies that an Akmodon I precedes it, but according to the Castlevania wiki on fandom.com, no such enemy exists in the series. The reason for a mummy's inclusion in this series makes sense historically. Since the first game of the franchise was a stew of old horror movie references, we can safely use this enemy as a callback to the 1932 Universal film The Mummy, starring Boris Karloff, itself a reaction to the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, which brought mummies into the mainstream consciousness. A supposed pharaoh's curse erroneously followed those whom disturbed the burial place of these ancient kings, and this was the basis of many mummy stories over the years. Incidentally, one of the earliest works of mummies in modern fiction was The Jewel of the Seven Stars, published in 1903, and written by none other than Bram Stoker. The skeleton dancer enemy patrols rooms and jumps to attack you on sight. Known as the skeleton jumper in Japan, there are actually several instances of ballroom dancing spirits in the series, but these aren't the same kind of foe. They drop the stone mask, which we found in the previous castle, and the buffalo star, or Yagyu Shuriken in the Japanese version. These are among the most powerful single-use projectiles in the game. In Japan, the Yagyu clan were famous instructors of swordsmanship and martial arts, many of which appear romanticized in literature and popular culture. It's time we finally address H.P. Lovecraft. One of the early 20th century horror and science fiction authors to bear and maintain a devoted following, though he died in poverty in 1937 at the age of 47, his reputation grew posthumously and is now considered a major influence of genre writing to this day. His most famous work is perhaps the Cthulhu mythos, about a race of old gods so incomprehensibly terrible that the human mind can't fathom them and stay sane. Unknowable evil and the insignificance in humanity are major themes that ran through the majority of his work, much of which appear in not only this game but many others. Certain images, though, of a monstrous tentacled beast have also crept through mainstream works, specifically here for the enemy Malachi. We've already seen an enemy in an earlier video, and again here among the flying zombies, named Cthulhu, as a reference to the troubled author, but Malachi fits closer to Lovecraft's vision of an octopus, a dragon, and a humanoid form mangled together, so we should assume that the names were mix-up in localization. Cthulhu, in fiction, was a cosmic being known as a Great Old One that was worshipped by cultists, with several other Old Ones factoring into a wide tapestry of stories that carried on after Lovecraft's death by other authors. Further games in the Castlevania franchise, strangely, have kept the naming of this enemy standard as Malachi over time, but its descriptions tend to lean back on the Cthulhu mythos that it's a, quote, pagan being of ancient times that strikes fear into all in its presence. Malachi, though, is the name of one of the final books of the Old Testament in the Christian Bible and also part of the Hebrew Bible, though the idea that it was written by someone of this name has been debated over the centuries, since Malachi itself translates into messenger in Hebrew. This enemy's name in the Japanese version is simply evil, as it seems to be the physical manifestation of the concept. It has 666 hit points, the symbolism of which we've already covered. It will drop both the dark armor and dark shield. The former is called the Devious Breastplate in the Japanese version and boosts defense by +8 and guards against dark attacks. The latter is a shield with +3 to defense, and it's one of the special shields in the game that will damage enemies on contact. Its Shield Rod spell conjures dark affinity meteors from below for a screen-clearing attack, while an image of what may be the Giga boss from Life Force appears. As Life Force, or Salamander in some regions, is an offshoot of Castlevania's sister series Gradius, it certainly wouldn't be the first reference to it that we've seen, and won't be the last. The Sword of Hador is among the last of the normal swords that we'll find. It has a +24 to attack and no special ability. Of course, it's named for a piece of Tolkien lore, as you may have guessed. It's the heirloom weapon of the House of Hador, whom were kings of men in the First Age. In the Japanese version, it's called the Sword of Helga, which could be a reference to the Danish king Helga from the classic poem Beowulf, or one of several fictional Scandinavian heroes mentioned in the Norse Poetic Edda. Moving into the Reverse Colosseum, there really isn't a lot to say about the location itself, sadly, but keep an eye out for the same behemoth in the background that we found in the previous incarnation. From this entrance, we'll first encounter the Werewolf, which is a slightly stronger version of this enemy compared to when we ran into him as a boss in the original castle, and it has a separate entry into the Librarian's Bestiary. The moveset is the same for both, though. This one here will drop the Yasatsuna, which is a katana that will slash while walking. The name is a reference to legendary Japanese sword Jojigiri Yasatsuna, which was used by the samurai Yorimitsu to kill a demon thief by order of the Emperor of Japan. The sword is still on museum display today. The werewolf also drops the Iron Fist, or Kaiser Knuckle. It's a weapon with a +25 attack that will throw a flurry of punches with a fireball motion. The name in the Japanese version could have a variety of meanings, especially since the name of this weapon appears in other franchises such as the Final Fantasy series, but is probably either a reference to the character of Kaiser in Yoshiyuki Okamura and Tetsuo Hara's post-apocalyptic martial arts manga Fist of the North Star, or a 1994 arcade fighting game called Kaiser Knuckle, developed and published by Taito. The Minotaur is just like the werewolf in that it's a recolored boss from the first Colosseum repurposed as a standard enemy. It will drop a Sirloin and the Fury Plate, or Rage Breastplate. This is an armor with a +13 to defense, but will boost armor stats for a short time when Alucard takes damage. We'll find one for ourselves during this video. Now for what may be one of the better boss battles in the game, another doppelganger fight with Alucard's old companions from Dracula's Curse for the NES. Though the three of them are characters built from the ground up with movesets based on their counterparts from the original game, only two of them are completely original sprites. Trevor Belmont is a repurposing of the unused Richter redesign for the cancelled Bloodletting, mentioned in a previous video. Since no footage of that game's development exists that we know of, though, we can't speculate about any more leftovers being used anywhere else. Other small things to note about this fight revolve around minor differences compared to the NES original. For one, Sypha, no longer beholden to a surprise ending, can remain hoodless and openly female. This zombified version of her somehow gained the ability to float, but makes for something of a three-tiered battle with Grant up top and Trevor down below. Somewhat reflecting the original game's fragility among characters, Trevor here has the most hit points, followed by Sypha and then Grant. Knowing that the critical path to finishing the second castle is to battle with the original bosses from the first Castlevania, and then collect the items from the second game, This battle is a nice callback to the third game in the franchise, even though it's entirely optional. A couple of short facts about these characters as we make our way back. First, Grant Dynasty, which was his name in Dracula's Curse, could be a play on the name of the Dynasty line, one of the other Wallachian noble families that were rulers of the area between Vlad Tepes family, making them a rival house. It could also be a reference to Ferenc Nádasdy, a Hungarian noble famous for both taking a page from Vlad Tepes' book by cruelly impaling and displaying his prisoners, and his union to his infamous wife, the serial killer Elizabeth Bathory. Sypha Belnades, as I mentioned a bit ago, had an ambiguous gender until the big reveal at the end of Castlevania 3, where we find that she falls in love with Trevor Belmont. It's become widely accepted over time that Belnades is a mistranslation of the Spanish surname Fernandez, though the naming convention stuck in further games. In Japan, Trevor Belmont's first name is Ralph. By itself, this really isn't that notable. However, the time attack list in the systems menu of the North American version never localized this. The White Dragon monster is from the original Castlevania for the NES. It's one of the few enemies that won't drop anything. The Stone Skull is another odd entry in the bestiary as it cannot be killed and therefore has no drops. The Sword Gram, or famous Sword Gram in the more descriptive Japanese version, is one of the most powerful basic swords in the game with a plus 30 attack, but it has no special move assigned to it. Its name comes from the legendary Norse hero Sigurd, or sometimes Siegfried, who used Gram on many adventures, including to kill the dragon Fafnir. The towering, though immaterial, Azaghal enemy that we saw a few times earlier is similar to the Vandal sword that we found in the Clock Tower, though with some exceptions. First, we need to attack its sword as there's no physical body to hurt, but the hitbox is conspicuously small, so Alucard needs to hit the hilt of the weapon. He needs to be careful though, as the sword can still damage Alucard, especially at the angle it takes during Azaghal's hit stun. This enemy's name comes from, get ready, Tolkien's Silmarillion, and also the posthumous Book of Unfinished Tales, as he was a dwarven king. Its name in the Japanese version, Bureau, lines up a bit more neatly with its bestiary description as the Executioner of Hell, as it's the French word for torturer or executioner. It drops the Covenant Stone, which boosts attack by plus 15. This item is called the Megan Yord in the Japanese version, which is one of the 3 prized possessions of the Norse god Thor, the others being Mjolnir, the hammer, and Njangreipr, his iron gloves. Megan Yorn boosts the Thunder God's already considerable strength. This enemy also drops the Mornblade. This is a strong one-handed sword with no special attack, but will heal Alucard for 8 hit points for every attack. Since it doesn't necessarily matter if his attacks incur any damage, he can keep swinging at invincible enemies and still receive their health replenishment. The name of the weapon is a reference to the works of Michael Moorcock, much like the Sword of Dawn from the previous video. It's the brother weapon of Stormbringer, and like that sword is the sentient demon in weapon form. We start again in the Black Marble Gallery, but this episode has a lot of ground to cover, so we'll move through it as quickly as we can. The clock room here is something that we'll definitely come back to in the future, but for now, things really get going with the Guardian enemy. Essentially a palette swap of the Armor Lord from the first castle, this monster is the strongest regular enemy in the game and has the experience point payout to match. While this makes this corridor an effective place to level grind to prepare for many endgame battles, The strength of this enemy plus its immunity to most elemental attacks makes for a pretty dangerous foe. Poison damage will work well against this monster, as are weapons that will hit multiple times in quick succession, but it will put up an invincible barrier when struck repeatedly, so hit and run tactics are the safest approach when dealing with them. Called the Final Guard in the Japanese version, later games in the series would use this enemy for exactly that purpose, to defend the end bosses. That should give you a clue to where we'll end up in a few episodes. They drop the Great Sword, which is the strongest two-handed sword in the game at plus 65 attack, but is conspicuous amongst two-handed weapons in that it does not come loaded with a thrusting technique with a sonic boom motion. The in-game description calls this the Great Sword of Aubeck, which is another reference to fantasy writer Michael Moorcock's various works, as it was the massive broadsword swung by the human hero Aubeck of Malador. They also drop the God's Garb armor, which, while listed in its in-game description as the, quote, strongest of all armor, this is only true from a defensive stat perspective. The Alucard armor we picked up in the last video has slightly less defense but resistances to most elemental damage, making it a much more versatile option, and the fully powered Walk armor has slightly higher defensive numbers after the castle has been fully explored. For most then, the Alucard mail is still the preferred option. The Jack of Bones is known as the Throwmaster in Japan and comes in two different colors, and there's some debate about differences in throwing ability between them. Regardless, it's a somewhat common enemy in the inverted castle, as we'll see it in multiple locations, and drops a Shuriken and Flame Star, the latter of which being the strongest and most expensive single-use projectile in the game. The name of this enemy is actually a play on the term Old Bag of Bones, which is a North American colloquialism for an elderly, or sometimes just older and very skinny person. The enemy throws a cross-shaped projectile, though. Well, it looks fairly close to an item used in the playground children's game Jax, which lends to its first name. Though pretty obvious, the mechanical floor traps in this section of the castle were not found in the earlier counterpart. They do heavy damage, but a quick player can land and jump again if they're fast with their button presses. The green Nova skeleton is called the Skeleton Beamer in Japan. It is a distinct red dot on the forehead of the skull, which later games would use to explain this enemy's attacks as coming from psionic powers that were drilled into its head. However this might have happened, the beam that it emits is the strongest single enemy attack in the game, making this a fairly dangerous foe not killed very quickly. It drops the Monster Vial 3 and the very interesting Terminus Est sword. This is a one-handed sword that boosts attack by plus 32 and defense by plus 2, and will poison enemies, which, like when afflicted upon Alucard, will dramatically reduce the strength of their attacks. The name of this weapon comes from science fiction author Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun series, published in the early 1980s. It's wielded by Severian, the narrator of the series and a torturer, which explains its in-game description as a poisonous executioner sword. Terminus Est translates from Latin into "it is the end." The Japanese version names this weapon Hrunting. This series has retained the moniker for further entries. It's the sword given to the hero Beowulf by Unferth and used in the battle with Grendel's mother until it was deemed useless, and then discarded. Beowulf then returned it to Unferth after the conflict had ended. This is the reverse entrance. The dodo bird is named for an extinct distant cousin to the modern pigeon found on islands off the coast of Madagascar. Completely fearless of humans, it's thought to have been wiped out within a century of its discovery, as it was an easily hunted bird. The one in this game, emphasis on one as it appears nowhere other than this single location, will flee from Alucard if it spots him. It drops a heart brooch accessory that will cut the amount of hearts used for sub-weapons in half. It also drops the Rune Sword, which is also known as the Heaven's Rune. It's a thrown weapon that covers a significant range on the screen that can be extended with a sonic boom motion. The after image of the attack left behind spells the word verboten, which is German for forbidden. Here again is the obscure hidden chamber with a much greater prize this time, the Barrel Circlet. It's a headpiece that adds plus 10 to intelligence. What makes it an important find is its ability to heal Alucard when he takes lightning damage, which will be of great importance a little bit later. Beryl is a mineral that is the purest form of aquamarine and emerald, as well as chrysoberyl, which was mentioned in a previous video as the gemstone often called a cat's eye. The blue Venus Weed is a more powerful version of the previously found Venus Weed enemy, which, according to the librarian's records, got this way from being fed demon blood. Sadly, that's the only really interesting thing to say about it. It will drop a heart refresh and the Zweihander Greatsword. Zweihander literally translates into two-handed in German, where these giant greatswords originated in the early 1500s. Like most other greatswords, it has a thrusting attack with a sonic boom motion. The Dragon Rider and Ouroboros are two distinct varieties of the white dragon enemy we fought in the Reverse Colosseum. The former bounces around the room and can be safely avoided between its jumping points, with the head as its weak spot. The latter, though, will freely fly about the room. What really makes this enemy interesting is that the Fleaman Rider can be killed before the dragon, though it has no entry in the bestiary, and it causes the dragon to fly around the room and attack other enemies for us, not unlike a familiar. If the dragon is killed first, though, it has the rare chance to drop a Karma Coin consumable or a Lapis Lazuli accessory that boosts luck by plus 20. The name of this enemy comes from an Egyptian symbol that represents a snake eating its own tail in circular formation. This can represent many things, but most often humanity's eternal cycles of life, death, destruction, and rebirth. Ouroboros is called Quetzalcoatl in the Japanese version. This is the name of a Mesoamerican deity that took the form of a feathered serpent. In Aztec culture, this being became the god of wind and knowledge primarily, but was also something of a patron of the dawn, crafts, the arts, merchants, and the priesthood. The Warg Rider is a strengthened version of the first enemy Alucard fought in the game. After enough damage is dealt, the Rider is killed and the Fire Warg will take its place. While the Rider doesn't drop anything, the Fire Warg will let go of a Karma Coin and a Turquoise. It's a slightly recolored version of its initial appearance. In the Japanese version, it's known as Fenrir, whom is a giant wolf in Norse mythology. Through stories mostly found in the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, Fenrir was a son of the trickster god Loki that was destined to ultimately kill the Allfather Odin during the events of Ragnarok, whom in turn would also be killed by Odin's son Vidar. In the North American version of the game, this location is called the Necromancy Laboratory, while the Japanese version names it the Black Magic Research Lab. Both titles, though, refer back to a central meaning that evil magic is being conducted in this space. Necromancy is a compound word that stems from ancient Greek that joins nekros, or dead body, with manteo, which means to divine. In simple terms, necromancy is the magic of using the deceased for a variety of purposes, ranging from learning forbidden knowledge to raising an undead army. Not exactly sunny stuff. Black magic, then, is a sort of catch-all term for evil magic, or sorcery for an ill or selfish purpose. So, yes, bad things happen here. The lesser demon that appears here in the Reverse Castle is different from its boss counterpart we fought in the Long Library. It no longer summons a rogues gallery of other enemies, instead copying itself ad nauseum if left to its own devices. By not killing a room full of them quickly, you run the risk of being overwhelmed. You might be surprised to learn that the Fire or Flame Demon is immune to fire attacks, but probably not. This enemy is interesting in the context of the rest of the Castlevania series, though, and that all subsequent games made this a red winged monster. It drops 2 interesting items. The first is the fire or flame shield, which crackles when shown to defend. It will completely block fire attacks and has a +4 to defense. Its Shield Rot spell is yet another reference to Konami's sister series Gradius, in that it summons a recurring franchise enemy known as an Intruder to cause fire-based damage to foes. This monster also drops the Marcel, which is a one-handed sword with +33 to attack and +1 to defense. Its regular attack is a flaming slice, but a fireball motion will cause an Inferno attack at the expense of some magic. The name of this weapon is a mistranslation of the sword Narsil from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, which, after being shattered, was the weapon that Isildur used to cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand, and was eventually reforged for Aragorn. Narsil in the fictional elven Quenya language translates into red and white flame. In Japan and in further entries of this series, the weapon is called Levitain, which originates in Norse mythology as a weapon mentioned in the Poetic Edda, though this name has been debated by Eddic scholars as it may have slightly different spellings in the translations. Regardless, it was used to cut the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil, and forged by the elven Volund, whom is also known as Wayland the Smith in various other myths. It also goes by the titles Wounding Wand and Staff of Destruction according to the Edda, so it's unclear if this was ever actually a sword. The wings of the bitterfly enemy are actually ears. We know this because the Japanese name for this enemy is the chonchon, which is a mythical bird from Chilean and Argentinian folklore. A Mapuche sorcerer whom wields the power of Kalku black magic can invoke a ritual that turns them into chonchons, which separates the head from the body and grows the ears to an extent where they can be used for such a purpose. In-game, they float in and out of visibility and are more of a nuisance than anything, though they can curse Alucard on contact. They drop a luck potion and a mystic pendant, which we found earlier in the Royal Chapel. Here we have another powerful optional boss, Beelzebub. A giant rotting corpse which hangs from the ceiling, this enemy is actually made up of several sprites which can all be attacked independently. The more limbs are broken off, though, the more dangerous and aggressive this fight becomes, as it will summon a larger cadre of flies to attack us. The small poisonous maggots that run across the floor will also trickle down with more regularity the closer to death this demon becomes. Beelzebub is a great prince of hell according to the Dictionary Infernal, and in various Judeo-Christian theologies is considered a major demon. Like Legion, it's mentioned by Jesus of Nazareth in the Christian Bible by name, as is the Canaanite god Baal, which Beelzebub may have derived its name. It's also mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as well. Depending on the translation, Beelzebub can break apart into the phrase Lord that flies, which over time became the defining attribute of this being when conflated into Lord of the Flies, which is reflected in both the enemies that defend it and its entry into the Librarian's bestiary. Occasionally the name Beelzebub is used interchangeably with Satan as the one true ruler of hell, even occasionally in the Christian Bible, but this is open to discussion. As it is the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub is typically illustrated as being of great size and with leather wings, which is where the common image of a cloven-hoofed demon with wings and horns seems to originate. There are several ways to cheese this fight actually, but the most common way to kill this monster is with an axe sub-weapon and a few well-placed throws. Jumping at it becomes both difficult and dangerous as the fight drags on, making distance fighting the preferred method. The prize for this battle is the Ring of Arcana, an accessory that boosts the appearance of rare drops from enemies. This happens under the hood though, as we see no clear bumps in the luck stat from the status screen. Still, it's something of a must for item farming players. Arcana is short for the word arcanum, which is often defined and used somewhat interchangeably with the word mystery. It also refers to the use of alchemy, specifically in the formation of the Philosopher's Stone, which was an item used to turn base metals into gold or to extend human life, depending on what you might be reading. As this is a fictional concept and no such object exists, the method of fashioning a Philosopher's Stone was known as the Grand Arcanum. Since the item in the game can essentially grant us great power out of nothing, the name for the ring actually makes a little bit of sense. The Gorgon enemy will turn Alucard to stone as well as collide with him for damage, but the saddle on its back isn't just for show, as we can use that to ride it. As an armored war beast, at least according to the librarian's bestiary, it makes sense that it's strong against most kinds of normal damage as well as fire. It'll drop a hammer item for the fairy familiar to break you of stone status, but also, tellingly, the stone sword. This is a unique short sword with laughably low attack, but will inflict certain enemies with stone status, and will hit stun most enemies for 1.3 seconds, which is significantly longer than any other weapon in the game. The Japanese name for this weapon and its appearance in every other game in the series is Milliken's Stone Sword. There's no clear reasoning for this, but could be named after what is called Milliken rock formations in Arizona that contain red shale and resembles the Grand Canyon. Gorgons are traditionally associated with Greek mythology, as Medusa and her two immortal sisters were a few examples. However, this monster is more likely a Ketopelbos, which is what it was called in the later games that reused this enemy sprite. It's a legendary oxen-like creature from Ethiopia whose breath could turn things to stone. The Encyclopedia of Legendary Creatures by Tom McGowan repatriated this mythic monster, though, as the Gorgon of Africa, which is most likely where the name originates for this game. The funny thing about this location, the reverse outer wall, is that, at least as far as this video series is concerned, there's nothing new here to talk about. We'll be barreling through it to get to our next two stops and running into enemies that we've already found in previous episodes. So let's backpedal a little bit and talk about the Goddess Shield, found in the last episode in the tall elevator shaft swarmed with imps. It's a shield with +4 defense that is engraved with a goddess image, according to its in-game description. Each Shield Rod spell summons this unnamed deity, which looks to have visual motifs that may be South or Central American and will boost dark elemental protection. The one prominent discussion point in this area is the boss, the creature. In terms of the Castlevania series, this enemy has appeared in nearly every game under the name Frankenstein, and with similar appearances, while Symphony of the Night finally took control and gave this monster its proper name. The reasoning is simple, really. This foe was cobbled together from various body parts and brought to life by Dr. Victor Frankenstein, the scientist and the protagonist of English author Mary Shelley's seminal 1818 novel Frankenstein, or the Modern Prometheus. While the novel gives several names for this being, creature, abortion, monster, demon, and wretch among them, its audience over time has come to refer to it as simply Frankenstein, which has become an acceptable moniker. The book itself is a significant work of fiction. Not only does it have something of a famous origin, as it's the supposed product of a competition amongst other famous writers Percy Shelley, John Polidori, and Lord Byron, it's also become somewhat accepted as the first science fiction novel, though this is open to debate. Whether or not you subscribe to this claim, its influence as a piece of horror or science fiction is as far-reaching as it possibly could be, particularly in this case on film, as it was the inspiration for several adaptations beginning in the silent era with a 1910 short film produced by Thomas Edison's Edison Studios. The most famous of these adaptations, of course, and the inspiration behind the enemy's design in this and every other game in the Castlevania franchise, is the 1931 Universal film starring Boris Karloff, itself a significant work of the medium. Certainly not the first horror film of even the talkie era, as even the Bela Lugosi Dracula preceded it by several months. It was a smashing success, and one far beyond that of even Dracula, due to the more lavish production values of the film and Karloff's subtle humanity in the performance. It would prove to Universal that monster films were its bread and butter for the next few decades, and spawned an early film industry mega franchise with Universal horror movies forming something of a loose continuity. As the first Castlevania game for the NES was something of an homage to these Golden Era horror films, the creature has a rightful place in this series. Typically, it is a large, lumbering enemy that will occasionally shoot lightning in other games of the franchise. It's certainly more nimble here in packing a giant hammer that will cause substantial damage. It defends the Tooth of Vlad relic, which boosts strength by plus 10. Into the Forbidden Library for a while, this location is a good detour because it's nothing but new enemies, and still a confined space like its counterpart in the first castle. We start by fighting it out with a lion, which is a slightly redrawn sprite of the Sword Lord enemy. Its librarian description is that it's a cowardly lion, and this is true in that it will wander away from you at first and attack after Alucard's back is turned. It drops a gauntlet accessory and the powerful Fist of Tulkas knuckle weapon. At an attack of plus 38 and defense of plus 5, it's the most powerful fist weapon in the game, and is the rare weapon with 2 special attacks, a flurry of punches with the sonic boom motion and an actual fireball with the fireball motion. Tulkas is, of course, a reference to Tolkien's Legendarium, as he was one of the Valar, something of a lesser angel of Middle-earth, and bore no weapon nor rode nor steed. Strong and hardy, he was slow to anger but also slow to forgive, and was known for his love of wrestling and other feats of strength. In Japan, this weapon is known as the Orichalcum, which is the name of a possibly fictitious metal mentioned in several ancient writings, including those in the story of the lost continent of Atlantis. As such, it's become something of a mythic material in several works of fantasy fiction and video games. Flying around this whole area is the diminutive but very important Shmoo, or Q in Japan. Aggravating maybe, but little else, the Shmoo is weak and easily killed with a chance to drop a bowl of ramen. It also, however, can rarely drop maybe the best weapon in the game, the Chrysaegrim. On paper it isn't anything special, but in practice it's the Vorpal Blade multiplied to excess. It will slash enemies 4 times, and while walking. As a one-handed sword, Alucard can use the offhand for a shield, or even another Chrysaegrim for double the unfair damage output. If you were to take a look at the map, you can see the Forbidden Library is fairly close to the starting location, so many players tend to bum rush into the western end of the inverted castle to grind for this weapon drop. If it wouldn't bore you to death, I'd probably do the same thing. This weapon is yet another reference to Tolkien's work, as the Chrysaegrim was a mountain range encircling Gondolin that was the home of the Great Eagles and their lord Thorndor. The Japanese name for this weapon is the Valman Way, which, as of this video's production, has no clear meaning. Some discussion on both the Castlevania Dungeon and Bloodstained forums present evidence that it may be a word in Tolkien's fictional Quenya Elvish language, meaning blessed wind. But short of Symphony producer Koji Igarashi or Toru Hagihara having their say, it might be a mystery of the game left unsolved, even though this weapon has retained the name Valman Way in later entries in the series. The Starlight is a ring accessory that boosts the already considerable strength of the cross sub-weapon. Starlight itself is a mineral found in several regions of the world, including the United States and Norway, and distinctive for its cruciform-shaped crystal twining. Back to the Shmoo, its name may be a reference to writer-artist Al Cap's formative comic strip Lil Abner that ran in newspapers from 1934 to 1977. The Shmoo in this strip was an amorphous, ghost-like being that was benevolent and apparently very tasty when eaten. Its Japanese name, Q, is likewise a reference to Obake no Kutaro, Fujiko Fujio's manga about a mischievous shape-shifting spirit living amongst a family and published in 1964. The Scarecrow enemy is another easily avoided foe, as the body on the spike is the damage box and not exactly the spike itself. Curiously, it's also unencumbered by the stopwatch subweapon. There are actually 2 Scarecrow sprites, the main difference being where the spear impales the body, but both are spewing green blood from them, strangely. It drops, of course, a javelin throwing weapon, but also the Muramasa sword, which was detailed in a previous video. Its bestiary description states that it's an impaled man looking for brains, which, no pun intended, is something to keep in mind for a little bit. The Baudelaire is an interesting weapon. The sprite found in the inventory suggests that it's a curved sword not unlike a scimitar, but the name is another word for the Basilard, a weapon found in the second video of the series, which was a short sword of the late Middle Ages. It could also be a reference to the 19th century macabre French poet Charles Baudelaire. His most famous work, a book of poetry called The Flowers of Evil, was published in 1857. The Japanese version names this the Scimitar of Barzai. This is also one of the few other references to horror writer H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos in the game, as Barzai was a high priest of the Eldritch Great Ones, whom took it upon himself to scale their mountain to look upon their faces. What he found, though, was that other gods, which is the name of the short story where he appears, were there from, quote, the outer hells to guard the feeble gods of earth. It's a one-handed sword with no special attack. What makes it notable, though, is that the strength of the weapon is based on the playtime of the game, and will get stronger as the minutes and hours pass, capping at plus 99, making it one of the stronger weapons in the game from a stat perspective, though this is still outshone by various other methods of monster slaying, including the Crissaegrim, which we could just get from the Shmoo. And here we have the Tin Man enemy, which will chase Alucard down with its axe arm and pop out a machine gun after enough damage has been dealt to it. Described as a heartless Tin Man in-game, it drops a Lunch A food item and the Mojo Mail. Also known as the Dark Breastplate in the Japanese version, this item is the opposite of the Brilliant Mail in that it boosts magical attacks and familiar damage by 50%, while also granting an impressive plus 15 to defense. So, if you've been paying attention, you would have noticed that we fought the Lion, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Man in this Forbidden Library, making this whole place a reference to L. Frank Baum's Wonderful Wizard of Oz, published in May of 1900, and other later works in the same universe. Essentially a fantastical story of a young girl's journey into a strange land, Baum used a variety of inspirations, including famously his own personal life as sources. Of course, Baum's work has been adapted many times over for the stage shortly after the book was published, and film beginning in the silent era. MGM's 1939 version starring Judy Garland, though underperforming in the box office at the time, has ultimately become one of the most beloved movies in the medium's history. Okay, back through the reverse outer wall on our march forward. You'll notice that the elevator sadly ceased to work in the inverted castle, and there aren't any weather effects here, minor but noticeable in its absence. Like other areas in the inverted castle, this is the very descriptive reverse clock tower. As we map through this area, let's circle back to two quick notes. First, in our fight with the creature in the Doppelganger 10 before it, the portal in the background is a recreation of the Aztec calendar as caught by viewer Jip Minderman. One of the Mesoamerican calendar systems, its circular shape leads scholars to believe that it was a solar-based calendar system, and with a 52-century lifespan, which gave conspiracy theorists plenty to speculate over. And second, the Forbidden Library is a favorite place for players to grind for familiar levels, as the enemies inside, particularly the Lion, give the most experience to our little friends outside of going through the trouble of the duplicator method shown in the Anti-Chapel video. The Dragon Helm is yet another item stolen from Alucard by Death at the beginning of the game. It boosts strength by plus 4 and defense by plus 3, but is notable for, quote, frightening enemies according to its inventory description, which lowers their defense by 50%, making it very useful for melee-focused players. In Japan, it's named Egil's Helmet, which is a reference to a few Old Norse and Germanic heroes, such as the archer Agilaz and Swedish King Ongendale. It might go without saying at this point that this could also be a reference to the dragon helm of Dora Loman, also known as the Helm of Hador from Tolkien's Silmarillion. The sword Luminous has no special attack but boosts damage by plus 26. Its in-game description states that it's a sword forged by elves, which makes sense given its name in the Japanese version is Orcrist. This is the name of the sword found in the Troll Hoard by the titular hobbit Bilbo Baggins in Tolkien's first published fantasy novel. Also known as the Goblin Cleaver, it was kept and wielded by Thorin Oakenshield and buried with him after the Battle of Five Armies. As elvish swords would glow when orcs were near, this probably lends to the weapon's name in the North American version as, quote, luminous is short for luminescence, which is the emission of light by a substance not resulting from heat, and according to its Wikipedia entry is a form of cold body radiation. Other than the gear puzzles that's a reflection of what we found in the first castle, there isn't a whole lot of new things to discuss here, so we're going to drop through it pretty quickly. The Medusa heads and the Cloak Knight are certainly a nuisance, but we don't need to deal with them, so we just won't. The Sunstone accessory is a necklace that boosts strength, constitution, intelligence, and luck by +5, quote, after sunrise. This makes it the inverse of the Moonstone that we found in the first castle, as its benefits are tied to the in-game clock. Since we found with the latter accessory that the game perceives that you began your adventure at midnight, the Sunstone's effects won't occur until you are 6 hours into the game, and will revert back to sunset 12 hours later. Again, like the Moonstone, this was changed in the Saturn version to align with the internal clock of the console. This area is curious because it will continuously respawn the Cloak Knight here when you leave the screen and come back. Next to no other places in the game do this. The spike traps falling from the ceiling are recurring hazards from the series, and they came from the second level of the first game. They've crept up intermittently as the franchise has gone on. The Bomb Knight, or Bomb Armor, is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. It drops one-time projectiles TNT and dynamite, and its bombs can be ricocheted back to it. The Moon Rod is the strongest cudgel in the game at +17 to attack. Its main use comes from the summoned projectiles that can be executed with a fireball motion at the expense of a little bit of magic. The Castlevania wiki from fandom.com notes that it may be a reference to the first season of the Sailor Moon anime, where the title character performs the moon healing escalation, but is soon lost afterward. This is the Darkwing Bat, which is the ancestral first boss of the whole franchise. It's also a recurring enemy as it has appeared in almost every entry into the series, but typically early in each game. Perhaps as something of a nod to its early boss status, the one in this game is one of the more easily defeated major enemies, making the Ring of Vlad that it defends a relatively simple endeavor. The ring is another relic that's a key to finishing the game. It boosts intelligence by +10. Welcome back. First, we have to do some teleporting to backtrack through the Black Marble Gallery to get to a location that we passed by the first time around. You'll see why in a second. This is the Reverse Caverns, the obvious inverted underground caverns, in an area curiously misspelled in the loading screen in the North American version of the game. Let's call that the first of the strikes against this area. The second, perhaps, is that there are a few new enemies and items to uncover. The last is that this is, without a doubt, the most tedious area of the castle on the map, for reasons you'll see shortly. By no means is this a requirement, but it may be a good idea to grab a warm drink and a blanket before we dig in. For the spatially aware, this room is where Alucard encountered the nightmare scenario in the first castle. What makes it interesting now, though, is that there are some peanuts on the floor that will respawn whenever the room is exited and re-entered for unlimited food. We could run in and out ad nauseum to grab some, but I think that might bore you. The boss of this area, the Doppelganger 40, is entirely optional as it doesn't have any relics we need to finish the game. It can still be a fun fight though, as it is vulnerable to a wide array of status effects including poison, curse, and even petrification using the Medusa shield. It's a more powerful version of the one found in the outer wall of the first castle, and along with a wider skill set is armed with a Terminus Est weapon, which will poison us if we're not careful. Of some note is this enemy's maximum hit points of 777. In most Western cultures, this is considered a lucky or even holy number. In the Hebrew Bible, the numbers 3 and 7 were considered perfect as God created the world and then rested on the seventh day. And by extension, in the Christian Bible, the number 777 is meant to represent the perfection of the Holy Trinity, God the Father, Jesus his Son, and the Holy Spirit. If you were to hit a 777 in a slot machine in Las Vegas, you may also consider it holy, as the jackpot you've won will probably be a religious experience. Below us is a small army of dark octopus enemies, known as crazy octopi in Japan. They wander slowly around and spew black ink, making them fairly unthreatening when separated, but certainly more of a hassle in larger numbers. The ink may even conceal other enemy sprites behind it, so one should be careful when tackling the crowd. Like the killer fish, they drop, tellingly, some sushi as well as some green tea. What makes this encounter notable, though, is the size of the enemy herd and the fact that they bleed. This makes this location the ideal place to farm blood for the Muramasa sword if a player chose not to set up an emulator to do it for them in the entrance, as detailed in a previous video. It can still take several hours that you'll never get back to fully enhance the weapon. But when loaded out with a bloodstone, the blood cloak, and the knife sub-weapon, Alucard can toss weak knives at the monster to shower blood all over himself for Muramasa levels, while the necklace and cloak will keep him alive and stocked in hearts to attack. By using items like the duplicator to lower his intelligence stat, the knives will do even less damage, thereby generating more blood with fewer trips in and out of the area to respawn the enemies. You're about to see in this video though that none of this is necessary to topple the game. The Doppelganger and Octopi were basically guarding the Dark Blade weapon. It has no special attack, and even though the name implies it, doesn't even have Dark Elemental affinity attached to it. It's simply a one-handed sword with plus 35 attack and plus 2 to defense. Its in-game description reads that it's a sword forged by elves, which makes sense given its name in the Japanese version, Glamdring. This is one of the rare Tolkien references that was in the original version but not translated over for some reason, as Glamdring, also known as both Beater by goblins and the Foehammer by practically everybody else, was one of the elven swords recovered from the trolls by Bilbo Baggins and the company of dwarves. The wizard Gandalf the Great carried it thereafter. Here's where things slow down for us. As a design consideration, none of Alucard's forms can survive underwater, other than for some reason the wolf. For that alone, we can use the gravity boots to super jump as high as we can, but to map this location of the castle, liberal use of the wolf transformation is necessary to uncover this whole area, which translates into moving the camera up as high as possible. To add insult to injury, the reverse caverns are not exactly an upside-down translation of the original area either. The trench that we're working through now is larger than its counterpart in the underground caverns, which is why the complete map of the game is 200.6% and not just 200. To make things a little easier, the Wolf's Skill of Wolf relic adds the ability to swim, but in practice it's faster to simply super jump and shapeshift when necessary. If you have to hit the bathroom, I suppose this wouldn't be a bad time. Finally through the trench, and our prize for putting up with it is one of the few collectible relics in the inverted castle, the Force of Echo. This turns the bat form's echo ability into damaging sound waves. While this isn't as cool as the optional extra fire blast from bat familiars that follow you, the fact that there's no recoil to the attack and its wider cone-like range make it the optimal choice for exploring new areas. Since we mapped all of those already though, it's nice that we found it, but we won't make much use out of it. The Cave Troll has something of a robust moveset, as it can attack with a spinning tongue lash and a leaping stab, also with the tongue, and will emit a lightning field when encroached upon. It's not really much of a threat at this point though, since we're closing in on the end of the game. In Japan, this monster is known as the Chupacabra, which translates from Spanish to goat sucker. Evidently, they actually suck out the entrails of livestock with their tongues, so the name fits after a fashion. A being of folklore up and down the Americas, the Chupacabra was supposedly spotted in Puerto Rico in the mid-1990s, after several sheep were found with puncture wounds and drained of blood. Puerto Rican comedian Silverio Perez coined the name for this farm animal butcher shortly thereafter, but the mysterious deaths of blood-drained livestock similar to this also began circulating in the media around the same time, ranging from the Dominican Republic to Russia. It drops the neutron bomb consumable in the Nalgum, which is a necklace accessory that boosts defense by plus 15. I hope you're sitting down because the name of this item comes from Tolkien lore, and that it was also called the Necklace of the Dwarves and bore one of the Silmarils. Though laden with many gems, it supposedly sat lightly around the neck. In Japan, this item is called the Brisingamen, which is the necklace worn by the Norse goddess Freya and mentioned in the epic Beowulf in both the poetic and prose Edda. The rock armor enemy is a palette swap of the bomb armor we fought in the last episode, save trading the bomb for a giant rock. Sadly, you can't bounce the rock back to it for damage, but it can be destroyed in midair. The jewel knuckles can be farmed from this enemy if you didn't access the grated room in the outer wall, as well as the platinum mail. This weapon is the Osafune Katana, or Bizan Osafune, and is one of the more powerful two-handed swords in the game at plus 50 to attack, but with a minus 10 to defense. Like the Fist of Tolkis, it has two special abilities, a teleport strike with a fireball motion, and a sword flurry with a sonic boom. Osafune's schools of swordsmithing began in the Kamakura period in the mid-13th century. Maybe the swords are now owned by private collectors, or are on display at various locations, including the Tokyo National Museum. The door we just opened and the location that we just mapped connects back to the reverse entrance. If you remember back to the reverse entrance video, you'll probably remember that the barrel circlet is basically right next to us. This is important for something we're going to see one more video from now. Just remember it if you can. This candle holds a $2,000 money bag, making this perhaps the easiest place to raise cash in the game if you somehow feel above using the familiars to hustle the librarian. At last we find the final shield of the game, the Alucard shield, which was another of the initial items stolen by Death at the beginning of the adventure. Unquestionably the best shield in the game at plus 5 to defense, and the side effect of generating hearts when Alucard makes contact with it, its Shield Rod spell absolutely destroys this game. By calling forth the power of other shields scattered about the castle, it turns the defensive item into a ramming weapon with a fixed damage output of 255 damage per hit that will also heal Alucard for a small amount of damage while also making him invincible for a short time. While we still might take some damage if an enemy takes a swing at us, this effectively makes Alucard into a walking wrecking ball, and can devastate even the toughest bosses in seconds. You can probably surmise then why we didn't go straight for this item at the beginning of the inverted castle, which is common practice by Symphony players if they don't head straight for the Forbidden Library to farm the also hilariously overpowered Crusade Rim. Two more fun facts about the Alucard shield. First, the official artwork depicting it by Ayame Kojima bears from top to bottom bat, wolf, and mist motifs, which are the three forms that Alucard can shapeshift into this game and his father employed in Bram Stoker's novel. Perhaps more on the fun side though, the second thing to point out is that series producer and Symphony co-director Koji Igarashi had no idea that this freakishly powerful combination was even in the game. During the press tour to promote Igarashi's Kickstarter project Bloodstained Ritual of the Night in 2015, the developer sat with famous Symphony speedrunner RomScout for a YouTube video where the player took some time to break down all of the ways the fabric of the game could be mangled. After his initial shock of seeing the shield and rod combo, he noted that it was impossible at the time to bug check all the items, and this probably just slipped through the cracks. This is the cave. What you're hearing above us is the familiar flapping wings of the first boss we encountered, Gaibon. In fact, this episode is chiefly represented by old foes and their purpose in the series, and Gaibon is a great starting point. Along with its counterpart Slagra, I mentioned during our first run-in with them that they were conspicuously close to the appearance of their master, something of a reference to their debut in Super Castlevania IV for the Super NES. This will hold true for this video as well. Thankfully though, Alucard has grown into a real powerhouse in the hours between our meetings, so these monsters aren't really the threat they once were. Still, they were here to defend Dracula's most trusted lieutenant, the embodiment of death itself.
So, you've made it this far. In the name of your father, cease this foolishness.
Not while there's a breath in my body.
Then for the master, I'll feast on your soul this night.
Like many other depictions of death over the centuries, the Castlevania series has employed the Grim Reaper imagery as one of the final enemies in each game since the original NES entry. He's appeared in nearly every other game in the franchise since and depicted in slightly different ways in each game, while still maintaining his Reaper-like motifs. In art and culture, it's certainly normal for higher concepts like death to be personified, and many cultures and religions over the course of human history have depicted it in different ways, ranging from the Greek Thanatos with his beard and wings, to the Scottish Coo She-hounds that would bring departed souls to the afterlife. The portrayal of death as the Grim Reaper seems to have begun taking shape during the Black Plague that ravaged most of Europe and parts of Asia in the mid-1300s, as several cultures saw death as a frail or skeletal figure, and the addition of a large scythe, a farming implement to literally reap large amounts of crops, was a sensible metaphor for the amount of souls collected by this force of nature during that time. In many cultures and religions, death has often been portrayed as neither good nor evil, or firmly on one side of the spectrum or the other. Other times, like in Talmudic, Judaic, and Catholic beliefs, death and the act of shepherding souls to the afterlife would fall to either a benevolent angel like Michael the Archangel, or specific angels of death like Samael, or even Abaddon the Destroyer. In the Castlevania series, death typically takes multiple forms as befitting a late-game boss, which is a tradition that began in Castlevania III Dracula's Curse for the NES. Tellingly, according to his description from the librarian, he's a level 66 monster, the significance of which has been previously detailed, but also has 4,444 hit points, which is also worth reading into. As the numbers 6 and 13 are often seen as unlucky in Western culture, the number 4 in East Asian cultures like China and Japan is just as bad. The reason is simple. In many East Asian languages, most of whom share a common ancestry, the word and pronunciation of the number 4 sounds uncomfortably close or exactly like that of the word for death, which is often si or she, because of which a superstitious tetraphobia has been commonplace in many countries of the region, making days like April 4th not unlike a Friday the 13th in the US, and having elevators in large buildings conspicuously omit a 4th floor. Death's hit point in this game, and others in which he's appeared later on, hits this right on the nose by having 4 number 4s lined up right in a row. The prize for defeating it is the Eye of Vlad, the last of the body parts referenced in Castlevania II Simon's Quest, and the final piece to finally initiate the final phase of the game. Of course, we have much more to do before then though, but it will boost luck by plus 10. Perhaps the other prize for fighting it out with death is this, the Alucard sword, one of the items stolen from us at the beginning of the game. I actually detailed this weapon in the first video with its swift sword strikes and teleporting slash, so no more detail is really needed. It's a fine late game weapon, if significantly outclassed by other methods of monster mashing seen throughout this video series. This is the final area of the game we'll explore, the floating catacombs. There are significant aesthetic changes that we'll discuss about this area in a moment. For now, take note of some of the items we're acquiring, a Power of Sire and a Buffalo Star for example, and you should get a sense that this location won't be screwing around. There aren't a lot of new enemies here, but this one, Salome, has a lot to unpack. Basically a floating pest that tosses balls of energy while erecting an impenetrable shield, landing a killing blow will cause this enemy to shapeshift into a cat and run off. But if an item drops, they do so during the transformation. That physical change has a significance. First, Salome is the sort of stereotypical witch with its pointed hat and broomstick. A witch is broadly something of a catch-all term for an individual with a certain paranormal power used for various purposes. Some are shamans like the vulva mentioned in previous videos, while others are the more common child-snatching bubbling cauldron kind found in European and North American folklores that children like to dress as for Halloween. They're also often seen as women, and specifically attractive ones that seduce men into lives of sin, which can probably explain Salome's exposed skin while riding on her broomstick. Part of the trope is the occasional feline familiar, which is where the shape-shifting comes into play. Remember back to the original Catacomb video, though, where we found the cat-eyed circlet. It's here that we can finally use it, because wearing it while taking damage after Salome changes to her cat form will significantly heal Alucard. Arcane, sure, but a great minor detail. Her name is a biblical reference. The daughter of King Herod II and Herodias, Salome isn't mentioned by name in the Christian Bible, but accounts in both the Gospels of Mark and Matthew detail when she danced for Herod in a large room full of guests. When she was offered anything she wished, she conferred with her mother and then asked for the head of John the Baptist, whom Herod then reluctantly provided for her and famously on a silver platter. Her name is identified in other religious sources, such as Josephus' Jewish Antiquities volumes. Over time, Salome has been made to symbolize the treacherous seductress, for better or for worse. Her name in the Japanese version is Saosine, which is another interesting game mystery. Though finding a direct reference to where this name comes from was a challenge, it may be referring to a French sociologist named Émile Peyroux-Saosine, whom had done significant academic work using Catholicism, liberalism, and democracy, particularly within the backdrop of the French Revolution, to explore Gallicanism, which is a movement by French clergy to severely limit papal control for more individual autonomy of states and nations. She drops a mana prism consumable in the wizard hat, which is called the wide-brimmed traveler's hat in Japan. It's a great headpiece that boosts defense by +5, intelligence by +7, strength by +1, and constitution by +1. Finally, while witch-like characters have certainly appeared in the series, the more stereotypical ones like Salome first appeared in the Kid Dracula games for the Japanese Famicom and the Game Boy in North America, where she aided the young Alucard as a merchant with her crystal ball. The frozen half enemy is one of the more dangerous normal foes in the game. While not a powerful enemy in terms of hit points, she can cast various magic ice attacks that can either freeze Alucard in place, or cause a cascade of giant ice boulders that will certainly kill him if continuously caught in their hit stun. This is a fascinating enemy in that its name, as well as her in-game description as a, quote, new half ice spirit, is a cultural colloquialism from Japan that indicates that this is a transgender female. The re-release of the game as an unlockable on the PSP Castlevania X Chronicles updates the in-game description to be more explicit that she is in fact transgender. Both descriptions also note that this is a servant of Galamoth, whom is a character we'll get back to in a moment, and she's another reference to the Kid Dracula games, as this was one of its comical enemies, though portraying transgendered people in a less flattering light. It drops the Opal or Sapphire Circlet, which is a piece of headgear that adds +10 to intelligence and will heal Alucard when inflicted with ice damage. It also drops the Necklace of J, though it's simply called the Necklace in the Japanese version. It's an accessory that boosts defense by +5 and is the final piece of equipment stolen from Alucard by Death at the beginning of the game. We'll actually find one for ourselves in this video without having to farm it. Like the Cube of Zoe item found in the entrance, the name of this item was altered from the Japanese version to refer to translator Jeremy Blaustein's son, Jin. Last little bit of trivia is that this enemy is an altered sprite and palette swap from the Salem Witch enemy, with obviously longer hair. The blood skeletons in this location are notable in that the different colors indicate how long they're incapacitated. The location around us, though, is what's most important about this area. Think back to what we said about the original Catacomb level, and that it represented Alucard's descent into hell as he traveled far below the castle to fight an ancient biblical evil. Having turned the fire to ice, these floating catacombs are then Dante's Inferno, made physically manifest in the game. In the epic poem, Virgil ironically portrays the ninth and lowest circle of hell as a frozen abyss. Lucifer, having then turned into the enormous demon Satan, was encased in the ice at the waist so as to never escape and live an eternity in solitude away from the warmth of light. Though we won't be lucky enough to find an immovable monster, a giant demon is definitely waiting for us soon enough. While this explains how Alucard meets some of the most terrible enemies around, it doesn't explain why this section is the highest point in the game and the apparent fluidity of the animation in the background. Remembering that the inverted castle is floating high above the original to the point where it will be several miles above the earth in practicality, we turn to the Hebrew and Christian Bibles for a possible answer. The book of Genesis reveals that during the second day of God's creation, he made the firmament, or rakia, which was a dome that separated the earth with water below and above. In simple terms, for however long it took creation and the world to be completed, and for millennia thereafter, early Hebrews believed that the sky was a dome of water. There isn't significant evidence in this game to corroborate this reference other than this one section of the floating catacombs, but if true, it's a great deep cut as religious allusions go. Here at last is the demon Galamoth, whose bestiary description notes that he is a magical being with plans to rule the netherworld. This outs him as a possible competitor of Dracula and is a reference to its appearance as the main antagonist in the Kid Dracula games, which comes full circle in this area as its boss. In fact, this is the game's super boss, which according to the strategy guide interview translated by Schmupulations, was always the plan, perhaps to give Alucard's heroic path some sort of canonical connection to his Famicom and Game Boy side stories. Toru Hagihara and Koji Igarashi mention in this section of the interview how unbalanced the familiars are in the game, and that Galamoth was always meant to be the hardest boss, but the fairy, and I suppose Sprite by extension, make this battle much easier. But it's certainly a challenging fight, and at 12,000 hit points, Galamoth is a sponge for damage. It can really dish it out too, with lightning attacks that fill a good chunk of the arena and dark elemental attacks in between them. He'll also show you the business end of a foot to the face if you get too close. Dealing with this foe is perhaps another instance where the developers were trying to tell you something, though it's a bit of a stretch. A few videos ago we found the barrel circlet, which will absorb lightning damage and heal Alucard. In the last video, we also found that the reverse catacombs have an exit one screen away from where this useful headpiece is found, and this exit isn't far from the entrance to the caves which led us here. You can easily trace a map directly to this spot then. Any sort of damage output that Alucard can muster no longer matters then, as we can simply outlast this enemy. It certainly doesn't trivialize the fight since damage can come from other forms, but is much easier than attacking and then swiftly turning into the mist form when lightning strikes, which is what we can consider the long way of winning, though no less valid. A third way of contending with this monster is by packing any sort of weapon with a teleport strike, including the Alucard sword, Usafane katana, or the Masamune. A player quick on the draw can constantly teleport safely and cause damage, provided that they don't run out of magic, or that the frame rate of the game doesn't drop to ruin their rhythm. Finally, the Alucard shield and shield rod will make short work of anything in this game, including a so-called super boss. Our prize for winning is a relic that, like several other things, totally breaks the game, the Poison Cloud. This makes your invincible form of mist into a damaging miasma, though the damage output is relatively small in comparison to other methods of killing. With enough magic, though, Alucard is both totally safe and unfairly killing everything in its path, including what will be the final boss. The other prize for completing this area is the Ruby Circlet, which, like other circlets, is a headpiece that grants +10 to intelligence and will heal Alucard if he takes any fire damage. As we travel our way to our next and final destination, I'd like to welcome you back to the Annotated Symphony of the Night for the last time. Sadly, while there's little in the way of new ground to cover with this episode, there are certainly great nuggets of information to glean from the ending of the game. Let's make our way back to the clock room to uncover them. Here's one of the final quirks of the game. To properly map this room, Alucard needs to make his way around the boss arena here and then double back. By coming into contact with the elevator, the endgame automatically triggers, which can leave half the area uncovered. Once inside, you can use a library card to go back out of the fight and see the final blue square during the second phase of the last battle, but there's a little benefit to it in practical terms.
You have done well in making it this far. I would expect no less from the son of our master.
So you are the one who was controlling Belmont?
Yes, I am the dark priest called Shaft. This world must be cleansed in the forge of chaos.
Why did you make Belmont lord of this castle?
For centuries, vampire hunters have defeated evil with holy power. But if two vampire hunters were to fight each other...
But Belmont's power is supreme among vampire hunters. None other could defeat him.
Exactly. That's why I removed him as a threat, by making him into lord of this castle.
But your plan has failed.
Has it indeed? We'll see what happens after I destroy your weak human side.
This is the Dark Priest Shaft, whom is the architect of the game's conflict. Another holdover character from Rondo of Blood, Shaft's methods of resurrecting Dracula in the previous game included kidnapping Wallachian damsels for sacrifice, Maria Renard being one of them. An adept magician, the reappearance of old Castlevania foes in this game is perhaps his doing, as he also resurrected the classic bosses to fight Richter Belmont near the end of the last game as well. The orbs floating around him will do different elemental damage depending on the color of the orb. Sadly, while unique in the fact that he's a penultimate boss that makes an appearance in more than one game, Shaft is something of a nondescript enemy as the series goes, as he is another in a long line of cult leaders that resurrects Dracula. There hasn't been a clear answer to where his name comes from, but it's probably not because he's a sex machine with all the chicks.
No!
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for all eternity.
But my goal is achieved. Count Dracula has come to purify this corrupt world with the searing flames of chaos.
Father.
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
I was hoping we would not see each other again. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
You have ever been the ally of humans. Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
Think you I would forget such a thing? No, but neither do I seek revenge against them.
Still uttering the same nonsense. No matter. Now is the time to put aside your weak human side and join me in remaking this world!
Dracula, in the name of my mother, I will defeat you again!
Behold!
Here we are in the final battle with Dracula. This fight is somewhat novel in that it cuts to the chase and chooses not to have him start in a humanoid form before evolving into something more demonic, though we still have the main figure in the center, so it seems as though his throne is what actually transformed. Notice the background in the area though. This is no physical representation of any location, simply a chaotic show of visual noise courtesy of the PlayStation's hardware. As further games in the series such as Aria and Dawn of Sorrow have led us into a hellish abyss to stamp out malevolent spirits, it can be surmised that Alucard has done the same to finish off Dracula before he makes his way into the corporeal world, in so many words. The finale of the game will coincide with most games in the series as Alucard makes his way out of the collapsing creature of chaos that the castle represented.
whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How? How is it that I've been so defeated?
You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Sarcasm. For what profit is it to a man if he gains the world and loses his own soul? Matthew 16:26, I believe. Tell me, what were Lisa's last words?
She said, do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no harm. For theirs is already a hard lot. So said to tell you that she would love you for all of eternity.
Lisa, forgive me. Farewell, my son.
So you made it.
Alucard, I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry. 'Tis my fault you had to fight your own father.
Fear not. I had my own reasons for destroying him.
It must have been painful for you.
Indeed. But you must always remember that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
I understand.
Alucard, what will you do now?
The blood that flows in my veins is cursed. 'Twould be best for this world if I were to disappear forever.
I see.
Farewell, then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard,
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
I'm sorry. I can't let him disappear from my life.
It's all right. Go after him. Perhaps you can save his haunted soul.
Thank you, Richter. Fare thee well.
And yourself, dear lady.
What you're hearing in the background is I Am the Wind, which, while often derided, has been conspicuously absent from all further re-releases of the game. There is speculation that this is due to a rights issue more than one of good taste, but there's been little in the way of confirmation as of this recording. Some notes on the ending as we see the final credits. First, the Bible quote from Dracula has also been changed in re-releases of the game, specifically the PSP Dracula X Chronicles, as it retranslated and re-recorded all of the dialogue. Amongst the series, this was the first game to make an attempt to make Dracula a sympathetic or even tragic antagonist, which is a trait that continued in further games of the franchise. What we saw was the quote best ending of the game, which is awarded to the player if they map at least 196% of it. So yes, you don't need to map every room in the castle to see the final ending. Of note is a piece of dialogue that Alucard essentially preaches to his human allies, that for quote evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. It's a quote from Irish author, philosopher, and statesman Edmund Burke, who passed away in 1797 when this game takes place. There are a total of 5 endings to the game, counting Richter Belmont's silent staring at a crumbling building. The one we just watched is closely echoed by one with less than 196% of the castle mapped. The game could also be finished in the first castle though, as bad endings can be achieved by finishing off Richter Belmont after obtaining the Holy Glasses and not destroying the Green Orb. As a last bit of trivia as we see the endings, placing the original Symphony disc into a standard CD player will provide a short introduction from Alucard voice actor Robert Belgrade about the data on the disc being unlistenable.
As you can see, this is a PlayStation Black disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you?
And then a remix of the song Dracula's Castle will be played. It's a neat little Easter egg. Many original PlayStation discs would do this as they relied on Red Book audio. Finally, the worst ending, which can be triggered by failing to solve the gold and silver ring puzzle, implying that both Richter and Maria perished in the destruction. And the game, finally, comes to a close. The Annotated Symphony of the Night was a project that had taken nearly 2 years to complete. Research and early recording started in early 2016, and the people responsible for making this information available and accessible deserve your thanks and support. First, a tremendous thank you to the editors and contributors of the Castlevania wiki on fandom.com. Large active communities for revered game series are the lifeblood of any franchise, and the meticulous digging and cataloging of a wide array of subjects connected to this franchise was a great asset to a video series like this. Even if you only contributed a sentence or two to a level layout, you have my heartfelt thanks. By extension, the omnipresent Wikipedia deserves some thanks and respect for similar reasons. For this series, it provided the majority of still photos as well as some further research opportunities. From a deeper research perspective, these videos could not exist without resources like game developer Double Fine and their Devs Play video series, and especially Shmupulations.com. The former is obviously a famous video game maker that has generally offered a window into the construction of some of the finest video games in history, and completely for free. The latter is a rich goldmine of information translated from decades-old sources for the first time and widely available online. Both of these resources can use your support, Shmupulations itself being funded on Patreon. This person is doing the Lord's work, so give him a hand if you can. I'd also like to thank John Park for technology and editing help. Finally, thank you very much for watching and following this video series. I mentioned in the introductory video that this was a labor of love, and the support and comments of viewers prove that this love comes from more than just its creator. I can't express enough the gratitude I have for the people watching and discussing this project, especially those few from the beginning, and I can only hope that future annotated video projects like this will have the same outpouring of support. Thank you again for watching, reading the appendices, and being active in the conversation. I can only hope that this becomes a document for further discussion into the works that shaped the entire medium. But even less than that, I hope you enjoyed these videos and had fun watching them for their own sake. I can't say it enough, but thank you very much for being part of this, and I hope to see you again in the future.